to go on to Dubai. It's fitting in to the calendar perfectly. It is now a major race people are aiming for. They want to be here. And that's not just from the US horses, that's everywhere around the world, as evident by the field we have assembled.
This feels so much more complete now that you're here, Laffit, Pincay. You were here last year as well. Do you feel a sense of growth?
A sense of growth and a completely different energy. When you put together a $20 million horse race, this is the field you want. Easily the best field of the Saudi Cup we've seen to date. Nick, it's one of those days you just wake up happy to be a thoroughbred racing fan.
We got the best thoroughbreds here. We got a thoroughbred team for you as well. Michelle, Laffit, with me and with you throughout the afternoon and evening. Let's head out and meet the rest of our announced team, headed by Tom Stanley.
Welcome to the Jockey's Room. The riders going through their paces ahead of racing, and we'll give you full access to the very best of the best who have once again descended on the Saudi Cup meeting. Between them, the riders today have amassed the bulk of 1,500 Group or Grade 1 successes between them. Enjoy the pictures brought to you by the Cine Hold camera. That was used at the FIFA World Cup. It will provide you with cinematic imagery which you are used to seeing from the biggest and best sporting events from around the world. And we have the biggest and the very best riders for you. The best from Hong Kong, from Japan, France, Britain, Ireland, Saudi Arabia, and of course from America. Headed up by Irad Ortiz, who once again partners the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Obaiyah. It doesn't, Jockey's Room-wise, get much better than this.
And some of the best jockeys all around the world will be providing you with an amazing view across the world, because this camera will be placed on the helmets of two of the riders in today's Saudi Cup, following them as they make their way out of the weighing room, around the paddock, and getting on board their mounts in the world's richest race. This will take you into the heart of the action, transport you from your living rooms around the globe, and you will find out what is needed to land that jackpot prize, the precision, the split-second decisions required in order to become a Saudi Cup winner.
No frivolity on the track, but plenty of fun and finery behind it. And in the Culture Village, we'll be joined during the course of the afternoon and evening by our reporter, Rosie Tapner. Every base covered for you, and we've got our position. You have the best seat in the house with us, right at the bottom of the paddock. Here we are. Michelle, Laffit, give them a wave. And what an evening we've got in store for you as well. It's not just the $20 million Saudi Cup, but I don't want to call it an undercard, Laffit. We've got wonderful supporting races, and we could be setting the tone for the rest of the year globally.
In several of the divisions, right, you have the grass racing, 3 different types of grass races, a sprint, a middle distance, a marathon at mile and 7/8. And I think most significantly, perhaps a step towards the Kentucky Derby. We have 3-year-olds in the Derby here this evening, and a Japanese colt who's undefeated by the name of Forever Young. Should all go well tonight, perhaps another step towards the Kentucky Derby. He is that special.
Named after you, and of course Japan desperate to win the first leg of the American Triple Crown. And you sort of feel, Michelle, they will get there one day by hook or by crook.
They're certainly going to get there. We have seen absolute global dominance from Japan in every single race. It's only a matter of time before they start ticking off all those big boxes that people want to win.
What about the turf racing? Traditionally the preserve of the European horses, but we know how strong Japan are in turf racing as well. How do you see our big supporting turf races playing out, the Neom turf and the Red Sea Handicap?
I think they're super interesting. I think they're very playable races if you're looking at them. There's so many horses that have some back form to lean on, and I think because of where this particular race day is positioned on the calendar, not everybody is, recently racing. So you're wondering who's going to bring in that form from last year, who's going to show up with new form, and I just think that it's a very, very intriguing night.
What this could be the start of, for example, in a race like the Neom Turf Cup. You had Mostadaf last year. He was a good horse coming in, but not a great horse. He had a breakthrough performance in the Neom Turf Cup. All he did was go on and win a Group 1 at Royal Ascot and, of course, a Group 1 Juddmonte International.
And the signature horse in that race today, no doubt, is the globe-trotting horse from Ballydoyle, Aidan O'Brien's mighty stable in County Tipperary, Luxembourg. Now, if you've got a $20 million horse race, you need a $20 million race caller as well. And that is why we have drafted in Richard Hoyles. Richard, good afternoon.
Oh, I wish, Nick. I wish. Yeah, what a view it is, however, from the top of the grandstand here. And it is also a big race domestically, or big day domestically. The thriving scene for domestic racing here in Saudi Arabia. We saw some great racing here yesterday, and we start with the domestic handicap. So let's check out the runners and riders for that.
run over 1,800 meters,
على مسافة 1800 متر،
worth $1.5 million.
بجائزة وقدرها $1,500,000.
The Jockey Club Local Handicap.
كأس نادي سباقات الخيل.
So $1.5 million making this one of the most valuable domestic races in the calendar. Run you down the runners and riders. Number 1, Ibn Toulon, winner of a Group 1, custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques last time. 2 is Najam, Mohammed Al-Dahim. 3, Almabir Joel Rosario. And 4, Ayala Doro for Camillo Espina, leading the rankings here in Saudi Arabia this year. Number 5, December, Wigberto Ramos, former winner, of course, of the big race. 6 is a non-runner. 7, Marsoum Al-Naif, Naif Al-Anzani, Taj Al-Aelia for Alexis Moreno's number 8. 9, Abu Jana Khalid Al-Mimoni. 10 is Kathir Whitecap for Adel Al-Furedi. Number 11, Intergene Asil Al-Sahani. 12, Al-Jamani, Christian Demuro. 13, Abu Sheikha, Tariq Al-Mansour. 14, Saudad for Irad Ortiz. 15 is Strategy for Abu Lydia Anson. 16 is Bint Far, Ricardo Ferreira. 17, Warad Al-Jud, Muhammad Al-Yami. 18, Al-Mazraj, that one's in the yellow cap, Ahmed Al-Shra. 19 is next, and that was Badr Al-Elia. And the promoted reserve is 21, Al-Wahif for Florent Giroux. The non-runner, the second non-runner there was number 20. So big field here, over 1,800 metres. And of course, this race is historically the journey, of course, of the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, and I'm with the trainer of horse number 3. That's Al-Mabir, Hamad Al-Rashid, and his son Faisal, who's going to help with the translation. First of all, having a runner on a day like this must be hugely exciting.
يقول شرف كبير إن عندكم خيل تركض في هذا اليوم. وهذا اللي يسعدنا نحن في هذا الأشواط، نحن لنا خيل وتسعدنا وتسعد ملاكنا، وهذه اليوم هذا كبير على المستوى. This is a big day and we are happy we have runners in that race, and race number 6 for turf sprint, and for the big race Saudi Cup Senor Buscador.
Which is the big one. Well, let me ask you, Senor Buscador, has he got a chance today? How does the race work out best for Senor Buscador?
We hope يقول Senor Buscador وش تشوف حظوظه اليوم؟ والله إن شاء الله نتمنى إن حظوظه الأول number 1 نتمنى. He said we hope إن شاء الله he has a good chance to win إن شاء الله.
Tell me about Joel Rosario here riding for you, a huge boost, and you must be very excited to have a jockey of his quality riding.
يقول عندك جويل روزاريو راكب من خيال العالميين، وش ترى توقعاتك فيه؟ والله إن شاء الله راكب له حصان ممتاز، وحصان الممتاز إن شاء الله، ونتوقع إن شاء الله إنه الأول بإذن الله. Joel Rosario, he's one of the best jockey in the world, so he ride the horse twice. So he know the horse, and he went before with him the Crown Prince. So we hope, inshallah, he have a good chance to win today.
Are you going to win this race today with Al-Mabir? Yes or no?
أنت راح تفوز اليوم بالمبير. والله إن شاء الله هذا منيتي، إن شاء الله إنه يفوز بإذن الله إن شاء الله. He said, I hope and I hope inshallah that God help us.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But he finished off the year last year in very good form. I know he loves the distance here. He likes the track here. I thought he looked decent enough on the warm-up, although if I'm going to tip my hat to anybody who looked the best in the walking ring as well as warming up, I'm going to have to scroll a little bit further to the 17, Warad Al-Jud. I didn't like this one as much on paper, but from a physicality standpoint, I just thought it looked really good.
Really pleased to welcome into the show Nawaf Aldash, our local expert. Nawaf, they're loading, so give us the rundown.
You know, it's the obvious choices are the horse number 1 and 2 and 3. Al-Mubir, I think he's the favorite in this race. Also, Najam, he's a good horse. The number 1 horse, I don't like him much because he's usually racing every 60 days. This time it's only 30 days rest. And I like Bint Farah. she's a good closer, and I think it's going to be a very fast race, and the pace is going to be hot.
And you heard Tom talking to the connections of Almabeer, ridden by Joel Rosario, top-class American rider. Joel will be riding Isolate for UAE-based trainer Doug Watson in the $20 million Saudi Cup later today. Laffit, do you have a pick for the first?
Almabeer, who he mentioned, he's not going to be afraid of the big field. All these horses, he beat a field full of 17 two-starts back, so he knows how to navigate through that traffic.
All right, 20 to go to post then for this Ministry of Culture Jockey Club local handicap. It'll be fast, furious. It will also give us a good indication as to how this main dirt track will ride for the rest of the evening. Richard, it's all yours.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, it's notably warmer than yesterday. Those that did close were pulled towards the centre and closed. Speed did hold up as well. It looked a pretty fair track. You didn't see too many horses weaving, however, to deliver a challenge. So, last few moving forward. That is Il Doro. Doro for Camillo Espina, leading rider. Soum Al Naif is the last one forward and just has a little bit of a kick in him, the grey, and then we're all loaded at the 1,800-metre start. A long run to the solitary turn, about 600 metres. They're off and racing. A little bit slow into stride was Marsoum Al Naif. Apart from that, it is a reasonably good line. Amongst those that are pressing forward, Saudade in the red and white colours. December towards the inside is also trying to take a handy position as they race through the first couple of furlongs. So through the first period and out in the lead, moving forward, Warad Al Jude comes through to dispute the lead. Ibn Toulon gathers the rails. He did when successful last time. Then Al Jamani. Wider out is Najam in the white and blue colours, just ahead of the orange jacket of Abu Shaker. Towards the wide outside, the white cap of Bada Ala Elia, and also in that little group is December. Just behind those, the yellow jacket of Almabeer racing in midfield on the outside of the white cap of Bint Far. Towards the outer as well at this stage is Strategy. A couple that are just struggling to lie up in these early stages. Al Wazraj is well behind, and also well behind is Intigene. So Ibn Toulon disputing the running, racing on the inside at this stage of Warad Al Jude as they begin to take the turn. Al Manaji is in third place. Wide out on the course is Bint Shaker, who is just ahead of Najam. December tracks those, the white caps of Strategy sweeping round the outside with Taj Ala Elia and Bada Ala Elia as well. Ayala Doro races just behind the speed in midfield at this stage as they begin to spin the bend, and still quite well back just amongst horses, making a bit of ground is Almabeer in those yellow colours with room to operate. Al Manaji it is who's kicked on in company with Taj Ala Elia. Now after those is Almabeer into third place, Ibn Toulon staying on at the one pace. Behind these towards the outside is Najam, but these two are head for head with 250 metres to travel, and it's Taj Ala Elia for Alexis Moreno fighting it out with Al Jamani and Christian De Muro. Christian De Muro getting a little bit more out of Al Manaji on the run to the line with Taj Ala Elia. It's going all the way to the line, but it will go to Al Jamani. Al Jamani beat Taj Ala Elia. Altabia stayed on for third, but was never really a threat. Bint Far was across the line in fourth, ahead of Iela Doro, and they were just ahead of the bottom one, the promoted reserve, Al Wahif, who's come across the line in sixth place. It turned into a duel for the final 300 metres, and it was won by Al Jamani for Christian De Muro, who saw off the sustained challenge of Taj Ala Elia and Alexis Moreno. Altabia was close enough at the top of the stretch, couldn't close off, has finished in third. Fourth goes to Bint Far. El Doro is over in fifth place, and then the horses just behind were Al Wahif and also number 19, Bada Ala Elia, in the second colours of the horse that finished second. So the first race of the day, Al Jamani, is successful for Gaith Al Gaith, partnered by Christian De Muro.
First strike then to the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe winning rider, Christian De Muro, one of Europe's finest. And we've had a grandstand finish to our opener as well. Al Jamani beating Taj Al Elia into second, Almabeer in third. De Muro just getting the better of Alexis Moreno, tooth and nail throughout the final couple of furlongs. And if that sets the tone for the remainder of the day, we are truly in for a treat. Gaith Al Gaith, the winning trainer in the colours of Majed Mahal Al Bugami. Noaf, a surprise to you or not?
It is a surprise, actually. Most of the horses here, they were together in the King Cup local race. This horse did not go there. He went to an easier race, let me say. But today he, beat them all, and he did great, actually, with Taj Al Elia. Amazing run today.
And tried to pluck points of significance out of that race for later. Gate 10 beat Gate 12, Laffit. So generally middle to outside gates doing best. Is that something we ought to to be mindful of? Gate 16 in third as well.
On a day like this, in the early stages of the races, you want to pay attention to where the winners are coming from. If there's an inside bias, if it's more rally wide. In the first race here, it shows you can rally into the center of the racetrack, and just keep that in mind moving forward.
I tend to think, though, I don't like to say the word bias yet, because if the most logical horses win the races from certain places, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily a bias.
But interestingly, Anaaf, Obaiyah, who was well fancied beforehand, did hug the rail and tried to save ground late in the race. Any possibility here at this track sometimes that the rail is not where you want to be?
No, I did not like how he braked today. Usually he brakes sharp, he's sitting like third and fourth. Today he was in the middle of the horses. And if you think today Taj Al-Ulya, if he won, we wouldn't be surprised. But today, this horse did great.
All right, let's join the winning jockey, Christian Demuro, alongside Ollie Bell.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Showed a really good attitude, this horse, Christian. How tough was your mount late on?
You know, he's a good fighter, this horse, because the other one outside to me come very easily. And he starts again for the hand, so he's a very good horse.
Nick and Laffit were just talking there about the draw. How advantageous was it, do you think, being drawn in your stall and a bit wide?
You know, I think the draw is not really important here. You have to have speed at the beginning to get a good position, very close. Even if you have the draw outside and you have speed, you can get in front position, and the most important is this, I think.
And finally, just with one eye on the later races, how fast is the dirt track riding?
Yeah, it's fast.
Well done today.
Thank you so much.
And Christian picking up important rides for Japanese trainers later as well. Iron Barrows and Killer Ability in our two big turf races. He is tactically very strong, very astute. As I say, a dual Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe winner. First on Sotsas and then on last year's absolutely brilliant winner, Ace Impact.
On these bigger days for the riders, Nick, it is important. You want to get that confidence going. You want to put forth a good mount. You want to get into the winner's circle, right? It just kind of sets the tone for the rest of your afternoon. Get that confidence going for the bigger mounts later on in the afternoon.
I also think it was intriguing that when he was asking, when Ollie was asking about the draw, he tended to think that we meant it as a negative to be drawn outside, when all of us kind of think that the outside is the better part to be. But he mentioned you've got to have speed to get into good position. So it almost seems like position is more important than draw here.
And Anaaf, we talk a lot about the unusual composition of the main dirt track here in Saudi Arabia. People very complimentary about it, say it's very forgiving for the horses, a very kind surface. But any dirt surface, you need that raw speed. You need that pace.
You know, definitely you need that, and you need to have the ability to quicken from the 600 meters and, you know, go to the winner's circle.
Delighted connections down in the winner's circle. What will this mean, Anaaf, to Gaith Al Gaith to win a race like this?
He has done it before 2 times. So this trainer, he's a good trainer. He always show up on the big day, and he is planning. Maybe he did not go to the big race when a couple of months ago. He decided he want to save some horse for this race today, and he did well.
And a prize not to be sneezed at, $1.5 million for this opening race. And in terms of the local thoroughbred population, this is about as good as it gets. And they've found the right man to help them as well in Christian Demuro, who's taken our opening contest here on Saudi. sizzling afternoon here in Riyadh. The mercury has risen 91 degrees Fahrenheit here, and not only is the temperature rising, but the action will hot up all the way through until we leave you at 9 o'clock local time after the running of the 5th edition of the world's richest horse race, the $20 million Saudi Cup. This has become a hugely important social and cultural occasion to everybody here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and in Riyadh. Now, nobody who was here a couple of years ago will ever forget being here, because Emblem Road won for local connections, beating the best in the world in the Saudi Cup. From your perspective, just how important was that for Saudi Arabian racing?
It's very important. It gives us belief that we can compete at the biggest stage, even if our horses are locally trained here. We do not have to be outside. We can buy good horses, raise them here, and try to compete in the best race in the World Saudi Cup. And you're going to see some of that today as well with these local hopes.
And do you feel quite confident that the local horses can land a blow today?
Today, not. You know what? I'm really thinking White Abari is going to win it. But if there is a horse from our local horses might compete, it's going to be definitely Carmel Road, from my opinion. I think he's going to be in the first 5.
Okay. Carmel Road and Power in Numbers represent the same connections, and I think now you will agree that you'll feel perhaps a little more confidence from them, some of the greatest supporters of racing here in the Kingdom.
The world's most valuable horse race, the Saudi Cup.
If you ask me how long I've been with horses, I believe since I born. My father loves the horses. He raised me for that, and we start racing in Saudi. I believe now the Saudi level, it's becoming very close to the best in the world. It's a big race. They're coming from all around the world. The great support we have from the custodian of the whole mosque, King Salman, and his Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed. It has really raised a quality of horses and the quality of races in the whole kingdom. It is really a very important day for every Saudi just to be in the race. The quality of horses, the quality of people that are coming here. The day of the race, it is very important, not only for us as a Saudis, but it's for all around the world. And we come to the world level in a very short time. If you see the history back, that's my grandfather, King Abdulaziz, he came over the back of horses and camels. So horses, it's very, very important. It's very important to see that we are fighting for the local bred horses, because we would like to see the Saudi horses to be fighting and to be the best world horses. So we are fighting for that. And these days, hopefully now I'm looking for Carmel Road and Power of Numbers to hopefully reverse the stage to show me how much is good those horses.
Power in Numbers, Scotland Yard, Power in Numbers, beat Scotland Yard.
In the Gulf area, there's 4 big races. At least to see our horses, they can race in Saudi and they can have a chance to race in Dubai. It's a big day. If you're talking about Melbourne now, and you're talking about the Japan Cup, if you're talking about the World Cup in Dubai, I think the Saudi Cup, it's becoming one of the important races in the world.
Well, drama after our first race here. There has been an objection lodged by the rider of the runner-up to the winner here inside the last 300 meters. Let's just take stock of this one more time. Michelle, what can we see?
Right now, we're a little tight. I don't see much. Okay, so it's right here. So this is where the contact is. So you can see the horse in the white shadow roll with the green silks comes out a little bit. He is your eventual winner, and the horse that was on the lead in the red shadow roll was in front, and you can see his hindquarters completely went sideways. And look, they're making contact maybe a second time right there, although there isn't a lot of sideways wiggle room, but you can definitely see that contact. However, at that point, in my opinion, the horse in the red shadow roll didn't stop his forward trajectory. He did get bumped slightly off, but there was plenty of distance left to try to get to the wire. I mean, look, they're still going.
Some brushing, some trading of paint here. This looked to me almost like 2 tired boxers leaning on each other a little bit when they start to fatigue. Yes, there's contact, but this feels 50-50 to me, an incidental contact.
Okay, it looks worse here when you see it a little bit more pulled out, because you can see how far they've drifted together.
But without a lot of contact.
Right.
Clearly, depending on where you're watching around the world, you will have a different view given how your jurisdiction determines things like this. Now, Af, in Saudi Arabia, how lenient are the stewards on incidents of interference? They didn't call an inquiry, there was an objection. Alexis Moreno objected to Christian Jamiro.
Usually this kind of incidents are okay. From my own experience, I don't see the steward changing the results at this race.
The race has been over for several minutes. Is that common for it to take this long, or to have an objection this long after the race?
No, this is actually a little bit longer than what we usually experience.
So the connections of Al Jamani will just have to temper their enthusiasm for the moment, because the stewards are still deliberating here, as you can see.
Your objection in time, but we need to also get Jockey Jamiro in to hear the objection second first minute. So ask you to wait outside. Get Jockey Jamiro in now. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We'll make a determination. Okay.
So that stewards inquiry, just as soon as that comes through, we will bring you the result of the stewards inquiry, and that will be right after this.
High on the mountain tops, deep in the roots of trees, between valley streams, and down to the seashore. Beauty grows, love flourishes, and breathtaking scenery surrounds us, celebrating eternal moments.
Stewards' inquiry is ongoing here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse in Riyadh. Stewards' inquiry into the result of our opening race, the Ministry of Culture Jockey Club local handicap. First past the post was Al Jamani. Second past the post, Taj Al Elia. In the green silks, Christian Jamiro. In the red silks, Alexis Moreno. Moreno objecting to Jamiro. Then the stewards called them in, and they are still deliberating and interviewing the rider of the first past the post and second past the post. 3/4 of a length separated the two horses at the line. Al Jamani bearing out consistently in the last 300 meters. So we were bringing you the result of that just as soon as it comes through, but taking a little longer perhaps than we expected, as we welcome the man who has been instrumental in bringing the Saudi Cup to life and realizing the dreams of a nation. Prince Bandar, lovely to see you here. Thank you for having us once again. Beautiful day you provided for us as well. Rather a contrast to some of the evenings we've had before.
Well, it's good to have all of you here. It's difficult to believe it's been a year already. I mean, time just flies. But yes, it's a special day in the calendar here in Saudi Arabia. People are really excited about this Saudi Cup, as they are of all the previous Saudi Cups. And we're all eager to see what happens in the upcoming races. So welcome.
Thank you. And I suppose from talking to you about this event when it first began, your key was to get the very best horses from as many continents as you could. You've had 4 different winners from 4 different countries, 3 huge racing nations, plus a local horse already. To what extent is that the realization of the initial idea or the initial dream?
Well, my boss, the Crown Prince, when he laid out, what the vision and what he wanted, I think this is pretty much what he had in mind, and is to have a race that's on the international calendar that attracts some of the best horses from all over the world to compete. And I think the Saudi Cup has been successful in that, and I hope it will continue to be successful for many years to come.
What was your initial reaction when you started hearing of the horses that were accepting invitations? The top 2 finishers in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and the depth and the star power of this year's field.
Well, we go through a process every year in issuing the invitations and then seeing who accepts. And every year, all the best horses that are running in that season show interest. But every season has its own unique situation. There are horses that go into retirement. There are horses that aren't continuing in training. There are horses that suffer from injuries. But this year, the stars seem to have aligned, and all of them stayed in training, and they put the Saudi Cup on the calendar, and they showed up here. Some of them have met previously, and some of them, this is the first time they meet, even from the same country. So some of the horses in Japan have never met. They're meeting for the first time here in Saudi. So I think it makes this race interesting and special, and I hope it will continue to be that way.
It's also not just the Saudi Cup. The supporting races here are just incredible, and they're becoming their own fixtures as well.
Absolutely, and you've seen some of the prize money adjusted slightly this year to reflect the improvement in the grade of the race, and these I think will continue to see improvement over the years to come as they become grouped, some of them from Group 3 to Group 2 or Group 2 to Group 1, and I think they're just as exciting, if not as exciting, as the big race.
Could you just give us an indication as to the extent to which thoroughbred horse racing is growing throughout the nation, rather than just necessarily here in Riyadh?
I think, years ago, horse racing started here in the early 60s. And it never really went into an international mode, if that's the correct terminology. But 5 years ago, with King Salman coming in, Crown Prince Mohammed, they really wanted to see horse racing become international, and therefore thoroughbred racing has really moved and catapulted into really another domain here in Saudi Arabia, as well as the purebred Arabians. Now, we're very serious about creating a really strong season. I think it's only natural that purebreds excel in this part of the world. They are from here. So I think it's really, really exciting, and I'm starting to see the effect of horse racing in Saudi Arabia to affect other parts of the world. People are buying horses, people are targeting races here, and our goal is hopefully within the next 10 years the whole season becomes a target for owners from across the world, especially that the bulk of our season is in being Northern Hemisphere country. It's in times when racing isn't so active in other parts of the world.
You've got so many Saudi ownership interests in the Saudi Cup today. Now, clearly, the objective is, yes, we want to win our home race. Defunded is now trained here, Saudi ownership of Senor Buscador, part ownership of White Obaiyah, and local horses as well. To what extent do you think this might be laying the foundations for the indigenous population, for a breeding industry here?
Absolutely. We do have a breeding population here, and there is an industry. It's not where we would like it to be. And we're working with the breeders. We've brought in experts from all over the world to try to help us identify how can we make the program in this really difficult environment here better, and is it possible really to produce the kind of caliber of horses that we need to produce to compete in events like this. So we're working on this. We have a long way to go, but I'm sure we will improve dramatically the breeding industry in the kingdom. Whether it'll ever be competitive to Ireland or Kentucky or or Japan, I'm not sure, but we're definitely very serious about improving it here in the kingdom.
But when you take a country like Japan, they were in the same spot almost when they had to try and build up the breed and really get to where they are, and they took cast-offs, for lack of a better word, and they turned them into champion sires, which ended up bringing us fantastic bloodlines. Sunday Silence, an excellent example.
Absolutely, and that's our inspiration, Japan and Korea following suit. But what we have that they don't have is a really difficult environment.
Yes.
That's the tough one that we have to overcome.
Most important question. who's winning tonight's Saudi Cup?
I'll tell you after the race. How's that?
Helpful.
We still haven't had notification of the result of the first race yet. The stewards are deliberating long and hard, it seems. Just a reminder, Al Jamani was the horse that finished first past the post. Taj Al Elia second past the post. Nawaf, a few moments ago, telling us really that the stewards here in the kingdom tend to err on the more lenient side. I'd say, Prince Bandar, that you would be more Category A than Category B as regards a jurisdiction, wouldn't you, in terms of trying to allow the first past the post to keep the race where possible?
Well, I try to stay out of this discussion as much as possible, but I think the standards applied here as any of, well-defined and developed environments around the world. I think you'll find the same kind of approach. The committee here is a combination of people from all over the world, so I think you won't be surprised with the outcome. And unless there is something that would have changed the result, I doubt they would change anything. There might be, there might be a slap on the wrist for a jockey or so on, but unless they really believe that the result would have been different in a different situation, I don't think anything will change.
But we're drifting into maximum security country house terms here now, as far as how long it has taken and how long the race has been over. It's been about 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Prince Bandar, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for your time today, and all the very best.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
Prince Bandar, who has been instrumental in establishing the Saudi Cup as such an important sporting event in the kingdom. As we move on to our next race, and a race of significance as well. I'm hoping that the stewards' inquiry will be done and dusted before we move on to our next.
Run over 2,000 meters.
على مسافة 2000 متر.
Worth $2 million.
بجائزة وقدرها $2 مليون.
The Obaiyah Arabian Classic.
كأس عبية للخيل العربية الأصيلة.
So this is the big race on dirt for the purebred Arabians. We had the big turf race yesterday, which was won by one of the Al Khalidiyah horses, and they have a real big player here in number 2. More of that at the moment. Number 1 is Al Mufam for Matasem Al Balushi. 2, Asfan Al Khalidiyah, unbeaten in 16 starts, Abdullah Al-Orfi. 3 is Durgam Athbar for Alexis Moreno, who was involved in that inquiry in the first race. Number 4, Hiab Al-Zaman, Adre de Vries, and 5 is Honeyproof for Jose Montalvo. That's one of the US horses. Number 6 is Najib Al-Zaman, Camilo Espina rides, and 7, Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah, and that is a full brother to Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Number 8 is Saloum Al Khalidiyah, and that also has a different coloured cap. 9 is Vika Green, Jean-Bernard Etienne, and 10, Ninoa for Abdullah Al Farouz. And right at the bottom, an interesting 4-year-old, Viz here, who won the Group 1 Prince Sultan World Cup last time and is very much an improving young horse. Mohammed Al-Daham is aboard, number 11, Viz here. So just keep an eye on the similar colours. Basically, number 7, Kazwat Al Khalidiyah, very helpfully seems to have a dark noseband, distinguished from the very warm market leader, Asfan Al Khalidiyah.
And there is Asfan Al Khalidiyah, Abdullah Al Wafi and Nasser Mutlaq represented here. And you'll see an awful lot of these horses in these white and black silks running in races such as this. And often, as we welcome Nawaf back to the set, they are successful.
They are the best, probably, owners of Arabian races, Arabian horses operations, whether in breeding or racing. This horse is the best horse, probably gonna win today, and it's gonna be very difficult to beat him.
This horse is incredible, Nick. He's 16 for 16 lifetime. He's won anywhere from 1,200 meters on the dirt to 2,100 meters on the grass. He's just amazing.
And his connections are standing by with Tom.
Yes, indeed. I have Rhonda Tooley and Terry Tooley here. Now, I know Rhonda's going to give the leg up to Jose soon enough, but let me ask you about this horse first of all. It seems like a bold move to come out here straight from the States. So what's the reason you're here?
It is a bold move. The horse has been training really well. We made some major changes over the summer. We gelded him. Every race is getting faster. We got the invite, training for the distance, and here we are.
Yeah, that is a major change. Now, has it changed the horse?
He's getting faster and faster. He's showing us a lot of speed.
Terry, you come in here, so you're the owner. This is a real family affair between the two of you, right?
Yes, it is. My wife is an excellent trainer.
And what's it like, the two of you traveling to Saudi Arabia with this horse?
It's been very exciting. We're very happy that he traveled well. He's eating and drinking, doing everything right. He went over the surface really good. He looks good. He's on the muscle, so we're ready for today.
And Jose Montalvo is just over there. Just one final thing for you. What are you feeling about how the race is going to pan out, Jose?
We're very positive and waiting for the best outcome, winning.
We wish you all the best. Jose, Terry, Rhonda, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's Honeyproof, who will emerge from stall 1. And we're going to continue our look at the runners for this Diriyah Gate Development Authority Obaiyah Arabian Classic. Well, you've got your answer to the Stewards' inquiry by the looks of it, because that is Christian DeMuro, and he's now holding the trophy aloft. So, result stands ahead of the opening race. Al Jamani wins. Taj Al Elia is second. Congratulations to All Connections. I mean, they took long enough to get there, Anaaf, but I think it was the right result.
I told you it's going to happen.
Yeah, you did.
You just didn't tell us how long it would take to happen.
Yeah.
That's new.
Unfortunately, Anaaf, you're not stewarding today. If only you had been, would have saved ourselves 15 minutes. Well done, Christian DeMuro. Well done, Connections. Gate Al Gate winning his 3rd edition of our opening race today. A little bit of context, Anaaf, ahead of this Obaiyah Arabian Classic. This is the big one for purebred Arabians, right?
This is probably now the target for all the best Arabian horses from everywhere. You can see it first time I see an American Arabian horse coming to Saudi, to be honest. And it's something new. Probably now the competition is getting very, very hard here, and it's being the target for all the Arabian races. And everyone wants to beat Asfan. The horse number 2, he's the best Arabian horse probably right now. And no one has accomplished that yet.
You mentioned the fact that you haven't seen a U.S.-based horse come over here. This is actually the first horse since 2017 to ship directly overseas for $1 million race, talking about Honeyproof.
Laffit, how big is Arabian racing in the United States?
It's not quite as, we don't have races quite this big of the Arabian variety in the United States, but with so many different types of racing that is if you're a horse racing fan, if you're a quarter horse racing fan, or standard bred, certainly the Arabians have their place, and certainly a following as well when you're looking at quality like this.
Anaaf, here we are with favourite Asfan Al-Khalediya. Abdullah Al-Wafi just slipped his feet out of the irons. Would he normally do that?
Yeah. This is most of our jockeys, how they're gonna ride the horses going to the gates. They'll do like that, so the horses don't play around. We don't use the pony as much, so they use their legs to protect themselves from falling down.
Arabians aren't necessarily the most straightforward to marshal, are they?
And they are very difficult to deal with, to be honest. You saw the horse who won yesterday. He was acting up after the race. He almost hit a couple of people.
Arabians are notably headstrong, very hard to ride. They can be extremely hot-blooded, we call them. We kind of tier horses: hot-blooded, warm-blooded, and cold-blooded. Obviously, they all have normal temperature blood, but Arabians are the hottest of the hot bloods.
Noah, what is the first adjustment you make as a handicapper in terms of handicapping the thoroughbreds versus the Arabians?
It's really the same. To be honest with you, it's the same. But here in Arabians, usually the bloodlines are spot on. Like if it's a good stallion, good broadmare sire line, he will probably be a good horse. It's not like thoroughbred. You might buy the best bloodline and turn up to be an average horse.
And how common a longer distance, these 1.25-mile races?
Oh, it's very common here. Yeah, they go from like 6 furlongs up to 7, 8, and 10 furlongs.
Speaking of bloodlines, the number 7, Quadra Al-Khalediya, is a full sibling, actually, to number 2, who you were looking at right now. This horse was 6th in 2023 in here and should be forwardly placed in this spot.
But Michelle, let me tell you, horse number 6 is very dangerous.
Okay.
He tried to beat Asfan.
Set the course record 2 back, right?
If anyone gonna do it today, maybe horse racing, anyone can win. But obviously, Asfan is the standalone horse, and then you have the number 6 and the number 11. I really like those 2 horses.
Okay, I like the 11, Vizier. Looking at this 4-year-old, I think that he's really interesting. He's won 4 in a row, including a $1 million race or $1.5 million race back in January.
But they fired sorry, let me rephrase. They changed the trainer after that race. That's what I'm worried about.
Just wanted to ask Noah, Vizier is the only 4-year-old in the race. Now, 4-year-olds for Arabians, their classic season, so they're a year behind thoroughbreds. They're juveniles when they're 3. Gets the weight for age as well, carrying 56 kilos rather than 61. It's a pretty big concession.
Yeah, I agree with you. This horse is very young. In Arabian, he's like 2-year-old in thoroughbred, but he's competing against the best horses, and he got a chance to run today against them, and he will use the weight, the weight for his side.
That 9, Vika Green, also with new connections in here, has been running in Morocco. How does the Moroccan form hold up? Because been running very well, and the horse that finished behind him last time out won the Obaiyah in 22.
No, I mean Moroccan Arabian races are strong.
Are they?
Yeah, they are very strong actually.
Later on the Saudi Cup, it's a one-turn, mile and an eighth, 1,800 meters. This mile and a quarter layout in terms of the circumference of the track. Is there anything quirky or tricky or different?
Probably straightforward. Like everyone was talking yesterday about the gates and where White Abario was in and all the other horses. I am thinking here for our race course, it's not gonna make big of a difference with the long track.
It's an incredibly long run to that one turn, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost 1,000.
There's how far back you are.
So if you don't have a good, let's say, good number, you can still adjust it if you're a good horse, and you can have tactical speed.
Here's number 4, Hiyab Al Zaman, trained by Fawzi Nas. Fawzi, a fixture here in the Middle East, based in Bahrain, and he's with Tom Stanley.
Yeah, thanks. He's been prolific over the Middle East as well, between Bahrain, between Dubai, and we'll see what he can do in Saudi. You bought horses to this race before. Why Hiyab Al Zaman for this contest today?
Well, RB Rich Like Me ran second in this race last year, but obviously flopped when we took him back for the Kahela Classic in the Dubai World Cup. So we decided to keep him there this year. The travel took a lot out of him last year. So Hiyab Al Zaman has to cover for him, for his stablemates. And let's hope for a good race, a good run.
Well, we know Rich Like Me was nearly good enough. Is this horse good enough?
I don't know. It's very difficult to judge him.
Yeah.
Because he can run. He's got the ability. He's a Group 1 winner in America, but we still didn't get the best out of him. So let's hope he shows us his best today.
And you're well drawn. Adri will have him pretty forward, will he?
He will, as I said, I'll leave that to Adri, but he'll probably be forward, yeah.
Fawzi, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we saw the benefit in our opening race of a top-class international rider. We might see the benefit of again here. Adri de Vries, highly decorated and highly efficient.
Tom mentioned this horse might be forwardly placed. I think Fawzi wasn't completely convinced about that, but he has blinkers on today for this horse, who has some prior U.S. form to lean on. He was the 2021 Horse of the Year in the States.
What do you make of that, Noaf?
I really think the 3 horses here that gonna make, if anyone gonna win is those 3 horses, the number 2 and the 6 and 11.
One thing I know about Noaf is he never changes his mind. You can give him facts about every horse, and he's like, yeah, your horse has no shot. It's listen to what I like.
Sticking to his guns. Race shape early on when they spring the latch. Where does the speed come from?
It's going to be the number 6, the number 2. They're going to be on the lead for sure, and they have tactical speed, and I think they break always well. Also Fizir, the number 11.
Is it a generalization to say that purebred Arabians, they don't really quicken, they just maintain or slow down?
Except for the number 2.
Apart from Asfan Al-Kaladir.
I think so, yeah. He shows, amazing ability. He probably, if you talk to his jockey, he will tell you if you race him with thoroughbred, he can beat them.
Really?
Yeah. Maiden, of course.
$2 million for this Diriyah Gate Development Authority Obaiyah Arabian Classic on the world's richest race night, culminating in the Saudi Cup. The 5th time you've been here with us at the King Abdulaziz racetrack just outside Riyadh. It gets bigger, it gets better with each passing year. And we're moments away now, post-time, local time, 3:40. A gentle breeze has just wafted across, which is very welcome. It's a warm old day, Noaf.
It's getting better now, don't you think?
Lovely now.
Yeah.
Lovely now.
Yeah.
It'll be perfect for Saudi Cup time.
It's going to be very good. Actually, yesterday we were tricked because in the morning was very cold, and when we came afternoon it was very hot. But today the weather is nice. I think the horses enjoy this kind of breeze that we're feeling right now.
Alrighty, there in shot, Hiyab Al Zaman, Adri de Vries for Fawzi Nas. I didn't feel that Fawzi was enormously confident, but let us not forget the first ever Saudi Cup night when Bahrain shocked the world by taking the first 2 races with horses who were massively unfancied.
I agree with you. Fawzi, he came here a couple of times. He always compete, even in thoroughbred. So I think he did not seem, you know, optimistic, but the fact him shipping the horse coming here, he think he's gonna perform well.
And Hiyab Al-Zaman runs in the red and white silks that are now familiar worldwide. The ownership contingent are known as Victorious, but it's a branch of the ruling family of Bahrain, and they've been very well represented in group races, thoroughbred races in the UK, France and Ireland in the last couple of years. Bradsell possibly being their most high-profile horse, Group 1 winning sprinter. And these are the dominant Arabian connections. Prince Khalid bin Sultan with the Al Khalidiyah stables. This has been a very long-standing affair, the Al Khalidiyah stables, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely. They're one of the leading stables for Arabians, and they have the best broad mares, the best bloodlines they have collected throughout the years. We did not have supports for Arabian races until now, but they have been investing in that since 20 years ago.
Who's the best Arabian sire?
Arabian sire?
Who's the into mischief of Arabian?
There's a horse called Tuwaiq. I think he is the best.
Noaf, thank you.
Thank you very much.
2, 6, 11. The three horses Noaf believes can win this race. The 2024 edition of the Group 1 Diriyah Gates Development Authority Obaiyah Arabian Classic. 2,000 metres, 10 furlongs, mile and a quarter the distance here. We are at post time. The runners are loading in stately fashion. And with that, we will hand up at our leisure to the man calling these, Richard Hoyles.
So this 2,000 metres is on a spur, so there's a very long run to the solitary bend. And as has already been pointed out, Asfan Al Khalidiyah and Najib Al-Zaman, both of these are old adversaries, and Najib Al-Zaman's been getting progressively closer with each meeting. But underneath them, number 11 Viz here, is a horse who comes from a different set of form lines, and so adds a little bit of extra intrigue to what would otherwise highly likely be another duel between Asfan Al Khalidiyah and Najib Al-Zaman. Just moving forward there, we have Durgam Athbar. We have Oman represented with Al Mufum, Bahrain, we've heard about Hiyab Al-Zaman, the USA with Honey Proof, and France with Vika Green. And it is really Saudi guns with all of the front three that we were mentioning, being trained in Saudi Arabia. And we have one more to go forward, and that is Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah, who has very similar colours to the favourite. Just point out that there's a black noseband on Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah. They are full brothers. So far, one has been significantly better than the other. So they race away for this Obaiyah. A little bit slow away was Hiyab Al-Zaman, and being encouraged along in the red cap Saloum Al Khalidiyah to ensure it is a decent pace. And he's not the only one going forward, because Nanawa in the red cap, and they are prominent, with Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah settling in third place. That's the horse in the noseband. Asfan Al Khalidiyah, the very pale grey, almost white, tracks the leaders in around about 4th or 5th place on the inside of Najib Al-Zaman. They're side by side, and then Honeyproof as they begin to string out. At this stage, Viz here is quite well back in the field, currently about 7th, and would be a good 15 lengths off the lead. A couple of lengths back to Al Mufum in the early strides. Durgam Athbar is towards the back, and last of all is Vika Green. So down the back straight, and a trio of greys, just trying to get a breather in now. Saloum Al Khalidiyah with Nanawa on the outside, although it's not really much of a breather. Nanawa's being ridden along. A glance over the shoulder there by Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah's rider, just to see where the opposition are. He'll see Honeyproof in behind. Right on the wide outside, a Vizier is moving forward, going to be posted wide when they reach the turn, with Nazib Al-Zaham, and now just moving a little bit closer out to the pace is Asfan Al Khalidiyah as well. So out in the lead, Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah, pursued by his brother, Asfan Al Khalidiyah, as the big guns loom. Najib Al-Zaman is 3 wide, and 4 wide will be Vizier, as they've now reached the apex of the turn. So Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah, with now Asfan Al Khalidiyah moving just past his brother. As they straighten, Najib Al-Zaman is on the outside, and pushed along is Vizier as they make the turn in. And it's Asfan Al Khalidiyah who now tries to show that he can see off the opposition. He's pushed 2 lengths clear. From in second place, Najib Al-Zaman. Down the outside, Vizier tries to give chase. So it is the big 3, and at the moment it is Asfan Al Khalidiyah, unbeaten in 16 career starts, who is beginning to
pull away. The battle seems to be on for second, with Vizier on the outside of Najib Al-Zaman, but it is Asfan Al-Khaladiya going clear here in the Obaiyah. A purebred Arabian for the generation, 17 out of 17 lifetime. A punch of the air by his rider as he passes the post. Clear, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Got close for second on the outside, Vizier of Najib Al-Zaman. An honourable run in fourth by Kaswarat Al-Khaladiya, who certainly did his brother proud in fighting out fourth. Bob of the head's going to be, you can see they're going either way. Vizier's head's just going to drop on the line. Maybe that just gives him the advantage for second. They had a great duel. And Najib Al-Zaman, in another era, that would have been a finish for the generations. Instead, this is a horse for the generations. Asfan Al-Khaladiya wins for his rider Abdullah Al-Lawfi and his trainer Nazar Mutlaq.
Frankel, Brigadier Gerard, Farlap, Secretariat, Cigar. Add Asfan Al-Khaladiya to the list. He's 17 for 17. He is the purebred Arabian of purebred Arabians in the colours of Al-Khaladiya stables for Abdullah Al-Lawfi and Nazar Mutlaq. Durgam Athbar, number 3, has lost his jockey after the line, Alexis Moreno. He's not had a lot of luck today. Bring you news on him very shortly. But, Nawaf, what a horse this is, and it was never really in doubt.
He is the best Arabian horse probably I have ever seen. He is always consistent. He always show up in the big day. And you can see today he won easily, comfortably. The two horses I told you they're going to challenge him. They did, but it's very difficult to beat that horse.
Now hits the cold trifecta, Laffit.
Yeah, who do you like in the third? Are you at all surprised at how easily he made it look?
I'm not, actually. It was obvious. For me, it was obvious choice he's going to win. But I thought maybe Fuzair, the number 11, also Najib, the number 6, are the horses that might try on to take him. But, you know, it's difficult when you're facing a horse like that.
You've heard the phrase, horses aren't machines?
Yeah, exactly.
That one's a machine.
He was it looked like he was push button. When you talk about him being a machine, when we watch the replay, you'll be able to see he sat there on the outside, and as soon as they said go, he was like, yes, sir. And when they came to the lead and the rider kind of shook the reins at him, you see him put his head up and just go. That was pretty impressive.
He won last year, like the race yesterday, the turf horse, the turf race, he won it last year. This horse now is shaping up to be a very, very top stallion in Arabians.
So what might be next?
You know, Arabians, they can start doing stallion duties while they're still running. So probably we're going to see that. Maybe he's going to go to Dubai, which they have done before, and they won with Talab Al-Khalidiyah.
And how much more difficult would it be for this horse to win the big race in Dubai, the Kahela Classic, than it would be to win in his own backyard?
I think it's not difficult. They have done it before with a horse that had a lot of injuries, actually, and he went there and won. Now this horse, you know, a lot of people, when Saudi supported the Arabian races, do not want to go into Arabian races. You know why? Because they're going to face those guys. They are the best at what they do. They produced, even the father of this horse, the sire, it was their horse.
How common is it that we see a horse like him that can do a little bit of everything, distance and surface?
He can win 6 furlong and 10 furlong.
Wow. Let's hear from the winning rider. He's with Ollie.
Yeah, Asfan alongside me is going to translate and hear from Abdullah. Just been described the Arabian horse ever.
الحصان ده الحمد لله ما خسر معي وما اتمنى انه يخسر. الحمد لله كلها انتصارات.
He said it's the horse most favorite horse for me, and he never lose with him. And he say I wish he never lose this horse in the future. He happy yesterday for Adil Friday.
Job all round there. Nawaf, this rider, tell me a little bit more about him.
He's my favorite. Why? He have a strong heart. Put him anywhere in the track. the small opening up, he will not hesitate to take it. You can put him on a horse and tell him, please, go and try to win. He reads the race very well. If you go, like if we watch the replay, you would see in 600 meters, right? He pushed his horse earlier a little bit so the others will not cut in him.
So it is bravery that really sets him apart, you feel?
And his reading of the race moments.
Having said all of that, I think they could have strapped all four of us horses back, and there was be it human or equine. To go undefeated in that many contests is quite remarkable.
In sports, perfection, we love winners. And these are the types of horses that breed more fans. The idea that you get a chance to see him race that many times. And I was there when that horse did this. I saw his debut. I saw him go 10 for 10. That's how you grow a fan base, and this horse clearly has a large one here.
What I love is that his full brother ran in the race, his year-older full brother, Kaswarat Al-Khaladiyyah, and Kaswarat Al-Khaladiyyah's ability signals the fact that genetics would suggest that this winner was likely to be a pretty good horse. But then there's that little bit of X factor that the genetics can't quite predict in a horse that's really special, Noah.
Amazing horse. This horse, now he's also still young. Talab Al-Khaladiyyah, their horse, when we went to Dubai, he was 9-year-old and winning in Dubai. So you're gonna see a lot of this horse the next couple of years.
That's him right there in between the second gray off the rail. So you saw him sitting off of his brother earlier on. This hole opens up. He's going to start to quicken away from him. Look at the horse on the far outside. The 11 horse is under a complete all-out drive. And all we're seeing here from Abdullah is a little bit of rein shaking, and he's going to stick his head up and look at right here where he really quickens.
And they are just that little bit mercurial. That jink, that kink of the head, the fact that the rider, unlike riding a thoroughbred, has to be quite dynamic all the time just to keep the revs up.
Yeah, they need that kind of riding. But this horse has the ability, you see, when he changed lead and he started pushing him, he went like quickened right away.
And that is what marks him out. That's what's so unusual.
That's why this horse is special, especially in Arabians. I think this horse is going to be one of the best, if not the best Arabian race horse ever.
A lot of jockeys have had that view chasing this guy around.
Disappearing over the horizon, Asfan Al-Khaladiyyah, 17 for 17 and into the bargain, and we should make good mention of this, the lion's share of $2 million US. Arabian racing all around the world at the highest level, Nawaf, is highly lucrative.
No, I agree. Even if you see his timing right now, it's 2 minutes and 13. The best thoroughbred horses during the local season here, they do it 2 and 8. It's like only 5 against the best.
And you can tell how much this one means to Alafi.
Oh yeah, definitely. It means a lot. Big race, big day, and the best Arabian horses with you, and you're riding the best Arabian horse. It definitely means a lot.
And that just tells you exactly how dominant Asfan Al-Khaladiyyah was, finished in a time of 2:13.72. Vizier did run home in second place, and Najib Al-Zaman was third. I think you said 2:6.11, so maybe it wasn't a cold try, but I'll forgive you.
That's fine.
Still haven't told us who you like in the third.
And much more clear-cut than our first race. First race, tooth and nail, and then we had to survive a lengthy steward's inquiry. The beaks can put their feet up here and enjoy this one at their leisure, as could we. Asfan Al-Khaladiyyah doing it by an official margin of 4 1/4. And I'd say that was pretty conservative when assessing the true superiority of this horse. Vizier second, Najib Al-Zaman in third, and the full brother of the winner, Kaswarat Al-Khaladiyyah, a further 4 lengths back in fourth, and the rest of the field strung out all across Riyadh, and the trophy presentation taking place now. So much more to enjoy with us as the afternoon runs long into the evening. Nawaf, what do you hope for in today's Saudi Cup? As a race fan and as a local, are your aspirations one and the same?
You know what, as a race fan, I'm hoping to see the best race today, right? Because it's the biggest stage of racing, biggest prize, and we're hosting. As a local guy from Saudi, and you know the Saudi Cup prize money up to 10, the first 10. I'm hoping the Saudi owners are the first 7, obviously. But I really think it's very, very difficult to beat the American horse.
Well, this is what is coming up on what promises to be a truly pulsating night of sport.
Even when I was gone, my people would be calling me, and I says, man, I didn't forget how to train a horse. You can bet your life on that. It's simple for me. Being how he got as good as he did, it's just the little things that we put together, and everything that we did around him worked.
Jockey試験10何回落ちたんだそうですけど、なんでそんなトップトレーナーがそんなに落ちたんですか？
JRA に聞いてください。
Good morning, gentlemen. You waiting for me? Yes. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for your cooperation this morning. You're welcome.
Now the Foxes is ready to load onto the lorry, and he will make his short journey up to Stansted, which isn't too far away.
So my role is to look after the horses. So we monitor the horses all the time, and anything that needs treatment, I've got all the stuff on here to do it.
They have put on a show and the world has come to Riyadh. We have had 2 great races so far, 1 thrilling finish, 1 performance of sheer dominance. We can promise you so much more of the same. They've come from all corners of the globe. Who will emerge victorious in the $20 million Saudi Cup? We'll be right back with you after this. Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and welcome to Riyadh, the capital city that has played host to a season that has seen the biggest names in sport and entertainment through its ancient gates, and which today plays host to the world's richest horse race, the $20 million Saudi Cup.
The 4 renewals to date have seen champions crowned from the 4 corners of the racing world.
Miss Shrimp conquers the cup, an upset winner.
shot! Pantalasa takes it for Japan.
But none of those fields with the depth and quality of the one we have assembled here tonight. For the first time ever, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner travels. White Obaiyah from the barn of Rick Dutrow is the main flag bearer of the 5 American hopefuls. But amongst them, the Preakness and Pegasus World Cup winner National Treasure, who looks to break the seconditis that his Hall of Fame trainer Bob Baffert brings into the event.
As so often in the world's top races, the Japanese were all over the Saudi Cup last year, with 4 of the first 5 home, including all-the-way winner Pantalasa. This time, it's a 4-pronged attack. Amongst them, Ushba Tesoro, who bids to make history by becoming the first horse to complete the Dubai World Cup Saudi Cup double.
And don't sleep on the local horses. Power in numbers. Carmel Road and Scotland Yard all look to emulate Emblem Road, who was the hero of 2022.
4 editions of unscripted, high-stakes sporting theatre promise a 5th that could lay claim not just to being the richest race in the world, but also the very best.
14 go to post, $20 million in prize money. This is the 2024 Saudi Cup.
King Abdulaziz Racecourse wants to drive from downtown Riyadh now, cheek by jowl with the Middle East's fastest growing metropolis, and now combining that centuries-old tradition of horsemanship with the grandeur of sporting ambition as the stage for the 5th Saudi Cup, the world's richest horse race, $20 million on the line. Nick Luck with you here alongside Michelle Yu. We've had 2 races already on what is a sultry, sizzling day here in Saudi Arabia, but the best is very much yet to come as we welcome you from all corners of the globe, and an especially warm welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports. Michelle, what a day in prospect.
It's been amazing so far. Like you said, we've had some intrigue. We've had an absolutely dominating performance. If that is any inclination of what we're going to get for the rest of the card, buckle up.
Clearly, there's going to be very strong European interest, particularly in the turf races today. But you feel the main event is a straight fight, a straight shootout between the United States and Japan. It'll have to go some to better last year when the land of the rising sun was dominant as dusk fell here in Riyadh.
13 runners contesting over 1,800 metres, the richest race in the world.
From the west coast of the United States to the Far East in Japan, who become such a dominant force. Saudi Cup worth $20 million.
非常に爽やかというか、プレッシャーはなかったですね。楽しみしかなかったです。とにかく僕が自分で一番枠引いちゃったんで。とにかくスタート出てくれなくて逃げらんなかったら終わるって思ってましたから、とにかくスタート出てダッシュが効いてくれて、まずここで1回目のよしっていう思いでした。
Has outwell Pantalasa on the inside, and the 3 from the inside gates are the ones that are cutting out the early fractions.
まあ日本のアメリカの馬が思ったほど競ってこなかったんで、2番手がジオグリフで、まあこれであればこれ以上は来ないだろうから、自分のペースでいけるなって道中思ってました。
But Pantalasa really now beginning to press on, has the advantage from his second geoglyph.
まあとにかく気持ちよさそうに走ってますよね。それがこの馬にとって何よりです。
Pantalasa on the home turn, geoglyph, Tiber as the Japan Army's muster.
直線向いた時に、あ、これはいいレースになるなって、ここら辺で、これは勝負になるなと思いましたけども。
Pantalassa moves back to the rails, has the advantage. Japan all over the place here. They have the first four.
で残り150でジオグリフが止まったんですね。これでもしかしたらと思ったんですけども、カントリーグラマーが最後まで安心はさせてくれなかったですけども。
Right down the outside, Country Grammar is staying on, but Pantalassa is lasting home. 50 yards to go. Pantalassa, Country Grammar on the sea late, but too late. Pantalassa takes it for Japan.
本当に夢のようでしたね、勝った瞬間。
If in doubt, just run everything you have. And Japan have won the Saudi Cup.
日本の皆さん、こんばんは。サウジアラビアで、大きいサウジカップ勝ちました。応援ありがとうございます。やりました。
このうちの厩務員も池田厩務員もそういう心境だったと思いますし、彼のキャリアのラストにこんなことが起こるなんて本当に競馬の神様がいたんだなっていう感じでした。
And you could make a very strong case that the challenge this year from Japan is even stronger than last, which is saying something, given that they had 4 of the first 5 home, something they had wanted right since the inception of this great event. Michelle alongside me once again. But Michelle, the challenge from the United States this year, and the US not successful since the inaugural Saudi Cup, is a deep one. Just how deep?
I think it's very deep. When you take a look at it, we're going to get the horse that won the Preakness, which is the second leg of racing's Triple Crown, and we have that horse in National Treasure. Now, he also came back to show he's turning into a really good older horse. He won the Pegasus World Cup, which is kind of the race right before this that everyone geared towards. So he's got some really great form. Of course, we have White Obaiyah, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nick, this is the first time we're going to see a Breeders' Cup Classic winner competing here in Saudi. So that's altogether exciting. And then we've got just enough of those extra horses to say, let's make it interesting. We have a total of 5 horses running here stateside. I think overall the other 3, Saudi Crown, Senor Buscador, and Hoist the Gold, probably wouldn't be considered as the best of the U.S., but they're enough to be nagging around for the pace. They're enough to kind of upset other horses, and obviously they're taking up a spot in the starting gate with some good races coming into it. It wouldn't be unheard of if any of them hit the border one here.
Can I ask you a little bit more about White Obaiyah? White Obaiyah, the horse who won the Whitney at Saratoga last year before going on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, for his new trainer, Rick Dutrow, who'd served a 10-year suspension prior to his comeback last year. New trainer, new horse?
You know, he is a new trainer, almost the same horse. Can we just say that? I mean, he was already good, right? He won a Grade 1 for his previous trainer, Safi Joseph. He won the Grade 1 Florida Derby. So it's not like Dutrow took him out of the claiming ranks and turned him into a champion.
I suppose what I'm trying to ask is, could the curve be upward still? Could there be yet more to come, or has Dutrow squeezed everything he can out of this horse?
I don't think so. I think if you look at the way that Dutrow has managed this horse, the timing he's put between his races, and kind of Dutrow's frame of mind, which is you should run a really good horse once every 3 months. It gives them time to build up to that crescendo, have that big race, come back down, and then continue on and ramp up again. You can't constantly be on a peak. You always have to go down. So he's built that schedule in for White Obaiyah, so that White Obaiyah always is still trying to achieve something. Now, does he need to get better than the Breeders' Cup Classic to win here? I don't know. Maybe if he brings that same A game, he could still just be the very best horse in this race.
It is not just, however, the next few hours about the $20 million Saudi Cup. We've got some wonderful supporting races, both on the main dirt track and on the turf. And we start just quietly, but for $500,000 with the Saudi International Handicap, Michelle.
Yes, we're looking at a horse, my Frankel in there for Jimmy Jerkins, former expat from the U.S. You might know his dad, Alan Jerkins. We called him the Giant Killer, Nick.
A Saudi Derby, this could be a very exciting prospect. Forever young, the big hope for Japan. Could Japan have a realistic Kentucky Derby hopeful on their hands? You are going to find out at 5 o'clock local time. Then the first of our 2 sprints.
Yeah, the Riyadh dirt sprint there, and I like 2s for Bupat Samir. He's an 8-length winner of the Dubawi in his last out over in Maidan. He makes his Saudi Arabia debut here, and he has looked tremendous this week.
13:51, paying homage to the history of Saudi Arabia. The turf sprint at 6:25. Then the Neom Turf Cup, upgraded since the brilliant victory of Mostadaf last year. And then an intriguing staying handicap, the second most valuable of its kind, at 7:50. The Saudi Cup, $20 million. at 8:40, with you through until 9 o'clock local time. One intriguing American contender in the Saudi Cup itself is Hoist the Gold, trained by Dallas Stewart, a horse who laid it all out when fourth in the Pegasus World Cup at Gulfstream Park last time, and ridden by the most decorated jockey here today, John Velasquez, who's been speaking to our own Tom Stanley.
I'm with the most decorated man in the weighing room, Johnny Velasquez. It's great to have him here. You've got 4 rides today. We'll touch on 2 of them, I guess the most likely of them. One in the big one, Hoist the Gold. And let's start with my Frankel. He's got some good form coming out here, good form in the UK, and you must be looking forward to the ride.
Absolutely. I think you know him better than me. I've seen him for a long time. I'm waiting to see when I get to the paddock, talk to Jimmy Jerkin to see what he expects out of the horse and where to be placed, and we go from there.
I mean, what are you expecting? Do you have any expectations about riding out here today?
I don't have any expectations. I'm just waiting to see what Jimmy tells me about the horse, and then see a little bit of how the competition goes and place him where he's comfortable, I believe, and then we go from there, yeah.
Well, let's skip to Hoist the Gold. We've spent all week discussing the pace in the race, and I think we've decided your horse is the fastest. Now, I don't know if that's true. What do you think?
Well, I think he's the fastest. He might not be the fastest out of the gate, but I think he's the faster of all of them, definitely. I will have to come out there running and put him into the race, and I think he's the faster of all of them, except if somebody goes really fast, and then I try to see it of whatever is trying to go faster than me.
Yeah. So take me to the minds of the guys here, particularly on the speed horses. Like, do you work it out the gates? Do you make that split-second decision and decide who goes forward, who gets the rail, or are you at all costs to get there?
In my case, I had to come out there running no matter what. He's not very good from the gate, so I had to come out there running and put him into a position where he's not all crowded up. You know, he doesn't like to be in between horses, basically. So I want to come out of there running. If somebody else wants to go faster than then, I let him go. But the first part of the race, I have to, commit a little bit. Yeah,
you've got to be aggressive from there to get in there. What about the one turn 1800 for your horse?
Well, that's the question that we always had. At least this is one turn, and hopefully that helps him. I think the distance is not, at least in America, going 1 mile, and he galloped out really well. So hopefully the distance won't hurt him too much. The difference today is there's a lot more pace than what he had in America, yes.
Great to have you here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Run over 2,100 meters.
على مسافة 2100 متر.
Worth $500,000.
بجائزة وقدرها $500,000.
The Saudi International Handicap.
شوط السعودي الدولي.
Get straight into the action then. This race due off at 4:20 local time. The man calling the races for you this afternoon and deep into the evening. It is good afternoon to Richard Hoyles.
Hello, Nick. Yes, welcome everyone. And this race is designed to try and encourage international competition that maybe not at the highest level by providing a handicap for the runners. And it's nice to see Spain, for example, with 3 runners, the Czech Republic and Norway all amongst the countries represented. They are headed by a Saudi runner, however. Number 1, Finest Sound for Joel Rosario. 2, Gomon, Alberto Sala for Bahrain. 3, My Frankel. We've heard from John Velasquez, and 4, Flying Visit, Ricardo Pereira. They are both for Saudi. Number 5, the Kovacs Kid is a non-runner. The reserve has been promoted. More of that in a moment. 6 is Zagato for globetrotting Neil Callan and Bahrain. 7 is King Shalah for Faleh Bouganem, and he represents Qatar, as does number 8 Salawi in a distinguishing red cap for Mikel Barcelona, who had a very good night in Dubai yesterday evening. Number 9 is Austral for Christophe Soumillon. 10 is Furiosa, the first of the Spanish runners for Vaclav Janacek. 11, Slava Ukraini in the Ukraine colours worn by William Buick. 12 is Finely Tune for Jaime Gallabert for Jesus Lopez. Another one for Spain, as is number 13, Sirok, who comes back after finishing 4th last year. Christian Demuro would have been on the mark here this evening. 14 is Abba for Flavien Prat. And 15 is the promoted reserve because the Kovacs Kid came out in time for Camillo Ospina's mount Khartoum to be promoted. 14 runners, wide range of countries represented: Spain, Norway, Czech Republic, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain and Qatar as well.
So runners are on their way down for our 3rd race, and sun just beginning to peep behind the clouds as dusk begins to fall here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse, and the runners are in the paddock right behind our presentation position here. You have the best seat in the house, and it's great to have you with us. Michelle Yu alongside me. Always great to be alongside Michelle.
Oh, you're so nice, Nick. It's so much fun to be alongside you.
flattery will get you everywhere. If you're still saying that at 9 o'clock, we'll be very happy. Now, this is the most interesting story of the early part of our show. Slava Ukraini, ridden by William Buick, in those Ukraine colors.
Yeah, his name actually means glory to Ukraine. Looking at this horse, he's bringing in several straight victories, and this is the international handicap. You heard Richard mention countries the horses are from. Nice to see him in here, hailing from Norway and Sweden most recently.
And Tom Stanley has more with connections.
Yeah, Nels Peterson here, who, look, I'm sure you're excited to see how this horse goes. First of all, do we forget the run on the dirt, and this turf is going to suit better?
Absolutely. He had a couple of good runs on the turf in Dubai last year, and he ran on dirt back home all the season. So, yeah, the dirt race, forget about all that. And after then, he's had 5 runs on the turf and won all 5, obviously in a different company in this.
What's the journey been like with all the guys behind you, who I know they're your close friends, and I'm sure you thoroughly enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, we have a good time. I mean, it's enormous. I mean, to come here with all what's done for us and the whole, how you say, I mean, the whole atmosphere around this big bus, and I think the guys appreciate it a lot. I mean, so I think, yeah, everybody's really enjoying it.
And he's trained in Norway by yourself a day, and he's ridden by a Norwegian now, so we're keeping the Scandinavian connection going. I guess it's great to have Will on board.
Of course it is. I know William since young, 10 years old or something. So, of course, we go a long way back, and it's always, when we are away from Norway, it's fantastic when we can have him on board, of course. And yeah, it's a good little story, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'm going to let you give the leg up to Will. I'm just going to grab Jacob behind if I can steal you away. Jacob, I guess you're the catalyst for the naming of this horse. You live in Ukraine.
Yeah, I have lived there for six years and stayed when the war started.
And it must give you, I don't know, a huge sense of pride to see these colours carried, and to victory, the amount of times he's won races.
It is amazing for me, the family, and all the people and friends in Ukraine that is following the horse.
How do you feel about today?
I don't think I can explain it. Butterflies all over stomach.
Do you have a sort of expectation with a horse like this, or almost everything from now is a bonus because of how much he's achieved?
A long time ago, it was a bonus.
Yeah.
You need to, just enjoy every moment with this. It's an incredible horse. It's an incredible story. Yeah, we love it.
We wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, well, as we speak...
So, I mean, Keith Otterson in conversation with Jimmy Jerkins. Keith, can I just have a very quick word? Because the horses have actually left the paddock. Just give us an update.
They have. It's just to make sure we're safer here. We've got a small delay to proceedings at the moment for protocol reasons.
Okay. Do you know roughly how long that delay will be?
We'll be told in due course when we'll be able to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll keep our ear to the ground with that. Jimmy, could I just bring you in, because you've got a couple in here from a very famous racing dynasty. You've been out here since May. What do you make of it all out here?
You know, it took some getting used to, for sure, but you know, the nicest part is learning some of the horses and what what has speed and who doesn't, and there's no way of seeing otherwise. There's nothing published to let you size up a race or handicap a race. So that took some getting used to. It's not, of course, you worry about having your horse as good as you can, but it would, as far as strategy, it'd be nice to know who else has got speed and who doesn't, and that kind of stuff. But it's been good. It's a beautiful track. Type's a lot different, but we legged up a lot of horses for this meet there, and we ran there also too. So I think we had a nice mix. Running and getting ready for here. So, but overall, it's been. I think we did well.
We obviously have a little bit of a delay, so perhaps I could extend that and just ask you a further question on that. In terms of training the horses, does it take much adaptation? You're obviously from, as I say, a famous racing dynasty. You're steeped in racing history. Did you have to adjust in any areas?
Well, Type took some getting used to. It was very, very slow, and there's a fine line to getting your horse fit and then overdoing it and possibly injuring something. So I think it seems like they needed at least one run over it no matter what you did, for them to do their best running. And I might next year I might do that, as opposed to might run them a little sooner and run them fit. You just got to make sure they're not. You gotta have them ready enough to where they won't get hurt. That's the worst thing is for them to do something they're not ready for. But at the same time, we maybe Honky Tonk Man, and he was the only one that took to it right away and ran good off his works. The others, no matter what I did, I liked them, and they didn't make it past the head of the stretch. So
it's the beauty of horse racing. No matter how many years you've been in it, you're always learning in this game, aren't you?
Yeah. And this, this track is a lot different. The horses were in good shape when they got here. We backed up on the training a little bit and freshened them up, and they all popped pretty good. We've had, like any time, we had a couple of disappointments I wasn't really expecting, but for the most part, it's been very good.
Horses are back in the paddock, so very quickly, what are your expectations from Finest Sound and My Frankel?
Well, Finest Sound is a turf horse. I'm not sure this is a optimal distance. I think he's more of a middle distance turf horse, which you don't have here. We tried him on the dirt. He ran okay in very tough open races going a mile, but he just couldn't keep it up. And I wanted to find a turf spot for him, and tried to shut him down a little bit in the morning. So hope he's not too rank coming off those races and now going this long. But that's why I put Joel on him. He's master at that. He can make a horse settle down and behave. So but he is a quality turf horse. And My Frankel, he ran good in both the races I ran him in. He needed the first one, probably finished third, and then came back and won the Crown Prince Cup. Jimmy Doyle rode him great, and I'm not sure. I think he might be a tiny bit better on the dirt than the turf. I don't know, but might have more to do with the tactics that. He's a free-running horse. He doesn't want you messing with him too much, but at the same time, you can't let him run off either. So, and Johnny rides a lot of those kind of horses. He's got a lot of experience at it. So.
Well, you're a master trainer and you're a master at extended interviews. Jimmy, thank you very much and best of luck here.
Thank you very much.
Top man.
An admirably comprehensive effort from Jimmy Jerkins with Ollie Bell there in the circumstances, which are as opaque to us as they are to you. The runners have been taken out of the main parade ring and have gone back into the saddling boxes. You heard from Clerk of the Course Keith Otterson. He used to be Clerk of the Course at Newbury Racecourse in England. He's recently moved out here, and he was telling Ollie Bell a few moments ago that for protocol reasons horses have been moved back, and once he's been given the go-ahead, the horses will be back in the main paddock and we'll get them down to post. Michelle.
I thought it was interesting. They actually split the field up. So they brought in 8 to the back and then left the first 7 out. And then they brought the first 7 in. And it looks like there's only part of the horses in this area.
But one thing we've learned after being here for 5 years is to always expect the slightly unexpected. So we are past post time already. It'll be a little while. It'll certainly be more than 10 minutes or so. So with that in mind, we're going to introduce you to one of the leading contenders for the 2024 Saudi Cup. White Obaiyah won the Breeders' Cup Classic, having won the Whitney at Saratoga. He is the horse on most people's lips and the likeliest US winner of today's race. And Michelle has been along to meet up with his connections.
Rick, I want to start with the Breeders' Cup Classic. What was your emotion like on that day?
Overwhelming. Still is. Watching him win and, just being around him. He's exciting for us. I just like being around him and watching him from afar. Mm-hmm. We just love watching him.
Now, progressing into Saudi, what is it like for you getting him ready for the richest race in the world?
It's truly exciting for us. All the work has been done with him, and he's in a zone that I wish every horse that ever lived was in that kind of zone. It's just so cool to see them where they're so happy and so confident and so just, they're mighty, and that's what he is, man. He thinks he can take on the world. Just breathed this morning. Man, he looked good. But what looks better is seeing Emily's face after the breeze. That is striking, man. It's just, you can just tell that there's no way he could be doing any better just by seeing her face.
What's it been like going from, oh yeah, I'm just getting on this horse, to, oh, by the way, I galloped the Breeders' Cup Classic winner?
Well, even before then, I kind of was thinking I was getting on like just some random claiming horse that I had to go fix. And yeah, it turns out to be White Obaiyah, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a big step up from a claiming horse. But yeah, it's been great.
He's obviously very quirky. Can you tell us a little bit about his personality and how you guys have come to kind of be friends?
I was just about to say he's a little spoiled and loves his peppermints. If you don't stop by his stall and give him a peppermint, he'll paw and stare at you till you do.
We've gone through like 700 a day. Are we sponsored by peppermints yet? I want to go back to just the Breeders' Cup Classic. What was that day like for you?
That was a little nerve-wracking. I kid you not, so many nightmares the night before. I was waking up every hour with a different dream that I was late, I missed the morning gallop, my car broke down, and when I did wake up on time, mind you, but we let him have a little blowout down the lane, and that morning he was kind of quiet, and I told Rick, I was like, he's a little quiet today, like, and Rick didn't say anything. He was just like, all right, see you later. I'm like, okay. And I was like, well, my job's done, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. But going into the receiving barn, I was looking at him and the other horses, and like he was like the smallest one. I was like, dang, okay, these are like pretty solid horses, and he's this like little itty bitty compact horse.
Oh, hi.
And
hello. I
went to give him a pet right before he went out, and he kind of just gave me this look like, I got this. And yeah.
Excuse me, you have to pay the toll if you want to pet the horse.
Honestly.
They're off in the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic.
During the race, where were you?
You're gonna make me tear up.
Well, that's good. We like emotion.
No, it was an awesome day, and we were very proud of him. So it was just great to be a part of the team and see him run a huge race.
White Obaiyah won the Breeders' Cup Classic over Diriyah Jockey.
Is he ready?
Yes, he is.
Rick Dutrow is back in the big race, and he's going to enjoy it.
Looking at this year's edition, is this one of the deepest renewals?
It looks like it. You know, whoever wins it's going to be the man.
Do you go and watch Diriyah Jockey's replays? Do you look at Ushba Tesoro, or do you just worry about White Obaiyah?
Yeah, I haven't watched any of them. I didn't even watch the Pegasus. I could care less. The only thing he needs to nail is to get over the trip the right way.
Yeah.
If he does that, he's going to be a tough customer to beat, because this mile and an eighth around one turn, it seems like they called him up and said, hey, what do you want to do here? And he would say to them, make it a mile and an eighth around one turn. So I feel that if he is himself the day of the race, that he's got the best chance to win that race.
How do we know if he's himself? What are we looking for?
I got to tell you, Michelle, when he ran in the Breeders' Cup, I was around all day long. And he went back in his stall the whole day, and he went into a zone. And he just stayed there until he went to the paddock and ran his race. This horse is just so much like a human being. He is so aware of everything having to do with him. Man, and when he ran that, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, man, this guy went into a zone. He went into his zone. He didn't want anybody messing with him that day. He didn't want to come out for his candies. He was serious about what he was doing. He knew he was in. He knew somebody was going to come in there, put a bridle on him, and he was zoning out, and it's exciting. If he does that in Saudi, I'm going to be licking my lips the whole way to the paddock with him.
Practicality. For you, from being away from the game for 10 years, did he give you some validation, like, I can still train a damn good racehorse?
Well, never thought that I couldn't. Even when I was gone, my people would be calling me, and I said, man, I didn't forget how to train a horse. You can bet your life on that. It's simple for me. So, you know, just with him being how he got as good as he did, it's just the little things that we put together, and everything that we did around him worked.
You've been part of so many big racing days. Do you still get the buzz when you get to the track on Breeders' Cup Day or on Saudi Cup night? Are you going to feel it inside?
Yes, I feel it now.
Yeah.
I'm shaking right now. I mean, this is exciting stuff, man. A $20 million race. My mom is going crazy. I mean, my dad used to run for 10,000. We were so happy.
Yeah.
Now a $20 million race. She is just, can't believe it.
Did you pack all his peppermints?
Yes, he cannot go anywhere without them. That's how we control him. Come on, man.
I think he controls us. I think he controls us.
Yes, he does. We're happy, man.
The horse carrying so many American hopes today in the $20 million Saudi Cup. Significant delay to our third race here today. The Thoroughbred Handicap. Saddles are off in the saddling barns here. This race was due off 10 minutes ago. There is a staffing issue on the infield at the moment, and as part of royal protocol, awaiting arrival of dignitaries later, that has to be resolved before racing can proceed. So that is why we are delayed at present. Everybody safe and sound here in Riyadh, and we'll be off and away just as soon as we can. Ushba, the big hope for the US in the $20 million Saudi Cup Laffit, trained by Rick Dutrow. Michelle and I were speaking a little bit earlier on about this horse's, well, not new lease of life, but certainly big step forward since Rick Dutrow took over the training of him from Safi Joseph Jr. How has Dutrow's re-entry into American racing been received by the US racing public?
Dutrow's story that he was suspended for 10 years and medication violations and multiple infractions. It was heavy-handed, and I think that was general consensus. But the bottom line is he did the time, and now he's back. And while the rest of the world was watching the Kentucky Derby, I believe the first Saturday in May, that's when Dutrow won his first race once his license was reinstated. And then 6 months later, he winds up at the winner's circle of one of the most prestigious races in the world, the Breeders' Cup Classic with Ushba. And just listening to that feature and listening to Dutrow talk about Ushba, Michelle, he's genuinely in awe. Like the first time I watched Magic Johnson, the first time I watched Wayne Gretzky, like in awe. That's what it feels like, sounds like Rick Dutrow just observing Ushba as an individual.
Well, I think what he did was he took Ushba and he just made, he said, a few little tweaks. Really what it came down to was he fixed his feet. He said he had some terrible feet going on, and we knew we had a quality horse because he was a previous Grade 1 winner, but when you have someone like Rick, who's been around for so long and has gotten so much out of a lot of horses, I think it was just a simple thing where he saw something, he changed it, and it has really changed Ushba. By the way, that's a nice look right there at Shirley Jerkins on your right in the blue. That is the wife of Jimmy Jerkins. She's actually made the trip over here. She's moved to Saudi Arabia to be with Jimmy, and that was their daughter. She just flew in for the weekend.
That's a family affair. There's another family affair in this upcoming race as well, because Alban de Mule trains Silawi, and his nephew Jean de Mule trains Austral. Austral's the mount of Christophe Soumillon, and the trainer is with Tom Stanley.
Jean de Mule with me then. You're here off the back of great success back in Qatar where you train, and this horse has been in good form there.
Yeah, he's a horse who has improved a lot from the day he arrived in Qatar. He's by Zelzal. He's a horse who really has changed physically and who really appreciate the firm surface, fast track. So that's why the horse improved a lot this season. His rating was good enough to be part of this race. So, well, it's a handicap. We picked a good draw, so hopefully it will go well.
Yeah, it's a handicap, and there's very good prize money, right? I mean, what have you assessed the rest of the field? I guess you know your Uncle Alban, his runners pretty well, but as far as the strength of the field goes, what do you think?
Actually, it's going to be a question mark for me for the horses trained locally. I don't know about the ratings they have, but for the horses in Spain, Norway, Alban horses, my uncle, I know them. So the field is strong for that kind of handicap. I think Silawi for Watan is going to be the huge hot favorite. But, well, we are here to be competitive against them.
What's he like? Obviously, we've got a delay here. What's he like mentally? He'll be fine with this?
He's a super easy horse. He loves the fast ground. Picked a good draw. He's super easy to ride. So there is just one thing. It's the first time he's gonna run over 2,100 meters. Last time it was 2,000 meters. He finished second in the big handicap in Qatar. Yeah, that's the only question mark, but because he got some quality, I think he will cover it.
Jean, good luck. I'm going to bring in Christophe Soumillon, your rider, if I can. Christophe, thanks for your time. I know we have a little delay here, but the good news is Jean says your horse is he's very sound and it won't be affecting him.
Yeah, he was really relaxed before the race. He won probably the most calm horse in the paddock. So we just hope we're not going to wait too long. But yeah, all the horses get the saddle off now, so we're going to have to resaddle them, and they look, most of them, quite good, so we'll see.
What do you think about the distance? Obviously, Jean was saying there it's an unknown. Do you ride him with that in mind, or to try and get the trip on?
For sure, I will ride him both ways. It's gonna depends how good I'm going to be in the last turn. If I'm traveling well and he's able to go and nobody is around, I will try my chance. But for sure, if I can feel it's a bit tough, I will ride him more for a place chance. But today, I think it's a great race for him. He's well handicapped, but on this track, I think it's better to have horses with a bit of speed than horses with stamina, because you need to be sometimes close from the pace. The turns are quite sharp.
And is that part of the quick ground as well, that you need a horse that can quicken?
Yeah, as well. He looks in great shape. Jean is very happy with him, so we're going to ride him positive. We have a good draw, so if we can settle just third, fourth, fifth behind the lead, that will be great.
What are you thinking about Al Nair later
on? The horse had a great run last time in Dubai. I took the lead and he a little bit looked around. Today the track is a bit different than Medan. I will prefer to have a better draw in the inside. I'm drawn 10. So we will see how the race starts. But same, if I can ride in 5th, 6th position, not too far back, and be able to follow horses until the last 200 meters, I think that will be great for him. He likes to have horses like targets. So he's in great shape. His trainer is very happy. His rider as well. So today I think he can finish in the first 3 if he's great form from last time in Medan.
Yeah, with Siscani winning. Is he likely to improve for that run, do you think, or was he fully ready for that?
No, he's going to improve, but I didn't give him an easy run. Last time it was not like really a prep race. I have to fight hard until the end, but everybody in the team says the horse is coming back really well after the run, so we're going to trust them.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Christophe Soumillon, one of the finest riders in the world, and taking them out on Austral in the Al Shakab Racing Silks for young trainer Jean de Mieul in our race coming up. You may hear the bell behind us, which means that horses and riders have been given the green lights to head to the start for this delayed 3rd race. Yes, we're back up and running here in Riyadh. You won't miss a thing.
Run over 2,100 meters.
على مسافة 2100 متر.
Worth $500,000.
بجائزة وقدرها $500,000.
The Saudi International Handicap.
شوط السعودي الدولي.
So we transfer our attentions then to the turf course for the first time this evening. 2,100 metres, a reminder of the runners who are proceeding down towards the start, which is just off the home turn, so they complete just over a circuit. 1 is Finest Sound, Joel Rosario. 2 is Gomon, Alberto Sanna. And 3, My Frankel, John Velasquez. 4, Flying Visit, Ricardo Ferreira. 5, The Absentee. 6 is Zagato, wearing a dark cap now, with Neil Callan aboard. 7, King Shalar, the yellow cap, Fale Bugenheim. And 8, Silawi, the red cap, Mikel Barcelona. 9, Austral, heard from Christoph Sumion. 10, Furioso, first of the Spanish runners, Vaclav Janacek. Then number 11, Slavia Ukraini, representing Norway, running in the Ukraine flag colours. Number 12 is Finely Tuned, another Spanish runner for Jaime Guillabert. 13 is Sarok, Christian De Muro. 14, ABBA for Flavian Pratt. And the reserve was promoted because the non-runner came out in time, and that reserve is the local horse, 15, Khartoum for Camillo Ospina. So 14 runners, 2,100 metres, and the turf course in use for the first time today.
So now on their way to post and rapidly picking up time here ahead of our third race. It's due off at 4:20 local time. I think we're looking at somewhere around 4:50 probably for the revised off time, and then we'll be trying to claw back some of that time during the course of the afternoon into the evening. It's a delightful day now. The sun has just dipped a little bit. We've come down from a high of 91 degrees to around low 80s. It suits my co-hosts Michelle Yu and Laffit Pincay just fine.
I could do without the wind.
Come on, you can't have everything. You can't have everything.
Much more comfortable now. These types of delays, Michelle, how does that complicate things for the trainers and the horses as they're forced to wait a little bit longer until post time?
You know, as some horses, it's really going to affect. We saw the 13 out here, and he has been riled up the whole time. Sir Roke, he had his mind on other things. He was able to calm down, then he was kind of amped up again. So this kind of thing is certainly messing with some horses, but most of them, as you can see, they're old campaigners. They know what's going on. It's not that big of a deal to go back and stand. But you have to think, Laffit, it's not only this race that it's affecting, it's the next, it's the subsequent races. The horses here are stabled really far from the racetrack. They actually have to get in a van on most occasions and get over here to the race day stable. So if those are on any kind of a schedule for the end night card, I don't think they bring up every horse at once. Well, you might be ready to go, and then the horses haven't come yet.
It is a magnificent facility, and it's getting bigger and better with each passing year. And during the course of this week, it's played host to some quite spectacular events.
Good evening, Your Royal Highnesses. Welcome ahead of the draw for the world's richest race, the 2024 Saudi Cup.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ushba Tesoro.
Crown Pride for Japan.
Lemon Pop, Carmel Road. Defunded.
My word, we're in for a treat. Good night.
Good night.
The Best Saudi International Jockeys Challenge. One of them will be crowned champion in 4 races time. As they race up towards the line, and it's a very good success in the end. But they race towards the line. Marilyn Neom rides the winner. South Africa roaring at home. Prefontaine coming fast, but it's South Africa home in front.
Marilyn Neom, who collected first prize and the Invest Saudi International Jockeys Challenge Trophy for 2024.
That was yesterday, Friday afternoon, the International Jockeys Challenge. And this is now the delayed NHC Saudi International Handicap. $500,000 on the table here. Briefly, who wins this race, Laffit Pincay?
Anaaf told me My Frankel.
There we are. Here's Richard Hoyles.
Frankel in the red cap, 4 off the fence as they jump away. Slava Ukraini is one of the first to show, and also showing up the red cap of Silawi. Furioso splitting the pair and is moving forward, trying to bag the running rail as they head past the stands in front of us. So out in the lead, it's Furioso. Slava Ukraini grabs hold and takes the trail, is continuing to push on towards the outside is Silawi as they turn away. Just then in 4th place is Flying Visit in the orange and blue colours as they make the turn. They're being tracked through by Khartoum, who races in 5th at this stage. My Frankel settles in midfield, racing on the inside at this stage of King Shalar in the gold cap as they prepare to move into the back straight. Zagato comes next as they just begin to stretch out slightly as they make the turn, and they're heading towards now the 1400 metre point. Just behind these, towards the back of the pack early on, ABBA is well back, and also being rousted along is Finely Tuned right at the back of the field, who is strung out by the tune of 10 to 12 lengths. As out in the lead, it is Silawi who's towing them along. A very long way behind is Sarok. I'm not sure exactly where he lost that amount of ground, maybe out of the stalls, but he is a good 30 lengths behind the other runners. So out in the lead, it is still the red cap of Silawi who shows the way. In second, the orange and blue colours of Flying Visit as they prepare to leave the back straight. Just behind these, Furioso races in 3rd, Khartoum is in 4th. The blue and yellow colours of Slava Ukraini races in 5th place, just ahead of King Shalar, as they prepare to leave the back straight now and head towards the final 600. Trying to make a move is King Shalar, who is towards the outside, right round the outside. Zagato with an optimistic run. Widest of all is the grey Goman as they straighten up. Still dictating, it's Silawi for Mikel Barcelona. Ask for a little bit more. Furioso, Khartoum just hanging. Does Slava Ukraini no favours? ABBA's trying to bury up the inside running rail. Finest Sound as well, but they're yet to get to Silawi, who has 2 lengths. King Shalar, his stable companion, coming out after the leader. Furioso, Gomon, My Frankel are the next 2, but it's King Shalar who's hit the front from Silawi as they head up towards the line, and at the line it is King Shalar. King Shalar beat My Frankel, just possibly 3rd Silawi, and in 4th place Finest Sound. Very close between 2 sets of pairs of colours, filling out the first 4 positions. Goban was next, then Khartoum. ABBA didn't get a lot of luck up the running rail. A few of them didn't, but you can see it's the blue and gold and the red and white that fight out the finish. 1st and 3rd, I think, for King Shalar and Silawi, 2nd and 4th for My Frankel and Finest Sound. Silawi set it up, but King Shalar for Palais Guggenheim, Alban Demi couldn't hold on for a 1-2, but won the race with King Shalar home in front.
And this is a big result for Qatar and for the ruling family of Qatar as well, and their new and burgeoning racing enterprise, Watnan Racing. The brainchild of the Emir Sheikh Tamim. Fala Guggenheim, a Qatar-based jockey riding for Alban Demir, who's been champion trainer in that nation for a long time. King Shalar winning, My Frankel 2nd. In the first colours of Watnan, Silawi got a cute ride in front from Mikel Barcelona in 3rd, and 4th was Finest Sound. But King Shalar, really important win for Fala Guggenheim, coming down the outside late, and Alban Demir saddles the 1st and the 3rd in our NHC Saudi International Handicap.
I thought it was just a really good effort there from King Shalar. He is very patient. Silawi, his stablemate, made all the early running. I thought it was a good ride from Mikel Barcelona. It's kind of what we expect to see from him, sending horses out in front, and it set it up obviously perfectly for his running mate.
Barcelona trying to steal this thing. He's in front there. Long distance turf racing here at King Abdulaziz. Speed holds, something to keep in mind looking ahead to the Neom Turf Cup and of course the Red Sea Turf Handicap. But in this case, King Shalar from off the pace lengthens his stride, runs down the leaders and goes on to a sharp victory here in the 3rd.
We heard from Jimmy Jerkins, who was talking about Finest Sound, maybe wanted to be a middle distance horse. He wasn't sure if he really wanted this much ground. I don't know, from that view it looked like that horse wanted all of that ground right there.
Yeah, really interesting mixed pedigree the winner's got by a sprinter in Shalar, but out of a mare by Turtle Bowl, who was a very good middle distance horse in France, and certainly taking after the dam side of the pedigree in Shalar. The stallion raced for another Qatari concern, Al Shakab Racing, and this one, King Shalar, has beaten stable companion Silawi with My Frankel, bisecting the pair in 2nd, and running a good race for Jimmy Jerkins and John Velasquez.
We'll forgive Nawaf for this one.
2nd.
We'll forgive that this one. He's not, nobody's automatic. A good run from Frankel, but yeah, it's a sensational performance. King Shalar finding another gear, really accelerating late to put this one away.
Yeah, the distances were 1 1/4 and 3/4 of a length. I did wonder whether Mikel Barcelona had stolen it in the first silks of Vatnan Racing, but Fale Bugenheim had other ideas, and this is a big, big day for him to come to a race day as prestigious as this on the global stage and to strike. And this horse has finished with plenty of run.
What an improvement from last year also. He tried to kind of take the same path and he ended up being beat 15 lengths.
Let's join Ollie, who's with the winning rider.
Sure am, Nick. Second in this race 2 years ago. I saw you let out a huge cheer crossing the line. How impressed were you by this horse today?
I am very happy. Thank for the owner and the trainer. They support me to come here and to ride one race in Saudi Cup. The morning rider, he said to me, be confident, he was good. And we follow the trainer plan. And I was very happy with my place from the beginning. And when I asked him, he gave me good turn of foot. He changed his left hand and he gave me a big turn of foot.
It was a hugely impressive win. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
King Shalar returning victorious. Alban Demure, a French trainer, but for many years has been dominant in Qatar, training for many of the leading ownership concerns surrounding the ruling families. And this another noteworthy triumph for him. This nation had its own big festival last week. The Emir Sword, and the Emir strikes now in Saudi Arabia. King Shalar beats My Frankel, Salawi in third, and Finest Sound in fourth in a formful edition of the NHC Saudi International. A race worth $500,000. And the action will only intensify as the evening progresses. Next up will be the Boutique Group Saudi Derby. Will we see a genuine Kentucky Derby? Hopeful, I wonder, in the shape of Forever Young, Michelle and Laffit.
If it's up to Laffit, he says yes. Laffit hasn't stopped talking about him all week.
I think he's legit. He's historically fast. We'll get into all of that. But given the racing tonight and the superstars we'll see, there is as much intrigue surrounding Forever Young and what he'll do tonight in his 3-year-old debut as an undefeated potential Kentucky Derby prospect who has already earned 20 points towards the Kentucky Derby. And we don't have to wait that much longer.
And I will let you eulogize more about that after this, as we can enjoy Fale Bugenheim luxuriating in his moment of triumph at King Abdulaziz. Back with you in a moment. Great to have you back with us. King Shalar was the winner of the NHC Saudi International Handicap under Qatari-based Valet Guggenheim. The gold sleeves and cap, barreling down the outside, and the sheepskin noseband, the shadow roll to get the better of My Frankel. My Frankel, the red and white silks nearest to you, the man of John Velasquez, and third was the winner's stable companion, Silawi. Turf track looks to be riding well. Firm the turf today here.
And like we said, looking ahead to the 1351 Turf Sprint, the Red Sea Turf Handicap, and the Neom Turf Cup, traditionally, and it's only the 5th year of the Saudi Cup, but the longer distance turf races have really favored speed. These sprints have been very fair to closers, or fair to all, and in this case, King Shalar handling this distance just fine. Thumbs up, perfect ride, and an impressive turn of foot in the stretch.
Looking at him there when he was coming back, I thought, like you said, a really nice turn of foot from him and off the pace. So when it's normally a little bit more speed favoring, interesting to see. We have a nice off the pace win there with some of the longer distance races. I do think it's set up perfectly for him, though. His stable went out there, put up a pretty good clip is what it looked like from here. So it was like tailor-made, right? Especially for this horse coming in off mile races.
Tailor-made, Nick, but he took advantage where he hadn't really been finishing. A little bit one-paced in recent efforts. Today he had that knockout punch.
Alban de Biel, trainer, receiving his trophy. A veteran of many campaigns. And rider Valet Guggenheim enjoying a red letter day here in Riyadh. King Shalar beating by Frankel, Silawi and Finest Sound. A little bit disappointing Slava Ukraini. Big hopes for the Scandinavian trained horse who's been plying his trade in Dubai, but didn't get the clearest of runs through and was quite badly hampered inside the last quarter mile of this 2100 meter race. They will, I'm sure, head back to Dubai, and there'll be plenty more races to be won with him. But it is King Shalar's day today as we build towards the world's richest horse race.
To put some smaller lenses on the cameras.
This is the 5th edition of the Saudi Cup, and each of the editions so far have gone the way of a different nation. The first year won by the United States, who really rather dominated the event. The second year was a real thriller, the US going down narrowly to a horse trained in Great Britain but Saudi owned in Mishrif. Then there were wild scenes of jubilation in year 3 as Emblem Road sprung a massive surprise under local jockey Wiggy Ramos. And then last year, as they'd been questing so ardently for so long, the Japanese got their Saudi Cup. And the man who trained Panther Lassa, and who's represented again, is a man with a bit of magic about him, Yoshita Yahaki.
まあまあ父親が調教師だったんで、子供の頃から馬は身近な存在です。思い切りが良い、常識にとらわれない。そうですね、常識にとらわれないっていうのは一頭一頭こう型に当てはめないっていうことで、それは非常に大事なことと、やはりもう一つのポイントは人ですね。人をしっかり育てられる調教師でないと馬も育てられないと思います。
調教師試験10何回落ちたんだそうですけど、なんでそんなトップトレーナーがそんなに落ちたんですか？
JRA に聞いてください。
Right down the outside, Country Grammar is staying on, but Panther Lassa is lasting home. Panther Lassa, Country Grammar on the sea late, but too late. Panther Lassa takes it for Japan.
関連の質問になります。サウジカップの勝ったっていうことは今までのキャリアの中で先生のハイライトの一つですか？
もちろんです。それは間違いのないことですし、まあ特にやはり日本人に初めてっていうのは何よりです。
パンサラッサは、先生が手掛けたこれまでの最強馬ですか？
それは違うかなと思いますけども、最も心に残っている馬です。
It's Bathrat Leon from Casa Creed, who's coming again, but once again may just have been denied. Bathratley on winning for Japan.
パンサラッサからちょっと離れますが、先生、全体的にサウジアラビアの競馬をもう2年3年経験してこられるサウジの競馬ってのは。
そうですね、一番言えることはやはり年々の進歩でしょうね。一年一年、進化している、競馬だということです。間違いないです。今回3頭いけますけども、本当であれば、6頭8頭10頭とそういう、例えばエイダン・オブライエンのようなチームを作っていけるのが、理想だと考えています。
フォーエバーヤングの前に来ております。フォーエバーヤング、去年のレーティング113、日本調教馬ダート史上最高レーティングと、歴代最高ということになる。先生のおやりになったリアルスティールの子なんですが、もう当然の頃からご覧になってますですか？
そうですね、これは1歳競りかな、1歳夏からですね。
お父さんの面影があるなと思って
とてもあります。リアルスティールはちょっとディープインパクトにしては変わってる、どっちかというと筋肉質パワータイプの馬が多いんで、それを受け継いでたし、ボケを考えてダートっていうことで正解でした。
先生の中では割と早いうちにダート使おうかなっていうのは。
いや、それはギリギリまで、もう芝でもいけるんじゃないかっていうのはありましたけど、ギリギリまで迷ってダートにしました。
一番強かったのは何たって全日本2歳優勝で、本当に強かった。あのレースを先生どう評価されますか？
いや、やはり小回りの川崎でのマイルっていうのは、距離も短いし小回りも向かないし、あまりこの馬に適したコンディションだとは思わなかったんですけど、それで勝ち方ができたことで同じ左回りのサウジダービーにっていう気持ちがはっきりとしました。
はっきりとっていうことは、じゃあここでいい競馬をできればちょっと次はサウジかなっていうのは
もちろん考えてますね。でも素晴らしいです、体も。またここ、本当にたった1ヶ月の放牧だったんですけど、それでまた大きく成長しました。非常に伸びてます、まだ。
今年もサウジに行くことになりましたバスラットレオン君です。絆の子です。これ先生牧場で見つけてきた、先生が買ってきた馬だそうですね。
俺が買ってきたっていうか搭載生まれて割と早い時期に割とリーズナブルな値段で買いました。そうですね、最初から素質があるのは、素質は見せてました。はい。
グッドウッドというですね素晴らしい競馬場にお出かけになって、先生にとってもいいっていういいキャリアの中の一つのステップだったんじゃないですか？
そうですね。やはりフランケルとやったことあるのもうちの馬一頭だしバーイードとやったことあるのもこの馬一頭ですから日本で、はい、また行きたいですね。
セックス4着って立派な成績だと思いますよ。
いや本当にいい競馬だったと思います。
さあ今度は連覇を目指して1351ターフスプリントになります。今の馬の具合はどうですか？
順調というか非常にね、これ見ていただいて分かる通りの状態の良さだと思いますし、何よりもその1351キングアブドゥラジーズのコースは非常にこの馬に合ってるんではないかと、そういうふうに考えてます。でもいい競馬してくれるかなと信じています。
はい、今度はレッドシーターフハンデのいいですか？リビアングラスです。多分日本まで一番最後に招待が来たヒットだと思うんですが、心待ちをされてましたですか？
そうですね、やはり菊花賞4着っていうのがあるんで、のレーティングがあるんで、もしかしたら可能性はあると思ってたんですけど、ほとんど諦めてたんで招待来て嬉しいです。
2100のネオムラフト両方入れてらっしゃって、結構お悩みになったと聞きました。
まあ、適正相手関係両方の意味でね、ただ、まあ、ジョッキーも3000m でも折り合いに困るようなタイプではないので、先行力があると、やはり向こうの長距離戦必ずスローペースになりますので、先行力は必要だなと、まあ、ステフニッシュで勝ったんで、割と似たタイプかなと思ってますので。
相手見ても例えばね、去年言ったサブジェクティビストみたいな、まあ、大物がいないんでね、チャンスだと思いますよ。
みんなチャンスや。
みんなチャンスですよ。だから僕は印さえつけなきゃ。まあフ
ォーエバーヤングはちょっと硬くなるけど、これらは気楽に臨みたいなと思います。
もうでも先々頭が遠征慣れしてるけども、やっぱり3と一緒に行けるってのは
大きいですね。
ですよね。
本当に嬉しいですね。
先生は非常におしゃれでいらっしゃることで世界的にも知られているんですがすいません帽子はいくつ持ってらっしゃいますか？
正確に数えたことはないんですけれども、300以上はあると思います。
基本的にはご自身で選ばれるんですか？
そうですね。あまりいわゆる日本人的な弦を担ぐようなことはしないで、その時その時の自分のフィーリングで決めています。
あ、そうですか。じゃあ去年サウジカップの時のハットを今年も被るっていうわけではないんですね。
可能性はありますけども、もうそういうふうに決めていることはないです。
Yoshito Yahagi, a treat for our Japanese-speaking viewers. For those of you who perhaps required subtitles that you may not have seen, Laffit and Michelle are here to translate. He's got a very expressive face, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to tell you this, right? At the beginning, he was talking about his relationship that he had with his dad, who was a trainer, and he talks about his way of training, which is he likes to be decisive and unconventional. He says he's very flexible. Also, he's talking about just the chances his horses are. He said he'd be nervous for Forever Young coming in here tonight. As far as Libyan Glass, he said there's not a horse like Subjectivist was here last year, so he thought that was a very open race. And they asked him, what hat are you going to wear tonight? And he said, you know, I have over 300 hats, although I've never counted. I'm not sure which one I'm going to wear tonight. And they asked him, do you think that you'll wear the same one that you wore last year? And he said, I'm not superstitious. It just depends on how I feel.
The man with the hat, who also, by the way, added he failed his test to become a trainer 10 times. 10 times.
Sounds like Nick's driving license.
Is there no end to your talents, Michelle?
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Wonderfully done, beautifully done, and might I say, beautifully shot as well in Japan. It really was a wonderful watch, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Let's see whether this mercurial but quite brilliant trainer can now make another massive impact on the global stage on the road to the Kentucky Derby.
Run over 1,600 meters.
على مسافة وقدرها 1600 متر.
Worth $1.5 million.
وبجائزة وقدرها $1,500,000.
The Saudi Derby.
كأس الديربي السعودي.
So 1,600 metres on the dirt surface, the Group 3 or Grade 3 Boutique Group Saudi Derby, headed by number 1 Oasis Boy, Christophe Soumillon, representing the UAE here for Julio Olascoaga. 2 is Ajwadi for Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Al-Daham, and 3 Al Mottahed, Abdullah Al-Ferouz. 4 is Ben Tonato, the first of the USA runners for Luis Saez. 5 is Bukum Dano, the second for Irad Ortiz. Number 6, Forever Young, the talk here of Riyadh, Ryusi Sekai on a horse that could be bound for the Kentucky Derby, representing Japan. 7 is Hayat Camillo Espina. 8, Mashur John Velasquez. 9 is Salam Al-Khair, Alexis Moreno, and 10, Satono Phoenix, another Japanese runner, Joe Moreira. 11, Saudi Neom, as the name suggests, representing Saudi Arabia, one of their leading riders, Adel El Fouredi. And number 12 is Set Up, the final runner and the final of the 3 Japanese runners. Takeshi Yokoyama is aboard. Forever Young has had tongues wagging all week here, coming with a lofty reputation. This is a derby and could be heading for a derby.
So Let's take a look at this hugely, hugely exciting horse, Forever Young. So contextualize this for us, Laffit. Why should we be more excited about this horse than we have been about any other Japanese raiders in this early stage of their 3-year-old campaign?
Forever Young, undefeated as a 2-year-old, the best 2-year-old in Japan. And that last win in December is what really opened up a lot of eyes in the Zenippon Nisei Yushun at Kawasaki. It wasn't just visually watching him dominate that field. He registered a 113 Japanese speed rating, right? After they came back and looked at the numbers and looked at how fast that actually was, that 113. In history, since they've been keeping track of that data, no Japanese 2-year-old had ever run that fast on dirt. Historically fast, literally, Forever Young.
Wow. So is it all over bar the shouting, Michelle?
You know, there's always a chance that they don't develop, right? I mean, we're talking about a horse who did a lot of great running as a juvenile, and I think that we've seen stateside a lot of horses that are precocious are not able to turn that corner and excel or get any better once they turn 3. Do I think that's the case here? Probably not. But is there a chance? Sure. Plus, we're talking about a horse coming off a layoff since December, so he's going to have to now hurdle traveling across the world. He's going to have to be older. He's coming off a layoff, and that's going to be challenging. There are horses in this field that have a lot more recent races. They're going to be a lot fitter than he is.
Step forward, Irad Ortiz, the man who rides White Barrio later. He rides Bookham Dano here for Hawaii 5-0 fans and for every smaller trainer, owner, stallion master in the world.
Have to love this horse by Buchero. I mean, talk about an overachiever. Buchero himself was just an Indiana bred. He traveled all the way to Royal Ascot, and he started off being a stallion in Florida, and his babies have been really good. They just recently moved him to New York. This particular colt is actually a New Jersey bred. Probably one of the last places you'd think to find him would be Saudi Arabia, but he comes in with legitimate credentials.
A New Jersey story through and through. New Jersey bred, owned by the Atlantic 6 Racing LLC, buddies that grew up in Jersey together. And there was never any, there were those Derby that when the 3-year-old runs as well as he did in the Pasco, very often all of a sudden you think you have a Kentucky Derby horse. This is the race they've been pointing at since the Pasco, the Saudi Derby.
On the other hand, Ben Tornado right here, he was a horse that they were running in all these Florida bred stakes, and he was actually going to try open company in his native Florida. And they decided to scrap that idea. They said, you know what, never mind. We're going to bring him all the way to Saudi here. We think he has a legitimate shot. He was 3rd last out against much lesser company, but it was going a little bit farther. He was training fine over in South Florida. I think that he's intriguing, but not good enough.
Good to see Jose D'Angelo here. Good to see Derek Ryan here, the trainer of Bookham Dano. And even better that he's with Ollie Bell.
He sure is. Alongside me, we were hearing from the team, pretty humble beginnings for this horse, but you're on the world stage now. What can we expect from him today?
We're expecting him to run a really good race. He's came here a week ago, settled in really good, he's trained great, and he's come into the race in good shape.
What's the plan from the gate?
I'll leave it to Arad. I don't have to tell him what to do. He'll hopefully sit a couple of lengths off the pace and start making his move, just coming into the stretch, and hopefully run him down.
I must confess to eavesdropping slightly. I'm always fascinated by what trainers converse with jockeys before the race. You were actually talking about golf in this instance, is that right?
Yeah. I'm a big golf. Play a lot of golf whenever I can.
How good is it for you and the team to be here?
It's great. It's great. So once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Brilliant. Well, let's hope he runs his race. I'm sure he will. Good luck.
Cheers. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Derek Ryan, and there is Irad Ortiz. Another big day for him, and he's flown in at the 11th hour as well, Laffit. He doesn't let the grass grow under his feet, we know that, but he pursues a relentless schedule, this man.
In demand is Irad Ortiz, one of the greatest jockeys in the world. He just captured a 5th Eclipse Award. That's like an MVP for jockeys. As young as he is, a 5th, that already ties him amongst the leaders all time.
Bookham Dano, his mount here. By Buchero, as Michelle was saying, Buchero, a horse who plied his trade really on turf.
Yeah, he
Very
was
good
a
sprinter.
turf sprinter, but his offspring have been extremely versatile. Dirt, turf, sprint. They're capable of going a little bit further. I wouldn't say they're going to be 1.25 mile horses by any means, but they're not restricted to the 5 furlong turf sprint, certainly. If I have to knock him in one way, Nick, it's going to be this week when I was out here. He went over to the gate, and I am a big believer in doing well in the gate. He goes over the gate, and his rider, who was actually just leading him alongside right now, wanted him to kind of go in and school. He wasn't keen on it, and they didn't make him. They turned him around and let him go home. I don't love that.
It's a long trip, and acclimating is a big part of it. And these, again, you have to remember, they're still young, developing prospects.
All right, we've got two hemispheres represented here as well, and the horses, the 3-year-olds who were born in the southern hemisphere, are that little bit older and therefore carry a bit more weight. That applies to number 1, Oasis Boy, who's bred in Argentina, ridden by Christophe Soumillon for trainer Julio Olascoaga, and he is standing by now.
Yeah, 4.5 kilos extra. Bell has gone, so you'll give the leg up to Christophe soon. But tell me how this horse has come out of Dubai.
Well, he's come out very well from Dubai. Just exited his running the 2000 Guineas. Probably needed the run, so we're expecting he will improve today.
And as far as the South American connection, I know you've got a lot of South American 3-year-olds. Is that something that you've looked to bring out to the Middle East?
Exactly, yes. That's what we like to bring here. We know they have to carry extra weight, but we know that they are capable of what they're doing.
He seems to stay well. He's a big horse as well. Do you think this track will suit?
Yes, it's a nice horse, and also he's still developing, so I think he will continue to improve further.
Good luck.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, wonderful just to add that extra dimension to the race with a horse who theoretically should be that little bit more mature, but has to carry extra weight on his back because of it.
I love this horse, actually. You know, he had nice races down in Argentina. We're not always sure how that form is going to translate to other parts of the world. They jumped him right into the 2000 Guineas over at Meydan, and he ran okay that day. He was just a little on the one pace side, but the horse he got beat by Mendelssohn Bay is a legitimate Derby type that they're thinking Kentucky Derby for as well. And he's coming off a huge layoff. He's shipping. I think he just needed that race. You're going to get Soumillon back aboard. Literally, we just watched him climb aboard. I think this horse has a big chance in here.
Christophe Soumillon has enjoyed a lot of success in these colours down the years, many of them for South African trainer Mike de Kock. Whenever His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum has a runner, he will look to Christophe Soumillon to do the job. Your favourite Christophe Soumillon ride of all time, Michelle?
Oh, Dalakani. Absolutely, not even a think about it question.
2003 Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe?
No.
No?
No. I think it's the French Derby.
The Prix de Jockey Club.
Yes, when he was in front and he looked back and he said, come on, someone come catch me.
Scirocco, 05 turf.
Belmont Park, Breeders' Cup turf. Just a little time.
Paid a lot more in the States than he did overseas.
All righty. A few of those Thunder Snow efforts raised an eyebrow or two. Christophe Soumillon, can he win the Saudi Derby on Oasis Boy? We will find out whether this, as Richard Hoyle said, is a derby that's a clue for a derby right after this.
1600 metres for the Group 3 Saudi Derby presented by Boutique Group. Breakaway and having a meltdown was very swift out of the stalls.
Having a meltdown and Commissioner King, the jewel for the Derby. Commissioner King in the final round may well have been having a meltdown
In a memorable stretch duel that went all the way to the line.
Well, 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 a slugfest for the ages. Paddock here ahead of this race. Let's head out and join Ollie.
Well, here in the paddock, the trainer of Bentonato is alongside me, Jose D'Angelo. Great to see you. How is the horse?
Thank you. Bentonato is doing very well. He handles so good this track. He acclimated very good here too. You know, the weather this week was a little chilly, some hot some days, and that's cool because we come from Florida, so nothing is new for him.
He finished third last time out. What did you make of that run?
He ran third last time, was 1 mile and 1:16. Today we are shorter, 1 mile in 1 turn. I think his speed, this distance gonna be good for him.
Will you try and go forward on him?
Yes, you know, we tried to go longer last race, but he was undefeated until the 7 furlongs. So 1 mile, we can handle that.
Exciting times. Great to see you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bentonato, ridden by Luis Saez, who finished first past the post in the inaugural Saudi Cup 4 years ago. And Bentonato's trainer seemed hopeful, I thought, Laffit.
Hopeful.
No more than that.
You had to appreciate his candor when this colt was entered in these swale stakes and wound up scratching and audible. And then this became the plan. He was asked why. One of them, he says, well, it's obvious. The swale's worth $150,000. This is a $1.5 million purse. He also thinks the 1-turn mile is going to help Bentornato because, as I said, the question is the distance, but kind of a demanding 1-turn mile here with that long, long run up the backstretch. In the competition, he's been facing Florida breds at Gulfstream Park here. Again, much deeper waters this evening.
You're riding to post with Ryusei Sakai on Forever Young. He's just past our position here. This horse is moving beautifully across this surface, and there's quite a bit of him as well.
Yeah, he looked really good here in the paddock. He was carrying good condition. I always look for what I call the fitness line. It's a line on their belly to show. It's almost like a 6-pack of abs, and you could see
I'm
it
familiar
there.
with that,
so, yeah. You've heard of it before anyways,
yeah.
right? So I was happy to see that because a lot of times if they don't have that, they can just need that race to really get tight. But you can see he's pretty well muscled all the way through. I think that he's the horse to beat in here, but all of his connections saying like this is just a stepping stone and whatnot, it leaves me thinking they're hedging. Are they hedging?
But I think there's something to that. And Yoshida Yahagi indicating like this is the one he's nervous about. What will he look like in his 3-year-old debut, Forever Young? But yeah, this is a step, a first step as a 3-year-old towards a much bigger goal, the Kentucky Derby. He wants to have Forever Young at his very best the first Saturday in May, not the last Saturday in February. So if there's a chance to upset him by a horse of lesser talent, this might be the evening where he could be vulnerable. For the rest, for most, this is their Kentucky Derby.
Having said that, and we saw it with Damaso Tagake last year, you still want to be mentally mature enough at this point to think that you're going to have a horse streetwise enough to cope with 19 rivals at Churchill Downs in what could be adverse conditions.
Well, look, he's been over here, no problem. It's loud, there's music, there's a party going on behind us. He's obviously on the track. Nothing has made it, actually, for a group of sophomores, they've all been remarkably well behaved. They're actually better behaved than the group we had in here before. So I think overall they're being really good. I thought the other Japanese horse was intriguing as well. Set up in here. His last race was not good in the Grade 1 Asahi High Futurity, but I don't know, I just like something about him. I feel like he can be forwardly placed. He is trying dirt for the first time. He's by declaration of war, who you would naturally just say is a turf sire. He's actually 17% with his dirt route runners.
Extremely versatile as a sire declaration of war. This colt could really improve, considering what he did on dirt in the Breeders' Cup Classic at a classic American racing distance at 1.25 miles, looking way ahead.
There is set up the green colors. Takeshi Yokoyama riding for Yuichi Shikato. Now, Tom is with someone who knows a thing or two about riding Japanese horses.
I'm asking Christophe Lemaire about Forever Young. I mean, he looks a nice horse. You've got a nice book of rides, but Forever Young must be considered one of the best young horses in Japan. No?
Yes, definitely. Last time, his last win was very impressive. He won on a local race course, but he ran on his own. So today will be different level. But he's got a lot of abilities, so I think he's going to run a big race.
A different level for Kiyadori, whose silks you're in now. What are you expecting, Christophe?
Yeah, he's got good natural speed. I think he will be comfortable on this track. It's the first time I ride him, so I don't know much about what level he can be competitive, at what level he can be competitive, but his trainer is confident, and he traveled over very well, so I'm confident to take a place. Yeah.
And Aguri on the turf, what are you expecting?
Yeah, Aguri, I know him very well. I rode him once in Japan. He's a Group 2 level horse at home. He's got a good finish, and 1,300 meters will be perfect for him, because over 6 furlong in Japan is a bit late. And 7 furlong, it's a bit far, so 1,300 will be perfect.
Good luck in those, and in the big one on Demo Setagaki. Thanks for your time, good luck.
Thank you, thanks.
Christophe Lemaire, what a brilliant career he's had in Japan. The loading process has started ahead of this boutique group. Saudi Derby, how's it going to shake down from the outset, do you think? Who's going to win the early battle for position?
I mean, we kind of heard from Jose D'Angelo that they're going to be forwardly placed with Ben Tornado, so I would expect to see him on the lead. I always think that the U.S.-based speed horses are generally easier in a stride when they want to go fast.
And Forever Young, there he is. Lots of speed as well, tactical speed. He doesn't have to be in front, but he will be in the mix early.
Will we, in a few moments' time, be hailing a potential superstar and a horse that could make a serious impact on the American Triple Crown trail for Japan? We're going to find out for the 2024 Saudi Derby. Here's Richard Hoyles.
So last couple to go forward here. Saudi Neom in the yellow jacket. Moving in, Oasis Boy just a little bit restive under Christophe Soumillon. Yellow with the blue chevron. Maybe one more to head in. Here he comes. And that is Hayit. So we are all set at the 1,600 metres for the Saudi Derby. And not the best away Forever Young, just had to be rousted along. The US sandwich broke better on his inside and outside. And Forever Young just nudged along early, is going to have to do it the hard way here, as out on the lead, Ajwadi in company with Hayit are one of the first to show. Also moving forward in the early stages is Set Up for Japan. That horse is just being tracked through by Salam Al-Khair. Forever Young's now got clear daylight, just inclined to lug out to the right slightly, as Ben Tornado makes ground now up on the outside. So Ben Tornado disputing it with Set Up, and on the inside Hayit. They're being followed through in 4th place by Ajwadi, and then behind these we have Salam Al-Khair. Oasis Boy in midfield. Forever Young is 3 back, or 3 wide on the outside, following Buckham Dano at this stage with Satono Phoenix. One that's struggling to lie up is Saudi Neom as they make the turn, and it's Set Up who has the lead from Ben Tornado in 2nd, Buckham Dano in 3rd. Now Forever Young begins a sweeping move on the outside of Ajwadi as they make their way with Hayit as they straighten. Ben Tornado the first one to commit. Behind these Buckham Dano, the Americans go 1-2. Now Forever Young is forced to dig in because he's given them a 3-length start at the top of the home run. It is Ben Tornado and Buckham Dano. Forever Young at this stage is flat. He's got 3 lengths still to find. 300 metres to do it as Buckham Dano moves through to lead for Irad Ortiz. Now Forever Young, belatedly beginning to pick up. Buckham Dano needs the line now as Forever Young surges on the outside. Buckham Dano, Forever Young is coming. Buckham Dano all out. Forever Young dives and may have got it in the final bound. Forever Young and Buckham Dano could go either way here.
Bentonato back in third place. Bookham Dano paddling late. Forever Young took an age to get going, but in the final bound may just have got up. Forever Young, if you were a supporter, you aged in the run, but you may have got the prize.
Oh, yes. For the second year in succession, the Saudi Derby has given us an international thriller. Forever Young started slowly. Has he come home in front? He has. For Japan and for Ryusei Sakai, it was nearly all over at the start. Bookham Dano has laid it all out there, has run his heart out for Derek Ryan and Irad Ortiz. Heartbreak for them. A sigh of relief, no doubt, for Yoshito Yahagi and Ryusei Sakai. Forever Young, strike one for Japan in the Saudi Derby. How did he do that?
How did he get there?
How did he do that?
A bad start, far back, laboring, being encouraged, and you're saying, okay, first start is a 3-year-old, maybe he'll move forward, something to build foundation on, and on the outside just keeps grinding. Bookham Dano, Michelle, I thought he was home. He's looking for the wire, and Forever Young on the outside, relentless by a flared nostril in a thrilling Saudi Derby. Wow.
I'll tell you this, when you go back and you watch Forever Young's last race, he had an issue switching leads, in my opinion, and he didn't really thunder home until he did. He doesn't switch leads here either.
Glory for Forever Young, heartbreak for Bookham Dano. Here's his trainer, Derek Ryan, with Ollie.
I mean, that was some horse race. I know, Derek, you've come out on the wrong side of the photo finish, but my word, you must be proud of him.
Yeah, here in the cracker. What can I say?
Did you think crossing the line that you might have hung on?
No. I seen the photo finish there. At the 8th pole, I thought I had it. I wish he was a little closer and seen him. I think it might have helped.
If someone said to you, I mentioned in the interview before the race, humble beginnings for your lad. If someone said that you'd be doing this with this horse when he first came to the barn, what would you have said?
I wouldn't have believed it.
What's the plan with him now?
We'll probably ship him back to the States and probably go for the Pate Mile.
I can see the emotion. You should be incredibly proud of everything you've achieved here. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Okay.
Oh, so close for Derek Ryan.
Pate Mile, though, that's a really realistic spot for him. 1-turn mile at Churchill on the Derby undercard.
A lot of class that we just learned about Derek Ryan doing that interview in that moment. That was a brutal defeat in a $1.5 million race.
$600,000 the difference between first and second prize money, but that man there has come up smelling of roses, and here he is with Tom.
Yeah, there's a fine line between glory and despair, and Yoshito Yahagi once again tastes glory. Huge congratulations. What were you thinking throughout the race?
まずはおめでとうございました。レース中どのように感じられてましたでしょうか。
ちょっとスタートを失敗したので、それと外枠だったので外を回されて非常に厳しいレースだったなと思います。
He didn't have a good start. He was wide out, and it was a tough race, but he ended up well, so we're very satisfied.
What does this tell you about your horse, the fact that he could overcome the start and go past and win?
スタートが悪かったですけれども、それをしっかりと乗り越えて結果を出せたことについてどのようにお考えですか。
キックバックが嫌だったので、出していったんですけども、それにしても強い競馬だったなと思います。
He didn't want the kickback, so the jockey kept him wide out, but still he had a very good performance, so very happy about the performance.
And he's making his way back in, but is he the type of horse, Yoshito, you would want to send to America?
アメリカに連れて行きたいとお考えでしょうか。
このレースにケンタッキーダービーのポイントがないのは残念ですけども、行きたいなと思っています。
Unfortunately, this race does not count for the Kentucky Derby selection, but of course we look forward to take him to the U.S.
Here he is, Yoshito. More success for you. Well done.
ありがと
う。Yoshito Yahagi, and somewhat inconclusive there as to whether we're going to get to this horse on the Kentucky Derby trail. We look forward to sending him to the US, suggests that we will.
Well, that could have been just like a lost in translation situation, right? When we're asking, hey, does this make you think he could be Derby? And he's like, well, maybe, but it doesn't count. So there's a big difference. When you're trying to get into the gate of the Derby, you have to earn points to be able to get in there. It's not just like because he won this and because you want to go, you get to go.
And he won, but he made mistakes.
Constant
not
mistakes.
Getting out of the gate, right? Needing to be encouraged. And in the stretch, as Michelle mentioned, not switching back to that right lead. The length of the stretch, he still has a lot of maturing to do. All the credit in the world for gutting out the win, but it was a flawed performance. And when you're talking about Kentucky Derby prospects, you're going to look at them from a different lens.
Also, when you're talking about a horse that didn't like the kickback, what are you going to do in a field with 20 horses kicking out at you? There's no shot you're going to be going 9 wide down the Churchill Downs backside.
Look, I was a big fan. I love this, is an exciting race, but I'm less confident about him as a Derby prospect after the race, even in victory. We'll see what he does in his next start.
Look, when he switched his leads in the juvenile race, he had a whole nother gear. If we can get that lead change earlier, he might have a lot more and he could still be as exciting as he was beforehand. But he does have a lot of things to overcome.
But he still wins, and he remains undefeated. And Sakai, there's a celebration. He won 2 races on this night. Last year, Bathrat Leon in the 1351, wire to wire in the Saudi Cup with Panthalassa for Yoshida Yahagi. He refused to lose. You appreciate that, but lots of room to improve.
Just 26 years old, the winning rider. He's 7 victories at the highest level, which is very difficult to do in Japan. The racing is so competitive, and his big ride later on Lemon Pop is not without a chance. It could just be getting started for Ryusei Sakai and Yoshida Yahagi, who have taken a dramatic Saudi Derby.
The Bookham Dano team.
This is right here, walking behind us.
Ryusei Sakai now is with Ollie.
One day I'll be him, I hope. But Ryusei Sakai is alongside me. We're going to make our way over to the podium. Congratulations. That must have been exciting to ride.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought lose, but he trained very hard. He knows everything what to do. He's very special horse.
What were you thinking after you broke very slowly?
So, look, the American horse is very quickly. So, I was very confident. No, just his reason.
He's tough. He stayed on really well.
Yeah. He's like machine, special horse.
Now, it's a great start to the day for you. I must ask you about Lemon Pop. Does he have what it takes to win the Saudi Cup?
Yeah, I'm looking for Lemon Pop.
Ryusei, well done. Enjoy the presentation.
Well, so nearly this race was lost at the start. In the end, Forever Young has won by a clear head. That's the official margin. I'd have been selling it ahead when they passed the post. If Richard Hoyles finds it a struggle to split him, I'm amazed it was ahead. But that's the official
distance. A lot
distance.
closer than that.
It looked a nose.
Maybe breaking, even though breaking slow was a mistake, it might not have been the worst thing for him because we had Ben Tornado going out there quickly. This horse might not have wanted to go that quickly here off the layoff. I mean, we saw him press the pace in Japan, but U.S. speed's a little different.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that was Bookham Dano just tiring late and coming up small when it mattered most, or did Forever Young go out and get him?
No, I think Forever Young went out and got him. I know was slowing down. I think Bookham Dano was maintaining. He didn't have an extra gear, but like Derek said, if he had seen him, he might have dug in a little bit more, because if you saw him once he passed the post, he stuck his ears up. That horse was not an exhausted horse by any means.
He was ambushed.
Yes.
Never had a chance to respond.
All righty. Now the trophy presentation. Northern Racing, huge influence on Japanese bloodstock. Bred this colt by Real Steel. It only feels like 5 minutes ago that Real Steel was running.
I know.
Sasuma Fujita, the winning owner, Yoshida Yahagi and Ryusei Sakai, who, as it turns out, speaks rather good English.
It's a tall rider.
Yeah.
It's a really tall rider.
He did incredibly well. There was just a moment of this race where I thought you saw all the horse's talent, where he could have easily backed out early, and then he snapped back right hard on the bridle, taking a hard hold of the bit about 3 furlongs from home, and you thought, yeah,
I think that might have been when he moved out of the kickback, right? So if he was a little bit resentful for it, that made him come off the bridle once. We haven't seen a replay yet, but hearing that and then thinking of the way he ran, it was once he got in the clear, then he was like, okay, I can do this.
Precisely. And that is exactly what we're going to be showing you. We'll give you the full story of the Saudi Derby when you rejoin us in a few moments.
$600,000 spin. $650 is spin, ladies and gentlemen.
Yahagi holding the Saudi Derby trophy aloft after Forever Young's dramatic triumph. And really, this was a race that should and could have been lost at the start, but the horse's talent was able to overcome this. From gate 9 in the maroon colours, breaks more than a step slowly, and then is the meat in the sandwich.
I'll say this, though. Even though he broke a step behind, he didn't lose the traction that you can see sometimes. When horses break at a downward trajectory, I think it really just sets them up having to scramble. Even though he broke a little slow when there was a little bit of squeeze going on, he wasn't actually bumped off stride or anything. So it wasn't maybe that big of a deal to overcome.
It wasn't a severe stumble, just tardy, just sluggish. And now he's in a position he really hasn't been in, being that far off the pace, out in the clear here, as I mentioned, staying out of the kickback. And when he was asked to really pick it up, you didn't see that instant acceleration. It was more of a slow grind here. At no point, maybe until the wire, did he look like a winner. He's starting to pick up momentum. He's starting to move in on the leaders, but still, Michelle, at this stage, you're thinking there's no way he's going to catch Buscador once Buscador re-breaks at the top of the stretch.
Well, I think that the rider was just being ultra confident on him as well, because you saw he could have gone around it, but he tried to save that ground around the turn. He slipped in there.
Cut the turn.
Yeah, he slipped in there right behind the 5-horse, and now he's starting to ask him, and this is where Buscador starts to slip away, and the rider is starting to go to him like, uh-oh, I can't let that horse who had the advantage on me get too far in front.
And Forever Young had every reason to throw in the towel.
Oh, this wrong lead is killing me.
He won't switch. It's a mechanics thing. It's when a horse is going straight, they shift their weight to the right side. It allows them to finish that much stronger and still able to go out there and somehow pick off book him down in the shadow of the wire.
Let me just dumb down how important it is, okay? Imagine you're carrying a huge bag on one side through the airport, and you're trying to run to your gate. You know how good it feels to take that bag off and switch shoulders? That is basically what we're trying to ask the horse to do when they switch leads. So generally on the straights, you're on your right lead, or on the turns, you're on your left lead. And you have to have that lead change to get an ideal trip.
If you don't take that bag off your shoulder, what do? You
start going like this.
You stop. You literally stop and try to catch your breath, right?
Don't you just ask somebody else to carry your bag for you? That's why I like traveling with you.
Then at least you're even if you have a bag on each side.
This guy, it's an issue, and that's something they're going to have to address at some point. But even though it wasn't perfect, and even though there's so much room to improve there, we've seen the ability. We know what he did as a 2-year-old, first start as a 3-year-old. We'll see what he does in his next start. He's still undefeated.
I'll give him a tiny bit of leeway. This has a big sweeping turn. It is harder to make horses change leads on it because you're not just kind of like hanging that hard left. You're coming around, especially where he was on the track. Also, I watched the rider. He wasn't trying to aggressively make him change leads. Sometimes you can see the rider reach down or pull him or maybe use your stick. He was hitting left-handed, but I don't think he was aggressively trying to get that lead change, because if you fight them too much, you could lose your forward momentum, which is what he needed.
Well, you do wonder, don't you? And hope in some respects that that was a motif for the rest of the evening in terms of a thrilling spectacle and a wonderful finish. And you wonder whether it's a motif for that rivalry that is developing in these main track dirt races between the United States and Japan today, with just under 3 hours till the official post time of the 2024 Saudi Cup. There's depth to the American challenge, but there will be some who believe that there is one standout contender, and that is the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Obaiyah. Trained by Rick Dutrow, and Michelle has been charting the progress towards the Saudi Cup of this horse with the trainer.
Rick, I want to start with the Breeders' Cup Classic. What was your emotion like on that day?
Overwhelming. Still is. Watching him win and, you know, just being around him. He's exciting for us. I just like being around him and watching him from afar. He is, we just love watching him.
Now, progressing into Saudi, what is it like for you getting him ready for the richest race in the world?
It's truly exciting for us. All the work has been done with him, and he's in a zone that I wish every horse that ever lived was in that kind of zone. It's just so cool to see them where they're so happy and so confident and so just, they're mighty, you know, and that's what he is, man. He thinks he can take on the world. He just breathed this morning. Man, he looked good. But what looks better is seeing Emily's face after the breeze. That is striking, man. It's just, you can just tell that there's no way he could be doing any better just by seeing her face.
What's it been like going from, oh yeah, I'm just getting on this horse, to, oh, by the way, I galloped the Breeders' Cup Classic winner?
Well, even before then, I kind of was thinking I was getting on like just some random claiming horse that I had to go fix. And yeah, it turns out to be White Obaiyah. And I was like, oh, okay, this is a big step up from a claiming horse. But yeah, it's been great.
He's obviously very quirky. Can you tell us a little bit about his personality and how you guys have come to kind of be friends?
I was just about to say he's a little spoiled and loves his peppermints. If you don't stop by his stall and give him a peppermint, he'll paw and stare at you till you do.
We've gone through like 700 a day. Are we sponsored by peppermints yet? I want to go back to just the Breeders' Cup Classic. What was that day like for you?
That was a little nerve-wracking. I kid you not, so many nightmares the night before. I was waking up every hour with a different dream that I was late, I missed the morning gallop, my car broke down, and when I did wake up on time, mind you, but we let him have a little blowout down the lane, and that morning he was kind of quiet, and I told Rick, I was like, he's a little quiet today, like, And Rick didn't say anything. He was just like, all right, see you later. I'm like, okay. And I was like, well, my job's done, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. But going into the receiving barn, I was looking at him and the other horses, and like he was like the smallest one. I was like, dang, okay, these are like pretty solid horses, and he's this like little itty bitty compact horse.
Oh, hi.
And
hello.
I went to give him a pet right before he went out, and he kind of just gave me this look like, I got this. And yeah.
Excuse me, you have to pay the toll if you want to pet the horse.
Honestly.
They're off in the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic.
During the race, where were you?
You're gonna make me tear up.
That's good. We like emotion.
No, it was an awesome day, and we were very proud of him. So it was just great to be a part of the team and see him run a huge race.
White Barrio won the Breeders' Cup Classic over Jockey.
Is he ready?
Yes, he is.
Rick Dutrow is back in the big race, and he's going to enjoy it.
Looking at this year's edition, is this one of the deepest renewals?
It looks like it. You know, whoever wins it's going to be the man.
Do you go and watch Dermot Sotogake's replays? Do you look at Ushba Tesoro, or do you just worry about White Barrio?
Yeah, I haven't watched any of them. I didn't even watch the Pegasus. I could care less. The only thing he needs to nail is to get over the trip the right way.
Yeah.
If he does that, he's going to be a tough customer to beat, because this mile and an 1/8 around one turn, it seems like they called him up and said, hey, what do you want to do here? And he would say to them, make it a mile and an 1/8 around one turn. So I feel that if he is himself the day of the race, that he's got the best chance to win that race.
How do we know if he's himself? What are we looking for?
I got to tell you, Michelle, when he ran in the Breeders' Cup, I was around all day long. And he went back in his stall the whole day, and he went into a zone. And he just stayed there until he went to the paddock and ran his race. This horse is just so much like a human being. He is so aware of everything having to do with him. Man, and when he ran that, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, man, this guy went into a zone. He went into his zone. He didn't want anybody messing with him that day. He didn't want to come out for his candies. He was serious about what he was doing. He knew he was in. He knew somebody was going to come in there, put a bridle on him, and he was zoning out, and it's exciting. If he does that in Saudi, I'm going to be licking my lips the whole way to the paddock with him.
Practicality. For you, from being away from the game for 10 years, did he give you some validation, like, I can still train a damn good racehorse?
Well, never thought that I couldn't. Even when I was gone, my people would be calling me, and I said, man, I didn't forget how to train a horse. You can bet your life on that. It's simple for me. So, you know, just with him being how he got as good as he did, it's just the little things that we put together, and everything that we did around him worked.
You've been part of so many big racing days. Do you still get the buzz when you get to the track on Breeders' Cup Day or on Saudi Cup night? Are you going to feel it inside?
Yes, I feel it now.
Yeah.
I'm shaking right now. I mean, this is exciting stuff, man. A $20 million race. My mom is going crazy. I mean, my dad used to run for 10,000. We were so happy.
Yeah.
Now a $20 million race. She is just, can't believe it.
Did you pack all his peppermints?
Yes, he cannot go anywhere without them. That's how we control him. Come on.
I think he controls us. I think he controls us.
Yes, he does. We're happy, man.
Well, you could never accuse Rick Dutrow of not living this experience with White Barrio, the horse who has put him and his career right back on the map. Michelle, you must have enjoyed that. You've changed. I feel like I'm hosting the Oscars. How many outfits tonight?
Well, this will be my second. I might have another one up my sleeve, but we'll see.
I look forward to that. That was a bit special. I enjoyed that very much.
This story with Rick Dutrow and the suspension for 10 years. There was multiple medication violations, multiple infractions, but still very heavy-handed. It's a long time to be away. Was he still going to have the support? Was he going to have good horses to train when he came back? less than 7 months after being reinstated, he wins a Breeders' Cup Classic. And here he is tonight with White Obaiyah, favored in a $20 million horse race. As he mentioned, like his mom's so excited, just the concept of a $20 million horse race, and he is the horse to beat.
And you mentioned the suspension, and we know normally in circumstances like this there would be a hostility. I don't get that sense of hostility from the US racing public, Michelle.
I think it's because he did his time. I mean, he applied a couple of different times to try and get back into racing, and he was denied. But it was never a big fuss. He didn't make a stink about it or you know, take it to any other powers. He just said, okay, and waited, and he waited a really long time. He did a little bit of horse consulting here and there. In fact, I believe he came over to Saudi Arabia at one point to consult on some horses they were purchasing. But you did the crime, you did your time, and you can't really hate in someone. We're all about giving another chance.
And there's that fine line between confidence and arrogance, and trodden there when he said, I didn't even watch the Pegasus, I couldn't care less. And he's talking about the first, second and fourth in that race who oppose him tonight. Is he right to have that sort of swagger?
We've seen it before, haven't we? With Big Brown back in 2008, having won the Kentucky Derby, having won the Preakness. Told everyone, don't bother. Big Brown's winning the Kentucky Derby. And then he goes out and he does it.
From the 20 hole, by the
from
way.
the 20 post, now trying to win this race, the Saudi Cup, from the 1 hole. He's brash, he's confident, he'll tell you when he really feels that way about a particular racehorse, but it's not as if he says it about every horse he saddles and sends over.
All right, so much more to enjoy here this evening. It is the Riyadh Dirt Sprint when you rejoin us right after this.
$600,000 $650 is spin, ladies and gentlemen.
الجائزة وقدرها $1,500,000.
The Riyadh Dirt Sprint.
كأس الرياض للسرعة.
With a big chance in this race is trained by the man to my left, Buscador. Great to see you. The horse in question is just behind you, actually. Very well timed. Number 10, Tuz, who was a winner of a Group 3 last night in a really good time. What can we expect from him today?
Yeah, he's done really well. I mean, he's been to Russia and then he's been to Dubai. He was like the Secretariat of Russia. And he ran a very fast time. He won the Dubai Stakes. And, you know, if the track is fast, which is our only worry over here, and besides being the widest draw, but I believe the track is faster in the middle. So hopefully Ty gets a good trip and we should be all right.
Is that the aim then? Obviously, reading between the lines. Well, it's not that hard to read between the lines, but aim down the middle of this track.
Well, we're drawn outside anyway, so we won't be left with many choices. And you know, there's some speed on the inside of us. He's a speed horse himself, so if he gets a good break, that's what we're hoping.
And what was it about this race? Obviously, this is a huge international meeting, but this race in particular that you targeted for this horse, what were the reasons?
Well, we came here with Switzerland, and unfortunately, things didn't work out for him. And then we went to Dubai and won the Golden Shaheen. So this race has got a 5-week gap now, so it kind of suits perfectly for a sprinter. They can come and run big races and still go and compete in the Golden Shaheen.
Great to see you. I know you have been in great form, so best of luck here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, mate.
So this is the Group 3 Sports Boulevard Riyadh Dirt Sprint, 1,200 metres, as the name suggests, obviously on the dirt course. And last year, a couple of US runners, Bill Mott, saddled Elite Power to beat Goodnight for Steve Asmussen, and they are the two stables represented for the US here, with Bill on Bold Journey, with Joel Rosario aboard. 2 Bakil non-runner, 3 K Rama with Berto Ramos, 4 Jasper Krone, Tasia Dano, the first of the Japanese runners, followed by Kei Dori for Christophe Lemaire, also for Japan. Local representatives, 6 Power Beauty mounted on the course, Abdulaziz Al Musa, 7 Rebellious Stage, Camillo Espina, and 8 Remake, another Japanese runner for Yuga Kawada. 9 is Skelly, this is the Steve Asmussen horse, Ricardo Santana. 10 is Tuz for Tygo Shea, just heard from Babat Simar. 11, Alfesa Leia, that is Adel Alforadi's mount, and 12 is Sunset Flash for Alexis Moreno. The absentee number 2, Bakil, leaves a field of 11 for the 1,200-metre Riyadh Dirt Sprint.
All right, as Richard said, Messrs Mott and Asmussen represented last year by the 2 best sprinters in the world on the main track. Their representative this time, not that decorated, but might yet be. Here's Skelly. How good Skelly, Laffit?
Elite on paper. Incredibly fast, incredibly sharp. He has rattled off 7 straight devastating wins. But here's the thing, as good as he's been, he hasn't faced this kind of competition. 6 of those 7 wins against non-graded stakes company. 6 of those 7 wins in his backyard. Michelle, now the Long Journey, a different type of track in the competition here. This is the biggest test he will have faced during the course of this winning streak.
Certainly will be, and want to take a note on his equipment that he's got on there. You saw on the right-hand side, he's got a full blinker on that side. There's no blinker on the inside, and he's actually worn this equipment in his last 7 starts, all of which were victories. There was a little bit of consternation about him wearing this equipment here in Saudi. They went to the rules, they checked to see if it was disallowed or not. They actually were calling it a patch, which it's not a patch, it's almost a full cup, but if you get up close, you can see there actually is a little sliver in the very front where you can see a tiny bit. So this is to help a horse from getting out either around the turns or down the backside or bolting. Generally, when a horse can't see, they won't go in that direction. So this keeps this horse going to the left at all times, so they don't hang out for a hot dog, as we like to say.
What about Bill Mott then with Bold Journey and Joel Rosario?
For me, Bold Journey is really intriguing in here. I thought he looked sensational going up, and I've seen him on the track, and I thought he looked really well as well. He's very reminiscent to me of Elite Power, who was already more decorated, like you said, when he came over here, but this horse took a little bit to get going. His most recent races have been excellent. I feel like his running style has gotten a lot better. It's like he's just figuring himself out at age 5.
The New York bred, what you'll notice is that when he used to win races, Bold Journey, he would be a steady grind, steady grind. Now he's polishing off his races. He's really developed a knockout punch.
He's quite a taking horse to look at. Yep. All muscle, all sprinter, all power through that hind end. Joel Rosario for Bill Mott.
He's a lot bulkier than most hard spuns are too. I mean, he's really more reminiscent of, like Curlin was, just like Elite Power.
All right, what's wrong with Remake? Remake had Gunite and Elite Power to beat last year. No disgrace not to be able to do that. Without them in the field, can he not just win?
You're not as warm on Remake.
Go ahead, you talk.
It's just he was really good in this race last year. Elite Power, Gunite, the 2 best dirt sprinters in the world. And Remake chasing and finishing third, not having to deal with either of them. The pace should be quick enough to set up his late kick. A lot of upside. He's a legit sprinter.
Michelle is curling her lip. I mean, it's not. I mean, she does that to you quite a lot, but
I mean, he was no match last time in the JBC Sprint. I know he ran those good races behind Sibelius and behind Elite Power and Gunite. I don't know. I just don't love him. I feel like he's a horse that likes to pick up checks, and maybe he sits around here, but I just don't know if he's good enough to win this field, even if it's not as good as, you know, with a standout star as the one last year. I am more likely to lean towards Rebellious Stage in here. I think this horse is so interesting. Broke his maiden at first asking at Pimlico for Brittany Russell. Came on and did not run badly against Allowance Company. Then he got sold at the Horses of Racing Age sale for half of his original purchase price, by the way. And then he's won 5 in a row locally.
And he's ridden by Camilo Espina, who's been champion jockey here in Saudi Arabia 8 times, so has a forensic knowledge of the circus.
Let me tell you, I went back and watched this horse in his local races. He comes from just off the pace, and when they ask him to go, he has this beautiful stride. He just levels out and goes. I don't think he's been tested in any one of those local races. He wins the way you want to see him. He's the son of Justify. To me, there's no sire hotter than Justify at this moment.
And he's won on this track. His win in the trial to get here was legit.
Pace from Jasper Crone?
Yes, right? That's for sure. That's where
very
it's going to come
fast.
from.
Just let's hope he corners better than he did in his last race with a left-handed bend in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Santa Anita.
Let's hope so, particularly as he's drawn down toward the inside. You don't want him taking half the field.
Yeah, but if you go back and watch that race, they hustled him out of the gate, and it's a really quick come up to that turn, which is extremely sharp. Our turns here are a lot more sweeping. I don't think he's going to be a bolt situation.
All right, they're loading briskly, and they'll be coming back briskly as well in this Group 3 Sports Boulevard Riyadh Dirt Sprint. 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. It'll take a little under 70 seconds to run this. It'll be called by Richard Hoyles.
So runners moving forward. Last couple going in. K-Rama, one of those. And also Power of Beauty, who was sent to post early and has been kept quiet down at the start. Goes in the blue and white jacket, 1,200 meters on the dirt. And they're all poised and they jump away. A little bit of scrimmaging, and the loser was Kay Dory early on. Well out was Rebellious Stage, and up the inside Alface Leia is also showing dash. So is Skelly, and also pushed along the white face of Jasper Crone in the white sleeves. They're being followed by Tuz in 5th place, and then a couple of lengths behind these to Kerama, Kay Doro at this stage, and right at the back early on is Bold Journey. So 3 deep, they make their way into the bend. Skelly on the outside of Jasper Crone, and Rebellious Stage holding the running rail. Behind those in 4th place is Power of Beauty, Kerama, and Tuz on the outside come next. Then behind these we have the green jacket of Sunset Flash. Remake making a little bit of ground now, staying to the inside, moving to about 5th or 6th. Bold Journey and Kayadori with a lot to do. Jasper Crone is the first one to commit. Skelly tries to cover the move, just lugging to the left. Then behind these Rebellious Stage, looking for those coming from the back. Bold Journey's making ground. Remake is now asked for the effort to try and pick up the leader, and that leader is now Skelly, who's gone to the front. Skelly from Jasper Crone. Remake continues to close off strongly. Out in front it's Skelly. Remake down the outside. Once again Japan after the USA, and once again it will go to Japan. Remake, 3rd last year, turns away Skelly. Bold Journey ran on late. Jasper Crone, Krayama, Sunset Flash, Kayadoro, it all ended at the start. And behind those we had Tuz dropped out, Power of Beauty towards the tail, and Al Faisale. Nice patient ride there by Yuka Kawada, angled out at the top of the straight and won by 2 lengths on the line. Skelly gave it his all. Bold Journey was a long way back, made ground up the rail for 3rd. 4th place will go to Jasper Crone, who also gave a bold sight, K-Rama, and then a whole forest of horses for 6th place. It is Remake in the colours of Koichi Maeda for Koichi Shintani and Yuka Kawada, who win the dirt sprint.
Take Elite Power and Gunite out of the equation, and Remake was allowed his Riyadh dirt sprint. You feel for Steve Asmussen, 2nd again here in Saudi Arabia, a position he's become familiar with in the desert. But Remake is a horse who's honest. He finishes off his race, and today he didn't have 2 sprinting Galacticos in front of him. Good stuff from Yuga Kawada, over 2,000 winners and another big one.
But he did have Skelly in front of him, who fired and ran well. When he opened up, he looked like he was home. What a patient, patient ride, Michelle, here in Remake from off the pace, nailing Skelly inside the final 50 yards or so.
I think overall what a patient ride from Ricardo Santana on Skelly as well, because that horse is usually on the engine, and he was very kind to sit off of him. I think he tried to make a little bit more of a delayed run, because we've been seeing how these horses look like they're home free, and this extra long stretch really does them in. So I thought that was a smart ride from him. Remake the best today. You guys are right. Sorry about my curled lip.
And he's by one of your favorites.
Yes, he's by Lonnie.
Lonnie.
And people will be thinking he's by Lonnie. And how can he possibly win a top race over 6 furlongs?
Lonnie, a Belmont Stakes third place finisher. He wants to run all day, right? Not this guy.
The bottom side gets you there.
And that is what it means to Yuga Kawada. 38-year-old Yuga Kawada, who runs Ushba Tesoro later, quite conceivably the leading Japanese hope in the Saudi Cup. He might just be getting started. He's got Echt in the Red Sea Turf Handicap as well. He's won 41 races at the top level.
Unreal.
In Japan. 41. Bold Journey came through for third.
That was a good run from Bold Journey. He was last going around the turn, or going down the backside, and you know, he was just kind of comfortable. He was trying to make up that ground again, and then came up the rail. We've seen a lot of horses come up the middle of the track, so to see a horse come up the rail like that, it feels encouraging for a horse like White Obaiyah if they want to try and save that ground.
Something to keep in mind moving forward. Bold Journey, a solid effort, really, really improving for Skelly. The winning streak comes to an end. It's 7, but horses, the great ones lose. Every horse, they lose. That was an effort that I think Team Skelly and Steve Asmussen can be very proud of.
You talk about a big step up in class. I mean, they don't get much bigger than that, right? He went from Oaklawn to Saudi.
Yuga Kawada is alongside me. Yuga, talk us through that race. It was an impressive display.
Today he very good condition and good start and good keep and race focus and home stretch. Very good feeling. I try to a little bit wait and okay, please go. He can very good moving and he catch the front horse. I'm very happy and I just trust him. Yeah.
And just quickly, you ride Ushba Tesoro later. How confident are you about his chances?
Maybe I hope the same result. Yeah, I hope.
Well done here, and good luck later.
Thank you so much.
Later on, Ushba Tesoro, a horse whose one blip, an otherwise blemish-free campaign last year, came in the Breeders' Cup Classic, where you have to feel that he wasn't at his very best. If he returns to something like his best today, then he'll be a big player. 38 years old.
Ushba Tesoro has to be pretty excited about what they've seen in the last hour or so in dirt races here at King Abdulaziz and how well horses have done from off the pace late in the lane.
And I think if you asked somebody this time 12 months ago, Ushba Tesoro or Derma Sotogake in terms of raw talent, they'd have probably said the former. Now Derma Sotogake's run some wonderful races subsequently.
He certainly has, and he's been the talked about horse here this week. I think if you were walking around the racetrack at all and you asked which Japanese horse do you like the best, Derma Sotogake was the resounding favorite. I felt like I couldn't jump off Ushba Tesoro off of just the one bad race, though.
All he does is win. Aside from the one bad race, all he does is win.
But it wasn't that bad. He ran 5th. It wasn't like he ran last and got beat 20, right?
Far back.
Guys, I want to ask, the horses who's finished 2nd and 3rd here, Skelly particularly, and maybe to a lesser extent, Bold Journey, what part do you think they're going to play on the sprinting scene in North America for the rest of the year?
So last year, Gunite, following the 2nd place finish to Elite Power, he went on to Dubai, and he did run in the Golden Shaheen. He ran very well, went back to the States and got some time off. Steve Asmussen has said he wants to take Skelly back to the States, running in the Count Fleet at Oaklawn, so it's going to be a one and done as far as the travel.
Yeah. I'm surprised in a way. I'd be quite tempted. Slightly slicker track in Dubai.
Maybe plans change, right? I mean, he runs that well. That's an easy thing to say to begin with, right? Oh, we're just going to one and done and we're going to go home. But you run that well and that respectively, you think, oh, maybe. I mean, this was a big test the water situation for Skelly, and I thought he responded extremely well to it.
But it is Remake who's come home strongest of all. He so often finishes his race off willingly and honestly, but on some occasions there are just better, sharper, brisker horses in front of him. Not so today.
And he looked like he had plenty left. Traveling easy, putting Skelly away. That beautifully timed ride, and one of the best dirt sprinters in the world, and a lot for him to be celebrating and fired up about.
Remake goes 2 better than last year by winning the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. It's the grass equivalent when you rejoin us. It was take 2 for Remake in race 5. The Sports Boulevard Riyadh Dirt Sprint. It was more success here in Riyadh for Japan, who'd got such a strong hand in today's Saudi Cup. And this is how it was won. Remake currently sitting quite chilly, no better than 6th. Pale blue and red colors, but under Yuga Kawada, came home strong.
Skelly about to hit the front. He has the leader's measure. Ricardo Santana gives him his cue. He responds. This is what Skelly does. But on the far outside, there he is. Remake lengthening his stride, puts away Skelly and wins, going away rather comfortably, Michelle.
Oh, look, we saw Remake right there, had an extra gear. We saw Bold Journey making up ground too. I think Skelly had hit his top gear and it just wasn't quite good enough, but there's nothing to take away from me. He still ran really good.
5 runnings of the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. That is a 3rd win for Japan.
Look at him. He's got a Howden bit too. So in addition, you can see the metal piece sticking out of Skelly's mouth on the right hand, his right hand side. So he's got that extension blinker and he's also got that bit. So it runs out and then you can use it as leverage to get around turn.
Takes a bit of riding, takes a bit of training. They're clearly doing it quite well.
Yeah, they are.
But not the reason he was defeated tonight, simply outrun by Remake.
Absolutely, just out-quickened.
Out-quickened or out-finished?
Ooh, good call, out-finished.
I'm just looking at the winning time. I said just under 70 seconds. In fact, it's just over. 1:10.42 is the winning time. That gives you some idea of the fact that you need a horse that gets a little bit further than this on a conventional dirt track to win this race. Elite Power was marked out by an incredibly strong finish at this distance, and he was brilliant in this last year.
And you know, you might say that Remake doesn't want to go very much further, but he galloped out like he certainly wouldn't mind a little bit more. He's actually run mile races that are not terrible, to say that what you just said would indicate correctly.
Yuga Kawada holding the trophy aloft after winning yet another big prize. And he will be riding Ushba Tesoro in the Saudi Cup. And he must surely be one of the horses to take into calculation. More of that in a few moments' time. Let's hear first from the winning trainer with Tom.
Yes, Koichi is with me. Toshi's going to translate. Thank you. First of all, how are you feeling?
どのように感じてますか、勝って。
いやもうものすごく幸せですし、もう感動で涙が出てきそうです。
Extremely happy, you know. I'm so impressed, and you know, tears nearly coming out.
What were your emotions during the race? Were you worried about whether he was going to make up the ground and win?
道中どんな気持ちでしたか。それなりに待ってる状態、まあ早かったと思うんですけど、勝てるかな、どんな気持ちで見てましたか。
もう道中スタートから優雅が完璧に乗ってくれてたんで、最後はリメイクの力を発揮してくれるだけと思いながら見てました。
It was perfect ride by Yuga Kawada, and you know, last minute, you know, I was waiting the remake to come, and then it was everything go well.
And might Dubai be on his agenda? Might he head there?
この後ドバイに行くって可能性ありますか。
はい、もちろんあります。
I got that one. That was good. A line, yes, perfect. A line on Crown Pride for me in the big one. What are you expecting?
この後クラウンプライドが一番大きいレース、サウジカップに出ますが、どのように期待しますか。
まあクラウンプライドも UAE ダービー勝ったことのある馬なんで、いい結果を望みたいです。
He's a UAE Derby winner, and coming here, the tracks would suit him. Yeah, I expect him to run well.
Okay, we wish you all the very best. Thanks for your time. Enjoy it. Well done.
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
46-year-old trainer Koichi Shintani yet to win a grade or Group 1 race. That could all change with Crown Pride a little later on in the Saudi Cup. And serious-minded insight from the trainer, all the animation provided by the interpreter. And that's the beauty of it. Well done to Koichi Shintani. I wonder if Crown Pride entered calculations of our Brains Trust when they sat down to discuss the Saudi Cup earlier in the week. Let's find out.
A little different setting than we're accustomed to. This work for you guys?
I'm very comfortable.
Meantime, we're getting closer and closer to the 5th Saudi Cup. Tom, do you think that, do we have enough data based on the first 4 runnings of this race that we have a profile, like a model to follow in terms of how the race might unfold?
If you'd have asked me 12 months ago, yes, I'd have said one thing you can't do is stay inside and go gate to wire. You know, it's open. They've won from as wide as 12, as low as 1. They've been outsiders. They've been fancy
front runner,
horses.
deep closer.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know what's going to happen.
Ollie, then when the gates do bust open for this Saudi Cup, like what are you looking for right from the start?
Essentially, what I would want to see is that the horse that is on my ticket is in a nice rhythm, basically, is going sort of the fractions that seemingly will play out best late on. And that's why when I look at this year's contest, I see White Obaiyah in gate 1, and I go, that is a real conundrum. Personally, for me, I'd like to be, when I look at the draw and the sort of horses in and around the race, somewhere in the middle, because then I think you have the best opportunity to go to option A, plan B, plan C, if needs be. And I think you need to have a wide range of tactics in your mind when stepping out, because you've got to be prepared for anything in this year's race.
We do have a change as well.
Yeah.
A late defection. What's that all about?
So Mr. Harrier is out. That gets in Scotland Yard into 12. I don't think it affects the pace a huge amount. It gives the locals another chance. Obviously, Scotland Yard form ties in very well with Power in Numbers and Carmel Road. Ospina has chosen Carmel Road, so he would, over Power in Numbers, he would look of the locals to have the best chance. Again, I feel in danger of dismissing the locals. I was here when Emblem Road won.
How good was that?
Everyone went,
amazing.
How, wow, the whole place erupted.
How good is this though, right? Like, we're sat here chatting about the race, mentioning each individual horse, and there are arguments for and against. There's different scenarios how the race unfolds. This is what a horse race should be all about. This is what a puzzle that is a great horse race should present, and we've got it in spades in this
layers
race.
And layers and layers and layers. Another involving Dermot Jockey, who did something, like, I haven't looked it up. I don't know if it's ever been done before. I can't imagine it's been done before, and I don't think it'll happen again, where a horse runs in the Kentucky Derby, doesn't run for 6 months, resurfaces in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and runs second. I was more impressed with that than White Obaiyah winning the race.
listen, he's the one, now we know the draw, and he's in 13, he's the one I would side with however much of his face he has left. I love him, right? He's a lion.
But you probably need to put context to that if it hasn't been mentioned on the show already.
So we believe he's had a fight with a horse on a plane, is that right?
Yeah.
Jockey, Jockey, another American who the table should be set for. Fast pace anticipated. What are you expecting from Senor Buscador?
Well, again, I mean, ultimately, my point will always revert back to the same, I guess, the same argument. If they go hard, it should set up really well for him, right?
What's more important, how the race sets up for you or actually how good you are? Because ultimately, Obaiyah, he might find it tricky in one, but of the Americans, he's got them all covered, right? He's just a better horse than Saudi Crown, than National Treasure. He's a better horse than Senor Buscador. He just has them, right? He's got the Americans covered. And frankly, he's probably got most of the Japanese covered as well.
Until, pound for pound, as good as he's going right now, Dutrow says, never better. Dutrow's brash, he's confident. He'll say these things, but he'll only say it when he means it. He doesn't say it about every horse he sends out to the track. The draw probably bugs me a little bit more than it does others. Yeah, that's put me off him,
to be honest. I totally agree. My answer to your question there is that I think the way the race unfolds can outweigh talent sometimes. I think really good horses have been beaten by lack of pace, too strong a pace, etc. And for that reason, I'm siding against Obaiyah, basically, because I think the draw and how the race will unfold around him is going to scupper his chances, for all that he has probably the most latent talent in the lineup.
If you're siding against Obaiyah, who are you siding with then?
Well, I'm going to take a chance on Ushba Tesoro getting the strong pace and almost having a recreation of the Dubai World Cup. He is a prolific winner. And if there is to be a race on paper that will set up for Ushba Tesoro, as we've discussed, it's the race this year in the Saudi Cup.
You have the Japanese going back-to-back, yep. Ushba Tesoro, Jockey. In this case, in Bob Baffert, I trust. I didn't think we'd see National Treasure in this race. The idea that he has wheeled him back and that he is here gives me all the confidence in the world. I think he's coming around at just the right time, and I think we see the best yet that we've seen of National Treasure on Saturday night.
I mean, you've both made cases that have made me want to change my answer. So,
and ultimately, Obaiyah is going to win, so we're all wrong. Perfect.
But as I say, I mean, that's what makes a great horse race. There will be people all around the world with different opinions, and for one of the 14, they're going to be landing a huge prize, aren't they?
The best edition of the Saudi Cup we've seen to date, getting closer and closer to post time.
Song at twilight with our three amigos. Sword dancing here in Riyadh, part of the ancient tradition. Laffit, fancy a go at that?
Absolutely. Yes. Or no.
run over 1,351 meters.
على مسافة 1351 مترا.
Worth $2 million.
بجائزة وقدرها $2 مليون.
The Turf Sprint.
كأس 1351 للسرعة.
So it's time for the first big race on turf. We've had a handicap earlier on, but this is a grade 2, the 1351 sprint, and that unusual distance is because it was in 1351 when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was formed by the unification of all of the various provinces to that point, and that's a nice touch to the unique distance here. Number 1 is Aguri, Christophe Lemaire, riding the Japanese challenger. 2 is Anaaf, Rossa Ryan for UK trainer Mick Appleby. Number 3, Art Power, another UK horse, David Allen on the grey for Tim Easterby. 4, last year's winner, Bathrat Leon. Will it be 3 on the night for Japan, Ryusi Sakai? 5 is Byline, Gerard Mosse representing Bahrain, and 6, the local runner Cold Front for Ricardo Pereira. Number 7 is Dr. Zemp, the mount of Luis Saez. 8 is Jumby, another UK runner with Christophe Soumi on aboard. 9 is King Gold, Stéphane Pasquier representing France. The UAE with William Buick on Mysterious Night for Godolphin with the big white face. Number 11 is Raed, out of Joel Rosario for Saudi Arabia. 12 is Win Greatest for Japan, Masami Matsuoka. 13, Lara Christine for Christian Dimuro, another from Japan. And 14, the Irish raider Matilda Picotte for Oisin Murphy. That rounds off the lineup then for this Group 2 sprint. It's run over 1,351 metres, the full extent of the back straight on the turf course.
The Neom Turf Cup. Expect Bathrat Leon to be handy early, but could be a burn-up for the 1351.
Fastest out, rested Stanley and also Bathrat Leon, the Japanese pair. Is keeping up the gallop. Casacri tried to reel in the leader, but it's Bathrat Leon from Casacri, who's coming again, but once again that just have been denied.
Bathrat Leon is a tough nut to crack, and he showed all his customary dash from the gate.
Quality international field assembled here and over from the UK. Tim Easterby represented by Art Power, who put to bed any myths that he was a Curragh specialist with his win at Ascot last time out. How has he travelled over here?
Yeah, he's come over really good. He's a relaxed horse. He's, you know, he looks well. His weight looks good. We're very happy with his condition and everything looks great.
Obviously, when you go through his form, as I say, there's clearly standout form in Ireland at the Curragh, and obviously that Ascot win. More often than not, it's come with cut in the ground. It's a sun-baked track here, firm ground, officially good to firm. How's he going to handle it, do you think?
Well, if you hear them going around, you can't hear them galloping on the grass. Right. So it's a good sign. It sounds safe and good.
What are your expectations?
Oh, he'll run well. He always runs well. He's just got a high draw, which isn't ideal, you know, but it's what it is, and he's got plenty of pace. Should get the trip okay, and everything's fine.
Do you want him to press forward from that high draw?
I don't mind. It's just he's a very natural runner. If he jumps and he's up there, it's fine. If he jumps and they're going quick, he'll slot in. He's a very uncomplicated horse.
It's great to see you out here. Best of luck.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
And that really is a theme of this race. A lot of the talented horses, a lot of the fast horses, a lot of the leading fancies are drawn outside. Now, they've got, as Richard said, the length of the back straight to get themselves sorted out, Laffit, but to what extent is it going to be a disadvantage?
Race shape, Art Power with his speed. Great story. They said he could only win at the Curragh, right? Over a 3-year stretch, he was 4 for 5 at the Curragh, like 0 for 22, 0 for 23 everywhere else. And he couldn't win at the Group 1 level, right? He was like 0 for 15 at the Group 1 level. Wins the British Champion Sprint Stakes, his most recent effort at 40 to 1. And now
beating a good horse as well.
A little farther from home tonight.
All right, so how do you read this, Michelle? Do you think these European turf sprinters have got the edge in this race?
I actually like a non-European sprinter, we'll say. His recent form actually comes in the Middle East, and that's the 10 Mysterious Night in here for Charlie Appleby. It's going to be his only horse on the card this evening. William Buick going to be aboard. He won his last 2 in a row, and they were about a week apart, by the way. I don't see Appleby turning around horses in a week too often. I think if you look at him, he's just a really nice horse. He's a Grade 1 winner up at Woodbine, and Tom Stanley described him as a weapon.
Tom Stanley, we're going to join now because he's with Kieran Cotter, the trainer of Matilda Picotte, who could also be described as a weapon.
Yeah, I've just chased down Kieran. You walked off quicker than her. I don't know. No, listen. Are you worried about the draw?
Look, it is what it is. Not particularly. obviously it'd be ideal if we got drawn low, but look, we've plenty of time, and look, she'll be in top gear after 10-20 strides, so hopefully nothing takes her on too much at the front, but she will go forward. Yeah, so look.
She was having a little kick out. Is that just her?
Oh, that's her on a really good day at the races, you know. That's why we kept it as late as possible, and they're roaring at us to bring her into the ring, but we knew you only have maybe one lap of the ring with her before she cracks out, you know, but everything went 100% well, and we're delighted, yeah.
Much has been made about what's been turned down for her, but it's days like this, right, is why you've hung on to it.
That's it, and I was talking actually to Richard Bahi there earlier on, and the prize money that's on offered now, it makes it more lucrative for owners to hold on to the horse a little bit longer, and trainers like us can keep the horses in training because they're serious. There's a lot of money on for stake here, even second, third, fourth money is excellent, you know, and sure, look, everybody that's involved in horses is in it for a day like today, and we're here and we have a live chance, and the lads are absolutely delighted. You know.
Hope it goes well. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
There she is, Matilda Picot. She's got bags of speed. She comes from an outside draw. Laffit, you're keen on her?
They'll never see which way she went.
Well, when she has won, mainly over 7 furlongs, that's how she's done it, and she has put some massive speed figures on the board.
She is a flamethrower. There's 2 types of horses stylistically fans fall in love with: the Silky Sullivan Zenyatta type deep closer, and the come and catch me if you can front runner. That's her. Run with her. She runs you into the ground. If you let her go, you'll never see her again.
I'm a little concerned the ground being a touch firm for her. I wouldn't mind Bathrat Leon doubling up in here. Just know he was beaten by Remake 3 back on the dirt, but his turf races are sensational. If you look at his sprints exclusively, especially.
1,351 meters. This will be fast and furious. You'll need to get every bit of this and more to win. Will it be more success for this horse, Bathrat Leon? He's last in. Could he be first home? He'll be quick out of the gates, and he'll be called by Richard Hoyles.
13:51 turf sprint. Start on the turf course at the entrance to the back straight. Jumbie, who can sleep. And Bathrat Leon was slow away, rousted along, and will he be able to get through that gap? No, I think is the answer. Was squeezed up there and had to take a check. Matilda Picot and Art Power from the wide out gates with Win Greatest, and also racing handily Dr. Zemp. Also being sent forward is Cold Front in the white cap. Jumbie's recovered to track the leaders on the rails with Win Greatest. The big white face of Mysterious Night is 3 wide at this stage. Bathrat Leon had to go right the way back to the rear and fired up amongst horses byline on the outside of Anaaf. Then the grey King Cold as they take the turn, and right at the back is Riyadh. Matilda Picot got right over from gate 14, bags the rail from Art Power. Racing in third is Dr. Zemp in yellow and red. Cold Front comes next with Win Greatest. Jumbie waiting for a gap on the inside running rail as they make the turn. Behind these is Lala Christine, who races in the striped colours. Mysterious Night with work to do, as has Bathrat Leon, as Matilda Picot tries to kick off the front end. Win Greatest, Anaaf burrowing under the rail. Behind these is Strange Straight is Lala Christine, who's making ground, and also making ground Aguri for Japan. Up the rail goes Anaaf, has threaded the needle from Win Greatest as they head towards the line. It is Anaaf. What a ride from Rossa Ryan, has got up the rail, and another international success for Mick Appleby. Anaaf won it. Lala Christine rattled home for second. In third was Byline, I think. Matilda Picot couldn't last home. Win Greatest also involved in that for the places. Anaaf, a dream run up the inside running rail, jumped from stall 12 and has beaten into second place Lala Christine. In third, Byline, who was pulling fiercely. Win Greatest, Matilda Picot, then Aguri, Bathrat Leon. It all went wrong at the start. A Mysterious Night put in a woeful run, just one from the tail. Anaaf, famed for his strong finishes in domestic handicaps initially in England, has taken his form to another level, as is his trainer, Mick Appleby. And Rossa Ryan, a dream run up the inside, won the 13:51 sprint.
In the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, it was Big Evs who put Mick Appleby on the international map. Here in the desert in Saudi Arabia, it is Anaaf who has continued his march around the globe. Rossa Ryan in the saddle. Let's join the trainer now, who's with Tom.
Yeah, get used to seeing this man smiling abroad. You've another huge international raid.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, Ross has given absolute peach to the ride from the Riyadh. Got a great run up the inside. I thought, oh, he's not going to get through there, but he did it. Yeah, no, really good, really good.
What made you come here, Mick?
The money.
Other than the
The money.
Tell it how it is.
I mean, like, I thought he had a great chance. I mean, we gave him a run, a prep run in the catcher stakes where he finished second and probably were very unlucky. Then Diligent, Harry's just cranked the form in the listed race at Southwell. So, I mean, that was a great run there and put him spot on for today.
And when he does it like that, I mean, what a buzz that must have been.
Oh, yeah, he's a good horse, very good horse.
Who's Wasn't It Racing? Is this the...
This is the owner, Ed. This is Ed.
Ed, how you feeling?
Oh, it's amazing. Fabulous trainer, fabulous horse, fabulous jockey. What an experience.
This guy for an international raid all of a sudden, he's the new man, isn't he?
Went to Korea a few years ago when we started it. But he's amazing, brilliant.
Just tell me about the buzz when he crossed the line.
I'm still taking it all in, jumping up and down. Couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe he got to the rail. Amazing.
Great stuff. Ed, delighted for you. Mick, well done. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Ed has just trousered $1.25 million.
Wow.
Fancy that.
Came for the right reasons.
Oh, yes. And a daredevil ride from Rossa Ryan, who's established himself as one of the premier British-based jockeys, born in Ireland from a wonderful racing family. His tactical acumen was seen so often on British tracks last year and now worldwide. Well done to Ed of Fosnick Racing. And Mick Appleby has another chance of sorts a little later on with a horse he's picked up from William Haggis, Roberto Escobar. But we need to see how this was done, Laffit.
First off, isn't that why we love turf racing? Those wild finishes, how quickly fortunes can change. And that rail skimming ride here with Anaaf, who had that throwback campaign last season, ran 13 times. We don't see that too often, specifically in North America. He won 5 races, but no group stakes races. A really good effort at Royal Ascot. Continues to improve in a big upset here in the 1351.
And we saw Matilda Picot from gate 14
Every
make the
opportunity,
lead.
every opportunity. Just tired late. Collared.
Well, what a wonderful performance. Let's take it
The
from
defending champ.
the gate. Bathrat Leon,
poor
first of all.
buddy.
Jumbie's the one that breaks very slow, but Bathrat Leon, the white cap is pinched out here.
And he was going to try to make the lead even after this. I think if we saw the head on, it'd be a little bit more clear to what happened, but he was pinched out and then couldn't get on, and then he was just never happy when he was that far behind.
And we're just riding a little far back in the pack now.
Yeah, who are we on?
Well, we know who won. and that was Anaaf, ridden by Rossa Ryan. It was another ride of great guile. I promise you we will show you how it was done, but the man who can describe it to us is standing by with Ollie.
Well, Mick Lux described that ride as a daredevil ride. How would you describe it, Rossa?
The ride I give him most of the time, to be honest. I think I've won 6 out of 10 on them, and every time I've just ridden them for luck. And this is brilliant.
You just have to sort of shut your eyes and hope with him.
Yeah, we went hard, and I could feel him fill up on me 3 out, and trip was a question mark. And I don't know. I just thought the best way for us is to ride him out of pure luck and hope for the splits, and luckily they came, and he's gutsy, and this horse just something else, and he's been something else for my career as well. He's just gone from strength to strength, and the man that trains him is an absolute genius when it comes to sprinters. And you know, Ed, the owner, he's been brilliant to me, and just brilliant. I could reward them out here.
Over 200 winners last year. You've now really establishing yourself on the world stage. What does this do to you? What does this mean to you?
Look, it's just given me the boost that I probably need, and look, hopefully it'll continue, Ollie, and we'll keep going.
I'm sure it will. Well done, Rossa.
Rossa Ryan has come of age in every respect. Thinks about the game, talks about the game in such articulate fashion, and is now getting the international recognition that his talent deserves. You're looking at a future champion jockey, and not too far off, I don't think.
Brilliant ride. Michelle, a little bit subdued post-race. Shock.
I think he's in shock.
Stoic.
I think he's in shock. He was trying to think through what happened. He was trying to process it. Like he said, wow, this is, I mean, he was looking around, right, when he was talking. I think this is just a really surreal moment for him.
There are some mighty performances in defeat here from Lala, Christine and Byline. More of that later. Let's take it from the head on. Gate 10, Bathrat Leon, uncharacteristically slow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just miss the break, and then you can see him trying to get hustled up with the red cap in between. He's going to get squeezed off, and right here you'll see, look at the red cap, the rider completely, I mean, almost clipped heels there. That's something that's very hard to overcome. So right when he breaks outwards, he breaks into the 11 horse right there, and the rider's still trying to make up ground. He has his reins wide open, but he's just not fast enough at that point to clear anybody.
Meanwhile, you can see in behind the iridescent green colours, that sheepskin noseband shadow roll, Ryan burrowing his way down to the inside. Well, by contrast, from the outside gate, the yellow cap, Sheen Murphy, has gone forward on a filly who has to be ridden forward, Matilda Picard.
Clearly, I was pulling for Matilda Picard. At this point, she's retreated, but on the inside, the ride being the difference, the saved ground, and Anaaf continues to respond. On the outside, Lala Christine with a huge effort to run second.
And third, Byline, who's been winning races in Bahrain, but had no business really to run as well as he did. Again, Alan Smith, the trainer, producing this horse to run a career best on the biggest stage. But all the superlatives were said in California about Mick Appleby and what he did with Big Evs in that juvenile turf sprint. He's come here with an older horse, a hard-knocking horse, a very different type. And word was that early last year, Laffit, Big Evs, the 2-year-old, would do a few bits of work with this older sprinter and would kick him out of the way. And that's when they knew they had a good one.
I mean, this horse ran third in the Grade 1 King Stand right behind Bradsell and Highfield Princess. That's a pretty good form line to have. I mean, I know after that it was kind of a little on the lukewarm side, but he really is in good form right now. It was a great race.
That was the effort that indicated he could compete at this level, Anaaf. And in this 1351 turf sprint, what we've seen in the first few years, closers have been so effective. Casa Creed twice from far, far back, just missing. Songline, the terrific Japanese mare who won from nearly last. And now once again, it's another late-running sprinter taking home the money in the 1351 Anaaf.
Well, you know, when you're looking at this race, just because of the configuration, that 1351, it's like 6.72 furlongs. It just makes it a challenging distance. Some of these sprinters aren't accustomed to that elongated sprint, right? You might see them go the 6 or the 5, but really once you start to get into this, you're sneaking into mile territory, and that might be one of the reasons why some of these horses that are gung-ho for the front end can't hold on, because they're not accustomed to having to go that far.
Rossa Ryan is fully 6 inches taller than he was 10 minutes or so ago.
Walking tall, lots to be proud of after that ride. There are
standing
certain
on
wins
top
for
of his paycheck.
That's a hefty paycheck. There's certain rides for jockeys. Not all wins feel the same, mean the same. That one's going to mean a little bit more, because Rossa Ryan, Anaaf ran a massive race, but Rossa Ryan, the difference maker in the end with that ride. Lots to be proud of.
He wasted no time getting into the rail. It was like he had a plan. A lot of these guys are happy to hang out where they have a clear spot to run, and when you go down to the rail, you always run that risk of a horse stopping in front of you, you not having clear space, there's not being enough room to run, and he was gung-ho for it. You could see it when we watched the head-on. You saw his head go left, he moved left, head go left, he moved left. He found his way there. That's where he wanted to be.
Just to reprise the 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Anaaf the winner by 3/4 of length from Lala Christine. Byline was the same distance back in third. Win Greatest came home in fourth. And Win Greatest did second best of the Japanese runners. Matilda Picot in 5, and Aguri also for Japan in 6 for the 1351 turf sprint.
Likely, Nick, what might be next for Anaaf in the future?
I think it's a pretty straightforward campaign. You just run him in every group sprint you could find. He can take a long campaign. I'd imagine they might think about something like the Duke of York. I wouldn't rule out a possible trip to Dubai.
As well as he's going right now, a length away from winning 4 straight. Rossa Ryan, there he is, and just a masterful ride.
I think the Duke of York would be on his dance card. He's very effective at Ascot, and he's very effective at a stiff 6 furlongs. So you think the Jubilee, the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee would be on the agenda as well.
His race at Royal Ascot was terrific.
And you know, he's a horse who was showing form at 5 as well. So stiff 5, stiff 6. He's the sort that could do both races in the week. A la Blue Point and Highfield Princess and Choisir and all those who've attempted
High praise.
Listen, there's going to be stronger opponents for him when he goes back home. but he will be in everything, and he'll land on a couple.
A ride Rossa Ryan will never forget the celebration. Anaaf.
Do you think their pocket money's going to go up this week? I think it might. I think it should. Anaaf, another huge triumph on the big stage for Mick Appleby, and a red letter day for Rossa Ryan. And the action just gets better. We'll be right back.
High on the mountain tops, deep in the roots of trees, between valley streams, and down to the seashore. Beauty grows, love flourishes, and breathtaking scenery surrounds us, celebrating eternal moments.
Darkness falls here, just outside Riyadh at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And smiles all round as Anaaf lands a meaningful blow for European invaders. Mick Appleby and Rossa Ryan wins his owners $1.2 million US. What a performance and what a ride. Ride of the night so far. I think we're all agreed.
Not going to hear a disagreement from me there.
I can't think of another performance where you look at the jockey and you say, that guy, that's the reason that horse won that race. I think you can after the 13:51 in that performance by Anaaf and Rossa Ryan.
And clearly a horse he loves to ride, because he knows that if it doesn't go well and he doesn't get the breaks, then, you know, as often as he doesn't, things will happen for him. And that's just the way the horse has to be ridden.
And he said he had a really good relationship with the horse, and it has meant a lot to his career. Obviously, after tonight, he's going to mean a lot more.
So one win for the United Kingdom, but this outflanked by the Japanese, who've had two, and again throw everything at the Saudi Cup this evening. And one man who has become an integral part of racing in the land of the rising sun is that man there, Frenchman Christophe Lemaire, who's taken his career to new heights. He bestrides the global stage, and he does so with great poise and great humility. His year in 2023 was marked by his relationship with Equinox. He talks about that, the Saudi Cup, and so much more.
I was used to come to Japan for the last 20 years now. At some point in France, I needed a new challenge. I needed to refine the motivation to ride. After a very good time as a retained jockey for the Aga Khan, story ended. I had this opportunity from the GRA. It was a kind of rebirth and restart for me and my family. I'm very glad we made that move because now I feel very happy. See you in a minute. Good morning, gentlemen. You waiting for me?
Yes. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for your
I didn't consider that it was a gamble to move to Japan because I knew the country very well. I knew that my family and myself would feel comfortable here. Of course, you never know what can happen. And when you come here for full time, you think it's gonna change, you know. You think that the relation will be maybe more professional, more strict, but it wasn't the case at all. As soon as I could speak Japanese, people really opened their heart to us. Since I came to Japan, I was based here in Kyoto area, so it's a city that I knew very well. You know, it's smaller than Tokyo, more traditional, and very easy to live. The way the GRA runs the business and the facilities is a big part of the success of horse racing in Japan. I would say that the facilities are a combination of most of the best places in the world for horse racing. Like, they took the best of America. As you can see, it's kind of regular flat tracks with long turns, long straights, and also the best of Europe. As you can see as well, we are into the nature, and the horses feel comfortable because there are some trees everywhere. It's wide open, so there's no stress for the horses. There's two achievements that I'm quite proud of. It is, of course, the most victory in 1 year, beating Yutaka Take's record. When you know what is Yutaka Take in Japan, that's a true performance. He's such a legend here that beating his winning records in 1 year is very special to me. And also what we call here is the big 8 wins.
12番のペプチドウヘッドが抜けたが、内からは谷線ジャッキー、しかし12番のペプチドウヘッドゴールイン。
Only 2 jockeys before myself achieved that performance. Here in Japan, the racing fans are really fans of horses, fans of jockeys. Of course, they bet. The Asian people like betting, but everything is done for them to enjoy the show and to make them happy to bet. The organization of a racing day, the colors, the presentation of the horses, the big screens. I think people feel like they are in a parallel life. They enjoy this kind of game atmosphere.
知らない人がいないっていうぐらい、やっぱりすごい本当有名なジョッキーやね。やっぱり強いからじゃないですか。たくさん勝ち星も挙げられるし、やっぱり信用できますしね、馬券的にも。
競馬を始めた人でも知ってる名前が今まではやっぱ武豊、それが武豊とルメール。私が好きな馬に彼が乗ったらもう絶対に信じて。全てを託してます。
どんなところが好きですか？
笑顔？
勝つ。どんなルメールさんってどんな馬が？
もちろん。イクイノックスでしょ。イクイノックス。でも。
差を詰めてこようとするその後ドーディエス先頭はイクイノックスゴールイン。
In terms of performance, I think the Japan Cup was definitely his best achievement. The feeling I had on his back was the best of all his career. In terms of emotion, winning the Tenno show in front of the Emperor was something very special to me. In Japan, it's a big symbol. And to have him on the race course on the day Equinox won, one of the best horses in Japanese history, for me it meant a lot. And to bow in front of him, in front of that big Tokyo stand, was something I will never forget.
Dancing Prince for the first time, brought under pressure, but can now coast home to give Christophe Lemaire an unforgettable four-timer on the night, and Japan continue to fly.
That was a great experience because the Saudi Cup meeting was quite new. This meeting will get bigger and bigger. All the best horses and the best trainers and jockeys want to be part of this event. This year I will be on board Derma Sotogake. He performed very well in Dubai last year in the UAE Derby. And then great performance in the Breeders' Cup Classic, finishing second. He was beaten by White Abario. We will be probably the favorite in the Saudi Cup. He was beaten just by a length. This year as a 4-year-old, I think he will be tougher, more mature, and he will have a big chance in the big one in Saudi. Considering my retirement, you can never say never. But my idea is to finish my career in Japan. If I can bring my experience to improve horse racing world in France through my Japanese experience, and on the contrary, bring my French flair into the Japanese horse racing, I would be very happy to do it.
See you on Saturday.
Savvy guy.
You've heard from one great sporting star. You've just seen another one. Sir Alex Ferguson is here to see his horse Spirit Dancer running in our upcoming Howden Neom Turf Cup. Here he is with Ollie.
Well, there's a very high-profile owner ahead of our next race. Sir Alex Ferguson joins me. Great to see you. This horse has taken you on a bit of a world tour, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been to Bahrain and did very well there, and also it's a step up in standard of the race, but we've a really good horse. Hopefully we can do well.
The thing about this horse is he keeps sort of improving, keeps sort of surprising and defying what people expect of him.
It's not a great deal of racing, actually. It's for a 6-year-old, it's well, 7-year-old now. It's not a lot of races, and so we're always thinking it's really fresh, you know.
What have you made of it out here? I don't know how long you've been here, but a few days, I imagine. But,
yeah,
but what do you make of it?
Excellent. Yeah, the hospitality has been good. The standards of everything is really top. I didn't expect it to be so big. I was here 14 years ago, and nothing like it was today.
Yeah.
You know?
You've already had a winner today at Kempton over the obstacles with Caliph de Burle, so celebrations have probably started for you. I read somewhere that after this horse won last time out, you broke a rib in the melee in the celebrations. Firstly, how are you feeling?
I feel great.
Good. And what will happen if you win here today?
Well, I hope he wins.
Have you got a back protector on?
Yeah. I'm keeping Mason out of the road.
That man over your shoulder there with the camera, he's to blame.
Yeah, no.
Listen, it's great to see you, and we wish you all the best. Good luck.
Okay,
So here are the runners and riders for the Grade 2 upgraded or Group 2 Howden Neom Turf Cup. Won, of course, last year by Mustadaf in a course record time. Number 1 is Alucard. For Luis Morales, 2 Astro King, Richard Kingscote, 3 Bolt Hole, Mikel Barcelona, 4 is Caliph, Adri de Vries, and 5 Grosser Jack, John Velasquez. Number 6 is Heart's Concerto, Joe Moreira, 7 Jack Darcy, Kieran Schumacher, 8 Killer Ability, another for Japan, Christian De Muro, 9 Luxembourg. The class act in the field undoubtedly, but Ryan Moore will have to do a Rossa Ryan from stall 13. 10 is Spirit Dancer, Usheen Orr, and number 11 is Starcat for Adel Al-Faredi. 12 is Studley William Buick, and 13 the Foxes. Oisin Murphy is aboard for Andrew Balding. So that's the lineup. The starting point, 2,100 metres, 2/3 of the way up the home straight, back on the turf course. The same distance as for our handicap earlier on in the day.
Just saw a lovely shot of Spirit Dancer, Sir Alex Ferguson's runner, and doubly significant this horse's victory in Bahrain because Jed Mason, Sir Alex Ferguson's co-owner and great friend, was the one who lifted him aloft after that and allegedly broke his rib, and it came just weeks after Sir Alex lost his wife, and I think gave everybody a great boost. Here is the horse around whom this race revolves, Luxembourg. Aidan O'Brien trains. Aidan's first trip to the Saudi Cup since the inaugural running in 2020. Ryan Moore taking the ride. Why shouldn't this horse just go and win this race, Laffit?
Class of the field. Group 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4. World-class connections. I guess maybe you think they were going to run in the Saudi Cup. By Camelot. His first start on dirt, it would have been Aidan O'Brien. In an interview a few days ago, you could tell there was still maybe a little bit regret. He liked the way Luxembourg was kind of bouncing on this main track here at King Abdulaziz, but tough to make a case against given the class edge and everything he's accomplished. Luxembourg sitting on a big 2024 campaign.
The key danger on form could be the Foxes, who contested the Derby at Epsom last year and won a good race at York, the Dante. He's trained by Andrew Balding, whose wife Annalisa is here and is standing by.
Yes, and that form that you mentioned last year is pretty strong. How is he now off the back of... that was a prep race, was it, at Southern last time?
Absolutely. He came out the race really well. That was always just going to be his prep run to come out here, but he's come out here. He looks in great form. He seems to be enjoying the weather, so fingers crossed.
And you had Happy Power out here before, who's run pretty well. You've had this horse's half-brother out here before as well, who ran in the Saudi Cup itself.
Absolutely. We just would like him to go and win for the Thai guys today, because it would just be so nice, being out in Saudi, and it's an amazing opportunity, and the prize money is fantastic, so fingers crossed.
I was talking to Maddie yesterday, who travels with the horse, who refers to this horse as Mash, because Bangkok was Bangers. Is that right?
Exactly. Bangkok, nicknamed Bangers, so as soon as this horse came in, he was Mash, so now she's looked after Bangers and Mash.
And they both travelled similar. I mean, this horse has travelled great, has he?
Yeah, absolutely, and actually the guy from BBA was just saying to me just now, he's been the best horse of the whole week to travel, so fingers crossed.
That's nice to win something, but, I hope he goes well here. All the best, Annalisa.
Thanks so much, Tom.
Right, let's try and put some shape to this, Michelle.
I like the Foxes on top here. I think he can actually beat Luxembourg. He's going to get a better draw, especially with a horse that wants to be held up. Luxembourg's going to have to be all in from the outside there, so I think that gives the Foxes a clear advantage. He does need pace to run at, but he's going to have some.
Don't sleep on this horse, John Velasquez for Jimmy Jerkins on Grosser Jack. Came off a monster layoff to win the prep.
I like Grosser Jack in here. I think that he's absolutely live. there's nothing to dislike really about him. There's just nothing to love about him either, right? I mean, he had that nice win last time out, and then he had a couple of dirt races. You chuck him out and you go back to his turf form.
Same owners, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, different trainers. John and Thady Gosden. First run for Jack Darcy since leaving the stable of Paul and Oliver Cole. He's never encountered ground this fast, Laffit, but he's got last year's winning trainers.
Progressive 5-year-old, just starting to, I think, peak and find his best stride is Jack Darcy. And for new connections, as you mentioned, with the Gosdens and what they did with Mostadaf, and what that was the start of the win in the Neom Turf Cup.
Now, I'm reminded of when last John Gosden recruited a stable jockey that everyone was rather surprised by, and that was William Buick all those years ago, plucked from certainly not obscurity. He'd been champion apprentice, but against the odds. First big win for Buick for Gosden was in Dubai on Dare Me on a day a little bit like this. Kieran Schumacher just got the job as one of John and Thady Gosden's key riders this season, with Frankie Dettori elsewhere. This would cement their alliance rather effectively.
What an opportunity for the Gosdens. Touched on Mostadaf, the win here in the Neom Turf Cup. Went on to capture a Group 1 at Royal Ascot, the Juddmonte International. Jack Darcy, again, that progressive 5-year-old, and maybe ready to compete at the top level as a 5-year-old. I think his performance tonight will go a long way in determining what kind of campaign we're looking at in 24.
One thing we've seen from him is he hasn't had a rider on for the past 3 or 4 minutes right now. He did come in with the red hood, which indicates they're going to be removing it. They've taken the hood off, though, and you can see Kieran's just standing by. Not sure what else is going on.
Do you give the other Brits a chance, Spirit Dancer and Astro King, who'd have finished pretty close to him if he'd had a clear run in Bahrain?
I like Spirit Dancer in here, but I did think that the race over in Bahrain was a more weirdly run race. He obviously won clear, but I think some of the pace kind of collapsed. There was a couple horses that maybe didn't run as well as they were supposed to, and then he wasn't able to back that up in the Jebel Hada. So I like him, but I'm not 100% all in on him.
I like the acceleration that he displayed to win. And Godolphin had 5, Andre Fabre had a runner, Aidan O'Brien, Spirit Dancer. I think he's a much better Bahrain International Trophy in terms of competition, I thought, this year, Nick.
Yeah, it was easily the strongest running of that. And the pace did rather collapse. They went too hard early. Jack Darcy still being walked around. Kieran Schumacher looking rather disconsolate at the moment. Thady Gosden, co-trainer, watching on. Thady was heavily responsible for Mishrif's success in the Saudi Cup in the second incarnation. Of course, they took this race with the runaway winner Mostadaf last year. Did Japan get a say in this?
Hearts Concerto? Maybe? I preferred the European
edge
horses.
to the Europeans in this one. Story about the name Bangers and Mash.
I love that.
That was awesome.
I'm guessing Beans will be the next one.
Oh,
right.
Okay, so we still have no rider on, but here he goes.
They're going to do this a different way. Load the horse first and then get the jock on.
And they have the handler standing up there in the stall, which is not commonplace over here.
So Jack Darcy's in, Kieran Schumacher's on.
Every horse in this field has gotten really hot, by the way. We haven't seen that in any other race, and every single horse here is warm. They've got lather under their towels. They have sweat running down their legs. The breeze has stopped, but it's not hotter than it was earlier.
It's the Group 2 Howden Neom Turf Cup. Here's Richard.
Keep an eye on Luxembourg out of 13. What will Ryan Moore do from that widest gate? Jack Darcy got rid of Kieran Schumacher twice in the preliminaries. And stall 2 still has the handler, and now there's activity. You can see the handler still in front of the stalls there. But he's now cleared out of the way, so we are now all set. Still the stalls rocking and rolling. It's killer ability that's giving trouble now in stall 5. They are off and racing, and it's a pretty level start. Luxembourg's going to try and go forward. Luxembourg on the outside, being sent forward by Ryan Moore, and he's going to get a piece of the lead at this rate. He's moving forward, and he's going to find Jack Darcy on his inside, just pushing up and holding him one wide. But he's one out, one back, as Astro King moves up on the outside. Grosser Jack is towards the inside, as Jack Darcy now moves through to take the lead. So Jack Darcy and Luxembourg, with Grosser Jack on the running rail in third. In fourth is Astro King, who also pushed forward from a wide out gate, trying to follow Luxembourg. The Foxes drops onto his tail with Killer Ability in the hooped colours as they move away. Spirit Dancer races in seventh place, the first of the two big white faces, with Starcat in pursuit. Then behind these is Bolt Hole, and still towards the back early on is Caliph. Also Studley is well back, and Hearts Concerto as well. So the two Japanese runners are well out the back at the moment. They are down the back straight, spaced out by 12 lengths. And out in the lead it is Jack Darcy, who has the advantage. Luxembourg in second, Grosser Jack in third, with Astro King a length away. The Foxes in fifth place with half a length back to Killer Instinct. Spirit Dancer rounds off the first half of the field. Bolt Toll racing on the outside of Alu Cal. They're still quite well back in company with Bolt Toll, Caliph, Hearts Concerto, and still right at the back is Studley. Out in the lead is Jack Darcy, leading for the UK. Luxembourg for Ireland in second, and in third place Grosser Jack up the inside for Saudi Arabia. Astro King in the striped colours races in fourth place. He's just given the hurry up now as they begin to press on the gas round the home turn. The Foxes just begins to angle out, staying to the inside. There is Killer Ability. Spirit Dancer also going to be pulled to the outside with a big white face. Now asked to try and kick. Out in the lead, Jack Darcy. Luxembourg moves smoothly to his quarters, just being gathered up now by Ryan Moore. From the back, Killer Ability tries Spirit Dancer and Astro King, but now Luxembourg moves to the front pretty smoothly. Spirit Dancer, however, is coming strongly on the outside. Luxembourg, Spirit Dancer for Richard Fahey and Ushinor have swept past Luxembourg, and it's going to be another international success for Spirit Dancer. Big Killer Ability, Caliph may have got up for third past Luxembourg. Then the pair of Jacks, Darcy and Grosser. Astro King couldn't finish off. Studley never involved, likewise Bolt Hole and Hearts Concerto. So Alex Ferguson, another success on the international stage. Fine training performance by Richard Fahey, and what a big night for Ushinor. Spirit Dancer, that easy to identify big white face, stormed past Luxembourg, who seemed to have every chance. Killer Ability for second. Caliph from well back ran a mighty race for third. Luxembourg every chance it seemed. Jack Darcy, then Grosser Jack, Alucal and Astro King. Spirit Dancer strides down the outside. Big night for the UK on the grass, and Spirit Dancer another international success.
Sir Alex has sprung another rib. Spirit Dancer has taken the Howden Neom Turf Cup, and he has shown the same devastating, sparkling, scintillating turn of pace that he exhibited in Bahrain. And this time, Tom Stanley, the rib is worth $1.2 million US.
Done. Ferguson and Mason, here they are. Look at this, brothers in arms, incredible. Jed, I'm going to start with you. I feel like you deserve a talk about this. That's an unbelievable performance. Well done.
Oh, amazing, amazing. You know, when you think it's been bred by Sir Alex and special horse, and you know, it was today. He flew home, didn't he? Yeah. Like he did a train. He finished like a train.
You didn't pick him up this time, did you? You're all right, yeah?
No, I kept to the road him. I was hanging on to Pete.
I'm delighted Peter's here because he was in Aussie at Bahrain.
Yeah, you weren't in Bahrain, were you?
I missed it in Bahrain, but you know, this makes up for it 100%. Absolutely, it's brilliant.
Take me on the journey from this horse, from foal to here, Sir Alex. What a story.
Oh, it's fantastic. There was a friend of mine that encouraged me to have a stud in Hemel Hempstead, a lovely family, and I bought a mare from Andreas Voller in Germany, and of course the result you see today, you know, one of the results.
Let's not forget Richard. I mean, Richard's just produced so good. Haley looks after him, and Ozzy, what a ride! He just timed it for perfection.
Did Richard give you confidence coming to today that he was back in the Bahrain form?
Well, he says he would have a chance. He did. I mean, it's one of these things. You're going to race, you're never too confident. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
Not up against that class.
You know horse racing, right? It's not easy to win these races.
Absolutely.
There was top horses in that race, you know, but you've got to remember, as Alex said, it's a Frankel. It's a Frankel.
It'll go up hills.
It'll go up mountains.
Listen, what a buzz between you. We've been on the journey with you from Bahrain to, I mean, back at the wins back at home as well, but to here. And I think it looks like you're all living the dream. The success you've had, I know, obviously, but this is horse racing, and you are living that dream, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, well, I took Alex into jumps, he took me into flats, and he's shown me how it's done.
What's better?
Oh, well, today's like this today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Great stuff, guys. Well done. Delighted for you.
Well, let's go and see Richard in the horse.
And for good measure, those three men, Peter Doan, Sir Alex Ferguson and Jed Mason, have teamed up with another partner to win the big race over jumps at Kempton Park this afternoon with a horse called Caliph de Burle. So what a day it's been for them across 2 continents, 2 codes and 2 very talented horses. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's another fine ride from a jockey barreling his way through the ranks. We saw it from Rossa Ryan and now we've seen it from Sheen Orr. They're in the familiar Sir Alex Manchester United red and white silks. And we're going to hear from Sheen now because Ollie's not too far away. What a performance, Ollie.
Yeah, I'll just let the horse take one turn and then we'll grab a word with the winning rider. And what a ride it was. Sheen Orr in the saddle, a delighted winning team. We've just heard from Connections, Sir Alex, Jed, et al. Let's hear from you now, Sheen, as we make our way in. This horse just keeps doing what you ask of him and keeps taking the step up in class every time.
Yeah, he does. Look, he's improved all year, and look, he's been very consistent as well. But he just seems to be getting better. He's finding his ways, and look, he done it well there as well.
He sure did. What did you think when Ryan was able to get over seemingly pretty easily from that wide draw?
Yeah, look, I'd always planned to just take my time and have him coming home rather than getting him up there. But I seen Ryan kick forward, and he got a good position, so I thought at halfway it'd be hard to beat, but look, this side's good and tough, and he galloped right to the line.
Look, I know it's immediately after the race. You've won a huge pot here, and he's beaten some standout horses, but just how high can this horse go all around the world?
Well, hopefully he can go to the top. He seems to be going the right way, but look, as long as he's improving all the time, he's got every chance.
Well done.
Thank you.
And he's adding versatility, this horse as well, Spirit Dancer, because although he's a horse who has to be ridden from the back and use that turn of foot, he did it when the pace rather collapsed in Bahrain. Today, as you saw from the way Ryan Moore approached this race on Luxembourg, there wasn't much signed on pace.
No, there certainly wasn't as much. I thought Luxembourg, because he had to gun so hard, was actually going to put up a little bit more on his pace, but you saw him kind of stacked up early and a couple of the horses right behind trying to be held up and a little resentful. The Foxes among them. He needed to be further back. And
way
he was
too keen.
Yeah, way too keen. The horse Dental on the inside as well was pretty keen as well. So maybe not the ideal trip for some of those, but Spirit Dancer, a horse that can change what they want to do and still deliver the same kick that is not pace dependent, makes a horse really dangerous.
You heard the Frankel reference going back to the win at the Bahrain International Trophy. Sir Alex doesn't get too involved with the instructions, but he did remind Sheen Orr. He said, remember, he's by Frankel. I still don't think Sheen Orr has told him he's a Liverpool fan. However, and for Sir Alex,
he's not going to admit that, is he?
Nor should he if he wants to keep them out. For Sir Alex, I mean, he bred Spirit Dancer there since day one.
Richard Fahey is the man who has guided this horse to a career best, to his apogee at the grand old age of 7. How did he do it, Tom Stanley?
I'll ask him. Nick's asking, how have you done this? Grand old age of 7, best ever.
It was a huge performance in Bahrain, you know. And the handicapper, he rang me. I've got him 119 somewhere, but look, he's a progressive horse, and we're very happy. We're very happy after Dubai. I thought it was a big run, and look, everything's gone well today, so it was fantastic.
Well, what's he going to be rated after this? What's the Group 1 he's going for?
I'm not thinking about that, but he'll definitely go back to Dubai. You know, I've always thought in my mind I'd like to try him at 1.5 miles at some stage. The Shima Classic.
So that's the one, because you've got the 9 or the 12 furlongs there. He'll go 12, will he?
I'm thinking about it. I don't know. We might go for the 9, but let's get him home and enjoy this.
Have you experienced one more? Have you experienced an improvement in a horse quite like this before?
No, he shot up through the ratings, but we've always felt he was a very good horse, and now he's just starting to show us.
Yeah, he's proved it. Well, Rich.
Cheers. Thank you.
Quite overcome, Richard Fahey, and we will take the bird's eye view of the finish of this race, and that really is a sparkling turn of speed.
That is acceleration. There was a sense when they decided to run Luxembourg here instead of the Saudi Cup, his overwhelming class and ability that everybody was running. for second, right? This is a massive win, Spirit Dancer, not just the victory in the Neom Turf Cup, but beating Luxembourg in the process.
3 years ago, Mishrif won the Saudi Cup on this night, went on to win the Shima Classic over a couple of furlongs further. Does he strike you as a horse who could be as effective over 12 furlongs as a mile and a quarter?
Sure, why not? I mean, the way he ran tonight, I think that he's showing that he's got a couple of different gears. He's got a couple of different ways to go. I mean, you don't usually see horses progress so much at age 7, but also horse people will tell you horses aren't fully as athletic as they can be until they're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. That's why you see so many elder statesmen be really good jumpers or whatnot. So maybe this horse is just finding his best stride right here. Racing's newest millionaire, by the way.
Your jockeys and Liverpool fans are Alex.
Still, I don't know, that could change. That percentage of $1 million a quarter could.
That red looks really good.
Get me to change allegiance.
Amazing to see the emotion for someone who's had so much success at the highest level in the world's most popular sport, and that raw emotion you saw following the win in the Bahrain International Trophy, and once again here tonight.
Absolutely loved it, and was incredibly generous with his time during that week in Bahrain as well, answering every interview call, sitting down.
Not easy for him to just like stroll down the street in public.
And I think
was he the same when he managed Menu?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I mentioned his partnership with these owners, Jed Mason, Peter Doan, John Hale's back at home as well. They went to a jumps dispersal sale the other day and paid £750,000 for a jumps horse, right, called Caldwell Potter. It was a world record for a jumper at public auction. These are guys who, really want to enjoy sport for sport's sake. This isn't about the breeding shed, for all the nod to Frankel. This isn't about an industry. This is about sport for sport's sake and just enjoying it with your mates.
Well done, guys. Enjoy it. Doing so. Oh,
don't
that rip! The rip! Almost took a header. The excitement and making their way there for the trophy presentation.
Well,
go ahead.
You can't go a minute through this evening without some sort of unexpected twist.
Only one? I think that was like, we're on 4 or 5 by now.
We had to have
we have 2 races to go.
Let's have a wardrobe malfunction at some point.
I'm done changing clothes, just in case.
That's a shame.
There was one more.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna stay in this. I guess
the unders
I do have one more, but I'm gonna stay in this.
Go on.
No.
For the golden hour.
No, this one looks good.
Okay. As long as you're happy with it.
Luxembourg. Nick, were you surprised he didn't offer more resistance?
A little, yes. I think
tough to pass. Usually.
Yeah, and maybe he just needed this to put him spot on. He had a hard campaign at the end of last year. He ran his guts out in Hong Kong. I thought that was just about a career best. And he did so kind of against the odds.
Romantic Warrior, right?
Yeah. The hardest horse in the world.
Luxembourg sort of the same way. I think that darted away when Luxembourg came up to Romantic Warrior's flank, and immediately there was some separation in that moment when he accelerated. Tonight with Spirit Dancer, just kind of an ambush there and not much that Luxembourg could do in the moment.
Sir Alex Ferguson has spent most of his life in the limelight, and tonight he might be enjoying it more than ever. Spirit Dancer has the winning spirit in the Neom Turf Cup, and 2 wonderful races still to come. Sincerely hope you'll stay with us right to the end. What an evening it is turning out to be here in the gloaming in Riyadh. Spirit Dancer put up a wonderful performance, a career-defining performance for a man who has had the most glittering sporting career, Sir Alex Ferguson. I don't think he's ever enjoyed an occasion quite as much. Triumph for Spirit Dancer. No triumph, I'm afraid, today for one of his key rivals, the Foxes, who didn't really travel well through the race, keen early and ending up not beating a rival home. Travelling here, however, was a much smoother affair.
My name is Maddie O'Mara and I am head international travelling person for Andrew Boulding. I'm here with the Foxes, who is to run in the Howden's Neom Turf Handicap. We thought we would show you how we got from Kingsclear to Saudi Arabia. The morning he travels from Kingsclear to the airport, it's quite like a normal morning for him, really. He gets fed his normal time. He had his normal routine exercise. So he pulled out at 7 o'clock, had a trot and a canter up our normal locks on gallop. The Foxes is an absolute gentleman. He's really loving and cheeky. There's not a bad bone in his body. I'm a bit biased, but he's a cracking little horse.
Maddie's gone out ahead of us. She's gone out to get the paperwork, boxes, everything sorted. When he arrives, it's just smooth sailing when he gets there. And literally, I'm just here just to make sure that it's smooth sailing on this side, make sure he gets to the airport safe and sound. I'm just going to get him ready, tape up his feet, make sure the shoes stay on, put his boots on so he doesn't bang himself. Oh, it's a pleasure to look after. He has a little bit of a quirk, but only once in a blue moon, but most of the time he's a big soppy horse. Just loaded him up, he's all set to go, off to Stansted, and you wouldn't get many that are better travellers than him. Absolutely loves it. Yeah.
So now the Foxes is ready to load onto the lorry, and he will make his short journey up to Stansted, which isn't too far away, and Dwayne will be with him the whole time.
So my role is to look after the horses, deal with any emergencies. So we monitor the horses all the time, and anything that needs treatment. I've hopefully got all the stuff on here to do it. We've got 12 horses here in 8 boxes. These are obviously important and high priority animals, and we've only got 12 to get on. Loading is the most time-consuming bit of this job, and also the most important, because you've got the grooms. These are all professional grooms. They've got to get the stalls set up exactly right to make it as comfortable as possible and absolutely safe for the horses that are in the stalls. It's really not very different from being in a plane to being on a horse box. They're in a secure crate when they're on the plane. They don't really feel the sensation of flying. It's a little bit of a different sensation when we take off and land, particularly when we land. But when the plane is in the air, it's usually very smooth, and most horses seem to quite enjoy it. They seem to relax, they fall asleep, they eat. Most horses are pretty chilled flying. We're not allowed on the deck when we're taking off, but once we're at cruise, we check the horses pretty much all the time. We try not to disturb them too much. We try and let them relax. So we try and check them without being too intrusive. We feed these horses on the plane. We give them water at sort of 2-hourly intervals, or sometimes we just leave water in front of them. It's about a 7-hour flight today, which by the standards of a lot of these flights is relatively short. These horses are highly trained athletes, and they won't be distressed by a 7-hour flight. There's plenty of space on this plane. They've all got plenty of space in the boxes and lots of people to look after them. So this should hopefully be a stress-free flight for everybody concerned.
Welcome to Saudi Arabia. All the British horses have landed, and we are here now at the main track. My main role now with the Foxes is to just make sure that he is 100% tip-top and happy and everything's going well and he's eating and drinking. Today was our first day out on the main track, which he thoroughly enjoyed, and he cantered a mile round, had his ears pricked, and was actually very bouncy, pulling up and walking back in. He had a great time and really happy with him, happy with how he's moving. So yeah, good day today. I hope the boy wins. You know, third or better, we would be absolutely over the moon. So we know on the day he's going to run to his best, and that's all we can hope for, as long as he comes back out fine.
Well, sadly not to be for the Foxes today, but a wonderful insight there into what it takes to travel a horse across continents. And 2 wins for Great Britain tonight, 2 wins for Japan as well, on a night where they've dominated in the past, including last year when Panther Lassa took the Saudi Cup for Trainer Yahoo. He struck this evening with Forever Young, and his final runner tonight comes up in our upcoming race. He is a fascinating man, a mercurial trainer, a brilliant one that has done so much to put Japanese racing on the international map. Let's find out a bit more about him.
まあ父親が調教師だったんで、子供の頃から馬は身近な存在です。思い切りが良い、常識にとらわれない。そうですね、常識にとらわれないっていうのは一頭一頭こう型に当てはめないっていうことで、それは非常に大事なことと、やはりもう一つのポイントは人ですね。人をしっかり育てられる調教師でないと馬も育てられないと思います。
調教師試験10何回落ちたんだそうですけど、なんでそんなトップトレーナーがそんなに落ちたんですか？
JRA に聞いてください。
Right down the outside, Country Grammar is staying on, but Panther Lassa is lasting home. Panther Lassa, Country Grammar on the sea late, but too late. Panther Lassa takes it for Japan.
関連の質問になります。サウジカップの勝ったっていうことは今までのキャリアの中で先生のハイライトの一つですか？もちろんです。それは間違いのないことですし、特にやはり日本人で初めてっていうのは何よりです。パンサラッサは、先生が手掛けたこれまでの最強馬ですか？それは違うかなと思いますけども、最も心に残っている馬です。
It's Bathrat Leon from Casa Creed, who's coming again, but once again may just have been denied. Bathrat Leon winning for Japan.
パンサラッサからちょっと離れますが、先生全体的にサウジアラビアの競馬をもう2年3年経験してこられるサウジの競馬ってのは、そうですね、一番言えることはやはり年々の進歩でしょうね。一年一年、進化している競馬だということです。間違いないです。今回3頭いけますけども、本当であれば、6頭8頭10頭とそういう例えばエイダン・オブライエンのようなチームを作っていけるのが、理想だと考えています。フォーエバーヤングの前に来ております。フォーエバーヤング、去年のレーティング113、日本調教馬ダート史上最高レーティングと。歴代最高ということになる。先生のおやりになったリアルスティールの子なんですが、もう当然の頃からご覧になってますですか？そうですね、これは1歳競りかな、1歳夏からですね。お父さんの面影があるなと思ってとてもあります。リアルスティールはちょっとディープインパクトにしては変わってる、どっちかというと筋肉質パワータイプの馬が多いんで、それを受け継いでたし、ボケを考えてダートっていうことで正解でした。先生の中では割と早いうちにダートを使おうかなっていうのは。いや、それはギリギリまで、もう芝でもいけるんじゃないかっていうのはありましたけど、ギリギリまで迷ってダートにしました。一番強かったのは何たって全日本2歳優勝で、本当に強かった。あのレースを先生どう評価されますか？いや、やはり小回りの川崎でのマイルっていうのは、距離も短いし小回りも向かないし、あまりこの馬に適したコンディションだとは思わなかったんですけど、それで勝ち方ができたことで同じ左回りのサウジダービーにっていう気持ちがはっきりとしました。はっきりとっていうことは、じゃあここでいい競馬をできればちょっと次はサウジかなっていうのはもちろん考えてますね。でも素晴らしいです、体も。
またここ、本当にの放牧だったんですけど、それでまた大きくこう成長しました。非常に伸びてますまだ。
今年もサウジに行くことになりましたバスラットレオン君です。絆の子です。でこれ先生牧場で見つけてきた先生が買ってきた馬だそうですね。
俺が買ってきたっていうかまあ搭載生まれて割と早い時期に割とリーズナブルな値段で買いました。そうですね。まあ最初から素質があるのは、素質は見せてました。はい。
まあグッドウッドというですね素晴らしい競馬場にお出かけになって、先生にとってもいいっていういいこうキャリアの中の一つの
そうですね。
ステップだったんじゃないですか。
そうですね。やはりフランケルとやったことあるのもうちの馬一頭だしバーイードとやったことあるのもこの馬一頭ですから日本で、はい、また行きたいですね。
サセックス4着って立派な成績だと思いますよ。
はい、いや本当にいい競馬だったと思います。はい、
さあ今度は連覇を目指して1351ターフスプリントになります。今の馬の具合はどうですか。
まあ順調というか非常にねこれ見ていただいたって分かる通りの状態の良さだと思いますし、はい、何よりもその1351キングアブドゥラジーズのコースは非常にこの馬に合ってるんではないかとそういうふうに考えてます。まあでも意見はしてくれるかなと信じています。
はい、今度はレッドシーターフハンデのいいですか。リビアングラスです。多分日本まで一番最後に招待が来たヒットだと思うんですが、心待ちをされてましたですか。
そうですね。やはり菊花賞4着っていうのがあるんで、のレーティングがあるんで、もしかしたら可能性はあると思ってたんですけど、まあほとんど諦めてたんで、招待来て嬉しいです。
2100のネオムラフト両方入れてらっしゃって、はい、結構お悩みになったと聞きました。はい。
まあ適正相手関係両方の意味でね。ただまあジョッキーも3000mでも折り合いに困るようなタイプではないので、先行力があると、はい、やはり向こうの長距離戦必ずスローペースになりますんで、先行力は必要だなと、まあステフリッシュで勝ったんで、割と似たタイプかなと思ってますので、
はいはい、相手見ても例えばね去年いたサブジェクティビストみたいなまあ、大物がいないんでね、チャンスだと思いますよ。
みんなチャンスじゃないですか。
みんなチャンスですよ。だから僕は印さえつけなきゃ。まあフ
ォーエバーヤングはちょっと硬くなるけど、これらは気楽に臨みたいなと思います。
もうでも先生とか遠征慣れしてるけどもやっぱり3と一緒に行けるってのは
大きいですね。
ですよね。
本当に嬉しいですね。
先生は非常におしゃれでいらっしゃることで世界的にも知られているんですがすいません帽子はいくつ持ってらっしゃいますか。
正確に数えたことはないんですけれども300以上はあると思います。
基本的にはご自身で選ばれるんですか。
そうですね。あまりいわゆる日本人的な弦を担ぐようなことはしないで、その時その時の自分のフィーリングで決めています。
あ、そうですか。はい、じゃあ去年サウジカップの時のハットを今年も被るってわけではないんですね。
可能性はありますけれども、もうそういうふうに決めていることはないです。
Fascinating man, great insight into one of the world's great trainers. This is final representative on Saudi Cup night in our upcoming Red Sea Turf Handicap, sponsored by Longines. It's Libyan Glass, and again, the man in the saddle is the talented 26-year-old Ryusei Sakai. Michelle used translation skills from a little earlier on. Absolutely spot on by the looks of our subtitles.
Thank you. I did so good. I'm proud of myself. And we know the hat. Obviously, the hat not the same as the purple chapeau donned last year. This is black with maybe a paisley bow.
Stylish indeed.
It doesn't match his tie, which is kind of bugging me, though.
And this upcoming race matches very few other races in the world, save the Melbourne Cup, for it is a most valuable 7-figure race, which is a handicap for stayers.
Run over 3,000 meters.
على مسافة 3000 متر.
Worth $2.5 million.
بجائزة وقدرها $2,500,000.
The Red Sea Turf Handicap.
كأس البحر الأحمر.
So this is a group race, and it is a handicap, as Nick mentioned. It's worth $2.5 million. The Red Sea Turf Handicap, over 3,000 metres. So the start is at the 1,200 metre midway down the back straight on the turf course, and they complete a circuit and a half. Number 1 is Giavolotto for Usheen Murphy, and 2 is Breakup for Jaumura and Japan. Japan also have number 3 Iron Barrows with Christian Demuro, and number 4 Ect, who is the mount of Yuga Kawada. 5 is Al Nair for Christophe Soumillon, part of a strong French challenge, which also includes number 6 Big Call with William Buick. 7 Libyan Glass is another Japanese runner, Ryushi Sakai, and 8 Scazino, another one for France, Mikel Barcelona. 9 Enemy, who ran well in this race 12 months ago, has gate 14, Richard Kingscott. 10 Roberto Escobar, those colours not the same as some publications, white with the black checks on the sleeves, and they are worn by Marco Gianni, big ride for him. Mick will be looking for a double. 11 is Tower of London, Ryan Moore, again unlucky with the barrier in 12. 12 is Diva Donna for Jérôme Moutard, another for France, and the last 2 are locally trained horses. 13 First Minister for Luis Saez, and 14 Pina Hopes for Alexis Moreno. 3,000 metres, the horses just making their way out onto the racecourse.
Here's Giavolotto here. He's number 1. The reason he's number 1 is because he carries the most weight. The reason he carries the most weight is because he has the highest rating. And he has the highest rating because he's achieved the most in his career. Can he defy that? Can he concede the weight for Marco Botti and Usheen Murphy? Make his class tell.
Yes, that was. I love that description, by the way, of why he's number 1. I mean, there's this horse coming out of a couple of really strong efforts. I thought that his race in the Yorkshire Cup especially was very impressive, and I love what I've been seeing from him in the paddock here. His walking around, and then he comes out here, and his warm-up is just lovely.
Used to be in these international shows, people would say, fear Appleby. They meant Charlie. Now they mean Mick. He's had a winner with Anaaf. Now he's got Roberto Escobar, who's owned by Gary Allsop, a Coventry-based businessman who's made his fortune in Dubai. Here he is with Tom Stanley.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've just missed Gary singing the specials because he's a fan of Coventry and ska music. So there we are. And this horse, this is Coventry City's 3rd colours.
That's correct. It's black and white. So we're from Coventry, and it's not a ghost town yet, but it's coming. And, if he wins in these colours, we've had some great results. We won in the St. Ledger in Italy in them colours. So, our 3rd colour is very proud. We got absolutely tanked 3-0 last night, so I'm still sulking. But hey-ho, we go again. Let's hope I can cheer myself up with this.
This would make up for it, wouldn't it? I mean, how do you feel about your respective chances? Are you sort of buoyed by Mick's success earlier on?
Oh, very much so. He's flying. I mean, he's come and burgled this one. We went and burgled the Cup out in Milan. And he's a specialist. But the one thing about Mick, he gets his horses fit. And my lad looks like fit tonight. Really, well, I think we can get top 4 tonight.
And just talking to Mick off camera there, the plan is to make it, isn't it?
No, we're going to go for it. We're going to ride like the wind, as it's go. And he said, "How are we going to go tonight? What's the plan?" It's like a bat out of hell. That's how when we get out them gates, we're off ski, and and it's you wouldn't want to be here. And we've got a very fit horse. He will stay longer than the in-laws at Christmas Day. So I think we're going to have a go. And if whatever happens out there, being here, just being here, it's incredible. So, and they looked after us so well. We're on the 2 o'clock plane in the morning, and we're at Wembley tomorrow watching the Chelsea-Liverpool game. So, we've got a busy time ahead. And Coventry playing Maidstone, is it, on Monday night? So we're there to watch that as well. So big banana skin.
You've got a busy weekend. And you came over to me and you said, "I'm so delighted for Ed, Mick's other owners." And that's clearly not lost on you, what it means to him and his young family.
Whatever happens tonight, is a young lad, he's got a young business. And we were chatting at dinner last night, and he said, "I'll be really disappointed if I'm outside the first 3, Gary." So he really, really fancied it. Got the horse fit, and to walk away with £1 million tonight.
Good luck.
Show me the money.
Going to ride him like they stole him, by the sounds of it. Roberto Escobar. Ian Williams rather thieved this horse from previous trainers. He's done well with him. He's Enemy. He was 2nd last year. Here's the trainer with Ollie.
Well, we're talking about football there in that previous interview. You've just shown me the Man United score. You're a Man U fan and Man U are losing, but I'm sure you'd be delighted for Sir Alex in the previous race, Ian Williams.
Yeah, he still keeps training, or still keeps having winners, even though he's not managing anymore.
Enemy came into this race last year on the back of a good win in Medan. This time round won a Winter Derby trial. That form's actually been franked today in the UK. Military Order won the Winter Derby. So what sort of shape is he in compared to this time 12 months ago?
I think he's in good shape. I'd actually probably be a little bit happier with him. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but he's come here, he's held his weight well, he's in good condition, and we're very happy with him.
I'm glad you mentioned weight there. Has Richard held his weight well? Have you brought scales for him?
Yeah, Richard's been weighed a few times, and he looks all right at the moment anyway. So,
and for context, that was a dramatic moment after the race last year, a bit of a mix-up in the stewards' room.
There was no drama. There was just £420,000 at stake. There was no drama.
Well, you got the outcome you wanted in the end. Let's hope you can get the outcome you want here. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
And if they do, it's $1.5 million to the winner of this Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. This horse has got a shot.
Absolutely got a shot. He's coming off a victory last time out on the synthetic, and you know, he has a couple of 2-mile races prior to that. You heard them allude to how fit he is. When you're going a marathon distance like this, you have to be fit. Also, he's going to be carrying a little bit more weight than he carried last time in his victory, 1 pound more. But prior to that, he carried a lot more weight and was knocking on the door. I think this is kind of his sweet spot.
The handicapper made a boo-boo in this race last year. He gave the Japanese-trained winner far too little weight, and he's corrected himself this time. He's given all the Japanese horses more weight, I think, than they deserve. We haven't talked about Tower of London, the Aidan O'Brien representative with Ryan Moore booked. He could just be ahead of the posse, Michelle, as the last few go in.
Well, he was carrying 137 last time out in his brutal defeat, but that was going really far. Might have been just a little bit beyond what his limits are. He's a lightly raced 4-year-old here, but I preferred elsewhere. I liked Al Nair here, the 5-horse for Godolphin. I think that he's really intriguing with Christophe Simeon in the irons.
With Georges Deleuze, veteran trainer, enjoyed his best season ever last year. Former top jockey, father of Olivier Deleuze. Last few coming forward for this Group 3 Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, the longest race of the night, 3,000 meters to run, and another huge prize. And Richard Hoyles has his best voice for this.
$2,500 US. Pin Your Hopes goes forward, and in company with Echt, who was just a little bit awkward coming out onto the course, but has settled down at the start. Another rider, Yuki Kawada, who's had a winner tonight, an Enemy. And that wide out gate. Not the longest run to the first turn, probably 400 metres or so. Giovanotto stops in to complete the line then for this Group 3 Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, and they're all sent on their way. Everyone's out. Enemy's going to cross behind. So's Tower of London. Ryan Moore quickly up the rail. Purple colours, moves to the fence. Has the early pace, Roberto Escobar, and moving forward is Libyan Glass to set the early fractions. Echt on the running rail is handy as well. So it's Libyan Glass and Echt, both for Japan, who have the early lead. Moving off their heels, Roberto Escobar. Oh, and Echt, really odd, almost clipped heels there, almost pranced for a couple of strides. In 4th place is Iron Barrows, racing on the outside of the green jacket of Diva Donna. So a lot of the Japanese horses are prominent in the run early on. Big Call for France is next, racing on the inside of Breakup, another of the Japanese runners as they make the turn. And now out in the lead, it's Libyan Glass who has moved through to take it up. So Libyan Glass leading by just over a length. Roberto Escobar in 2nd place, Echt in 3rd on the running rail. Also white and green as they come up the home straight is Iron Barrows, and in 5th place then towards the inside is Diva Donna. Big Call on the inside of Breakup, and then the second half of the field headed by Pin Your Hopes in the green jacket, yellow and green of Scazino. Then we have the red cap and the white epaulets of First Minister as they make their way out past the stands. Tower of London and Giovanotto are both well back. They had to sit and suffer along with Enemy from their early gate, and Al Nair keeps them company at the back. So Libyan Glass now attended by Iron Barrows, and racing in 3rd is Echt. In 4th place on the outside, Roberto Escobar from Diva Donna. Big Call, and still held 3 wide at this stage, is Breakup, who's racing in about 7th or 8th place as they make their way round the turn and just about heading back to their point of departure. Scazino still in the second half of the field in company with First Minister, and the green jacket towards the inside of Pin Your Hopes. Tower of London sticking to the running rail, but will need a fair amount of luck from there. Giovanotto held up, is reaping and tearing at the back in the pale blue with Enemy, and on the outside of those is Al Nair. So they're midway down the back straight, 1,200 metres to travel from this point. Libyan Glass has the lead. Iron Barrows is poised in 2nd. second, half a length to Echt. Roberto Escobar breaking up the Japanese formation. Diva Donna racing in 5th place at this stage as they make their way round the turn. Just about to enter it now. Break up on the outside will be 3 deep, and still at the back, Giabolotto, Tower of London. They've got a lot to do from there with Enemy as well. Libyan Glass are first applying a pressure from Iron Barrows, and we are still quite a long way from home here. Echt is in 3rd place. All of a sudden, riders coming off the bridle as the pace lifts. Tower of London found coming back into his lap. Roberto Escobar, likewise Giabolotto. Out in the lead, Libyan Glass seems to have repelled Iron Barrows for the time being. Echt, and now down the outside, First Minister makes some ground. Ryan Moore needs some luck on Tower of London, full of horse, nowhere to go. Behind these towards the inside is Big Paul. Giabolotto is now being wound up. Echt has moved through to take the lead. Enemy right from the back of the pack. Giabolotto as well. Now Tower of London. Giabolotto times in, joins Enemy. Tower of London's had a torrid trip. Can he put it out of the fire? Enemy Giabolotto dying on the run. Tower of London's going to travel late. Tower of London getting to Enemy. Tower of London in the final bound. Got out of jail, I think. It didn't part like the Red Sea for him, but he's won anyway. Enemy on the inside, it is a photo. Giabolotto, they were clear of Al Nair, and back then in 5th place was Big Call. Tower of London's got up. Final stride, Enemy, heartbreak, second again as he was 12 months ago. Giabolotto in 3rd place. Ireland beats the UK twice. Japanese just didn't get home there on that, having forced the pace. And those at the back had to wait, sit and suffer. But it was probably Iron Barrows that won the race for them, applying a bit of pressure. That meant the leader kicked at the 600. And there Ryan Moore, all dressed up, nowhere to go, has got out in time and has won for Aidan O'Brien.
Ryan Moore must be the only jockey in the world who can win a race in the last stride and on the penultimate stride cast a languid glance across to his rival.
Well, I mean, what a chilling move that was. He looked left, looked at the other riders. They were going to their sticks, they were pushing. He kind of gave one half throw and then went on. That was the most confident ride I've seen in a long time, and nothing went right for this horse. This horse did not break. When he was behind, another horse came back at him right as he was trying to make his first move. I mean, this was just not the trip I think they planned out, and he still got it done.
Wow, he just popped his 4-year-old head on the line.
Wow.
For Aidan O'Brien, Coolmore making their first visit to the Saudi Cup since its inauguration 4 years ago. Enemy second again. Heart bleeds for Ian Williams, Richard Kingscote. They picked up another $500,000 this time. Look at Moore there. Oh, so cheeky.
That was awesome.
Giabolotto is 3rd. It's Ireland 1st, Britain 2nd and 3rd here.
It's like he's judging. Do I need to use a stick? Do I not need to use a stick? And he decides, no, I don't. Just keeps watching and riding. Look at that.
Richard Kingscote riding the runner-up. Spends quite a bit of time with Ryan Moore, both of them heavily involved with the Sir Michael Stout stable, but it's Aidan O'Brien, of course, who's given Moore so many of his many hundred Group 1 wins, and most of those for the Coolmore partners, whose MV Magna is with Tom.
He is indeed. I was just remarking how cool a ride it was, but I mean, never in doubt, right?
No, Ryan on the way out, he said that he was going to take his time on him, and again, like, he's just an incredible jockey, and he was very cool on him, as you said, and he gave him a fantastic ride.
What were you feeling when he started picking his way through? Did you have confidence in the horse he'd get there?
Aidan, in fairness to him, was saying there for the last couple of weeks that this horse would run very well. No, but sure, Ryan gave him a great ride, and the horse picked up for him, so it all worked out.
And how have you enjoyed your time back here at the Saudi Cup?
I must say it's fantastic. The prize money, everything is unbelievable. The people are so friendly here, and the welcome here, it really is fantastic. And it's great to see Ryan's brother here, Josh, here as well. So it's great for him to be here too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just obviously this has worked out and it didn't for Luxembourg. Immediate signs he's come out the race okay?
Yeah, Ryan just said afterwards that he thought that they might have went a bit too hard, and I'm sure all the horses came from behind, so they probably just went a little bit too quick.
MB, thanks for your time. All the best. Thank you. Here's Ollie with the winning rider.
Yeah, we're going to grab a word with Ryan Moore. I'm just going to make my way and speak to Ryan. Ryan, I was going to ask you, when you knew you were going to get there, we saw this amazing shot about 2 strides before the line of you looking over. Were you always confident you were going to pick up?
The second horse quickened very well. Look, he's a lovely horse, this. Always rated him. Being on quick ground was a help to him today. And luckily, it worked out.
Yeah, I just had a quick chat to Pat, actually. And I said, from your draw, you didn't really have many options, but how much did that race not go according to the plan you had in your mind pre-race, or did it go as you anticipated?
No, I thought there'd be speed. I was happy to go a short way, but you're at the mercy of the race then, and look, thankfully, we got out in time.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Out of jail, says Ryan Moore. This horse has got talent. He's bred to have talent. He's a brother to Capri, the St. Leger winner, who beat a vintage field in that year's race. This horse could have gone to Melbourne last year, didn't, took in the very valuable Irish Cesarewitch. That didn't work. He'll be in all the big cup races throughout Europe this season, and I wonder if they might have half a look at the Dubai Gold Cup as well. He's good, and he's getting better. Well, Ryan Moore, he's been good for an awful long time. And there is Pat Keating, who goes around the world with all these big guns for Ballydoyle and is such an important part of preparing them for the big day. And a big moment for the event to have MV Magna here and the Coolmore partners with a winner. When you rejoin us, we will be beginning the build-up to the world's richest horse race, the 2024 Saudi Cup.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and welcome to Riyadh, the capital city that has played host to a season that has seen the biggest names in sport and entertainment through its ancient gates, and which today plays host to the world's richest horse race, the $20 million Saudi Cup.
The 4 renewals to date have seen champions crowned from the 4 corners of the racing world.
Miss Shrimp conquers the cup, an upset winner. To the front, a huge shock. Antarasa takes it for Japan.
But none of those fields with the depth and quality of the one we have assembled here tonight. For the first time ever, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner travels. White Obaiyah from the barn of Rick Dutrow is the main flag bearer of the 5 American hopefuls. But amongst them, the Preakness and Pegasus World Cup winner National Treasure, who looks to break the seconditis that his Hall of Fame trainer Bob Baffert brings into the event.
As so often in the world's top races, the Japanese were all over the Saudi Cup last year, with 4 of the first 5 home, including all-the-way winner Pantalasa. This time, it's a 4-pronged attack. Amongst them, Ushba Tesoro, who bids to make history by becoming the first horse to complete the Dubai World Cup Saudi Cup double.
And don't sleep on the local horses. Power in numbers. Carmel Road and Scotland Yard all look to emulate Emblem Road, who was the hero of 2022.
4 editions of unscripted, high-stakes sporting theatre promise a 5th that could lay claim not just to being the richest race in the world, but also the very best.
14 go to post, $20 million in prize money. This is the 2024 Saudi Cup.
Darkness descends over King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Once a dusty drive from downtown Riyadh. Now Chibai Jal with the Middle East's fastest growing metropolis and now combining the centuries-old tradition of horsemanship with the grandest of sporting ambitions as the stage, the spectacular stage for the 5th Saudi Cup. It is not just a great sporting event, but a great social event. And what a night it's been so far, with sporting stars from all across the globe, with victories for the United Kingdom, for Ireland, and 2, of course, for Japan, who struck once again last year in the Saudi Cup itself, welcoming you paddock side, moments away from the world's richest horse race. And the bar in 2023 was set awfully high.
13 runners contesting over 1,800 metres, the richest race in the world.
From the west coast of the United States to the Far East in Japan, who become such a dominant force. Saudi Cup worth $20 million.
非常に爽やかというか、プレッシャーはなかったですね。楽しみしかなかったです。とにかく僕が自分で一番枠引いちゃったんで、とにかくスタート出てくれなくて逃げらんなかったら終わるって思ってましたから、とにかくスタート出てダッシュが効いてくれて、まずここで1回目のよしっていう思いでした。
Has outwell Pantalassa on the inside, and the 3 from the inside gates are the ones that are cutting out the early fractions.
まあ日本のアメリカの馬が思ったほど、競ってこなかったんで、2番手がジオグリフで、まあこれであればこれ以上は来ないだろうから、自分のペースでいけるなって道中思ってました。
But Pantalassa really now beginning to press on, has the advantage from his second geoglyph.
まあとにかく気持ちよさそうに走ってますよね。それがこの馬にとって何よりでした。
Pantalassa on the home turn, geoglyph, Tiber as the Japan Army's muster.
直線向いた時に、あ、これはいいレースになるなって、これら辺で、あ、これは勝負になるなと思いましたけども。
Pantalassa moves back to the rails, has the advantage. Japan all over the place here. They have the first 4.
で残り150でジオグリフが止まったんですね。これでもしかしたらと思ったんですけども、カントリーグラマーが最後まで安心はさせてくれなかったですけども。
Right down the outside, Country Grammar is staying on, but Pantalassa is lasting home. 50 yards to go. Pantalassa, Country Grammar on the sea late, but too late. Pantalassa takes it for Japan.
本当に夢のようでしたね、勝った瞬間。
If in doubt, just run everything you have. And Japan have won the Saudi Cup.
日本の皆さん、こんばんは。サウジアラビアで、大きいサウジカップ勝ちました。応援ありがとうございます。やりました。
このうちの厩務員も池田厩務員もそういう心境だったと思いますし、彼のキャリアのラストにこんなことが起こるなんて、本当に競馬の神様がいたんだなっていう感じでした。
They were good last year. They could be even better this time. But there is a formidable American contingent, both on the racetrack and alongside me, as I welcome in Michelle Yu and Laffit Pincay. It's been a night of nights so far, the best yet to come. The Americans haven't had a winner, Laffit. They've got close, but this is a good representation in the Saudi Cup.
The Americans ran 1-2 in the inaugural running, defeated favorites the last 3 years, but this is the strongest crew of American runners we've seen in the Saudi Cup, headlined by White Obaiyah, the top-ranked North American thoroughbred, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and as his trainer Rick Dutcher describes him, in an absolute zone.
Is there potential for the Breeders' Cup Classic hero to go better still, Michelle? Can he run that race? Can he run his race in the Whitney at Saratoga and win today?
I think if you ask Rick Dutcher, he's going to tell you yes. He thinks that if you called him up and said, White Obaiyah, what race do you want to run? He would tell you 1 mile and 1/8 around one turn. So if you're going to go with the confidence level of the trainer, that's a yes. I am a little bit more dubious about the one turn myself, but I mean, I've been wrong a whole ton of times tonight.
Well, you might be saving your best until last. We are going to take a look at the full field for the Saudi Cup of 2024, and this is the modest, unassuming trophy that they will be competing for. Here we go then, with the runners and riders. And they're headed by local hope, Carmel Road, who is ridden by Camilo Ospina, 8 times champion jockey here in Saudi Arabia. Joe Moreira, brilliant rider, Crown Pride up against it. What of Defunded, Laffit?
Defunded, who was with Bob Baffert, makes his new start for new connections here in Saudi. Star jockey Louis Saez takes the call, who did win that first Saudi Cup with maximum security.
Haven't seen him since September, though, when he ran second in the Awesome again.
Dermasoto Gake, big hope for Japan, hoist the gold. Likely pace, John Velasquez, 4th in the Pegasus at Gulfstream last time. Isolate the Mount of Joel Rosario. Lemon Pop, a big runner for Japan.
Well, Sakai having a monster evening. 2 wins thus far, seeking a 3rd.
Him and Dermasoto Gake are the same rating. We're looking at the top 5 dirt horses in the world right now, and they both weigh in at 120.
National Treasure, Preakness Stakes winner, a Pegasus winner just a few weeks ago. Power in numbers for the locals, who sprung a surprise with Emblem Road 2 years ago. Saudi Crown, Florent Giroux, the most aptly named horse anywhere in the world. Senor Buscador will be finishing off. Ushba Tesoro, maybe the biggest hope for Japan. Wida Barrio, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner. And Scotland Yard rounds them up for the Saudi Cup 2024. So many potential winners, so many potential results. You need to stay close to us because we're about to bring you a thriller.
Brand new for 2024, Crown Jewels Racing Fantasy is now live for the Saudi Cup. Take your chance on the feature race tonight by selecting the first 3 home. Simply scan the QR code to play along with your friends at home. More information is on the QR code or simply click on this website. Brand new for 2024, Crown Jewels Racing Fantasy is now live for the Saudi Cup. Take your chance on the feature race tonight by selecting the first 3 home. Simply scan the QR code to play along with your friends at home. More information is on the QR code or simply click on this website.
And you can humiliate us as well by playing us in the Crown Jewels fantasy game. Laffit, who'd you go for? Who were your three?
In Bob Baffert, I trust here. National Treasure on top. Derma Sotogake to complete the exacta. And from far out of the clouds, Senor Buscador to complete the trifecta.
All right, Michelle.
I went National Treasure on top as well. I think that he's very well suited to this. I used a Japanese first, but I went Ushba Tesoro instead. And you guys didn't use white Abario? I'm telling Dutro on you.
It's a value thing. It's a value thing to play this game.
You still got to win to be able to cash in.
Well, you've been spending enough time with Dick Rick Dutro. We can find out a bit more about him and his star white Abario now.
Rick, I want to start with the Breeders' Cup Classic. What was your emotion like on that day?
Overwhelming. Still is. Watching him win and, you know, just being around him. He's exciting for us. I just like being around him and watching him from afar. He is, we just love watching him.
Now, progressing into Saudi, what is it like for you getting him ready for the richest race in the world?
It's truly exciting for us. All the work has been done with him, and he's in a zone that I wish every horse that ever lived was in that kind of zone. It's just so cool to see them where they're so happy and so confident and so just, they're mighty, you know, and that's what he is, man. He thinks he can take on the world. He just breathed this morning. Man, he looked good. But what looks better is seeing Emily's face after the breeze. That is striking, man. It's just, you can just tell that there's no way he could be doing any better just by seeing her face.
He's obviously very quirky. Can you tell us a little bit about his personality and how you guys have come to kind of be friends?
I was just about to say he's a little spoiled and loves his peppermints. If you don't stop by his stall and give him a peppermint, he'll paw and stare at you till you do.
We've gone through like 700 a day. Are we sponsored by peppermints yet?
They're off in the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic.
During the race, where were you?
You're gonna make me tear up.
That's good. We like emotion.
No, it was an awesome day, and we were very proud of him. So it was just great to be a part of the team and see him run a huge race.
White Abario won the Breeders' Cup Classic over Derma Sotogake.
Is he ready?
Yes, he is.
Rick Dutro is back in the big race, and he's going to enjoy it.
Looking at this year's edition, is this one of the deepest renewals?
It looks like it. You know, whoever wins it's going to be the man.
Do you go and watch Derma Sotogake's replays? Do you look at Ushba Tesoro, or do you just worry about White Abario?
Yeah, I haven't watched any of them. I didn't even watch the Pegasus. I could care less. It seems like they called him up and said, hey, what do you want to do here? And he would say to them, make it a mile and 1/8 around one turn. So I feel that if he is himself the day of the race, that he's got the best chance to win that race.
Practicality. For you, from being away from the game for 10 years, did he give you some validation, like, I can still train a damn good racehorse?
Well, never thought that I couldn't. Even when I was gone, my people would be calling me, and I says, man, I didn't forget how to train a horse. You can bet your life on that. It's simple for me.
Do you still get the buzz when you get to the track on Breeders' Cup Day or on Saudi Cup night? Are you going to feel it inside?
Yes, I feel it now.
Yeah.
I'm shaking right now. I mean, this is exciting stuff, man. A $20 million race. My mom is going crazy. I mean, my dad used to run for 10,000. We were so happy.
Yeah.
Now a $20 million race. She is just, can't believe it.
Did you pack all his peppermints?
Yes, he cannot go anywhere without them. That's how we control him. Come on.
I think he controls us. I think he controls us.
Yes, he does. We're happy, man.
Rick Dutro, no shortage of charisma no shortage of confidence in his charge. White Obaiyah, who will be ridden by the highly decorated Irad Ortiz, a 5-time Eclipse Award-winning champion. How's Ortiz going to play this? Perhaps now he'll tell Tom Stanley.
Irad Ortiz Jr. in the jockey's room ahead of this big ride on a horse you know well. I'm sure a horse you love very much.
Yeah, we all love all the connection. We love White Obaiyah. It's a nice horse, cool horse to be around, and we expect a really good race from him.
Take me through, in your mind, how you think it's going to go from gate number 1.
I mean, hopefully he break good. I got a clean break, and after that, whatever he's happy, I will be happy. Just to let him be wherever he's comfortable and try to make a run from the quarter pole to the wire.
Take me back to the Classic. It all went to plan, really, gate to wire, did it? You were always confident through the race?
Yeah, I was comfortable the whole time. I mean, some good horses here today. I think they're going to come out running. Some horses got speed, and we go from there.
I mean, he's a horse who you rode him early on in his career. The improvement he's shown now is incredible, right?
Yeah, last time he run huge. He run huge in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Do everything very professional, and he was there for me every time I want.
What would it mean to win the Saudi Cup?
It means a lot. I mean, it's this level, competing in this high level worldwide is amazing. So I'm happy to be here.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And from the jockey to the trainer, alongside me, White Obaiyah's trainer, and I was just saying to you, Rick, he looks absolutely fantastic since he's come to Saudi. How happy are you?
Look at my face. I mean, I wish I could smile like Emily, but he's just been in such a good place for a long time. He came over here, took him a few days to get over the thing, but the last 3 days is when he really has ate up everything. And we give him his breeze this morning, and just I was there by the rail, and just the sounds of it, just the look of it, it just makes you feel incredible, man. He gives you that feeling.
You talk about him being in the zone. Is he in the zone today?
He sure is. We were back there by his stall for a while. He don't want a whole lot of people messing with him. He turns his back to you, and he just chills, and he's getting mentally prepared. So you got to love it.
You breezed him this morning, is that right?
Yeah, he went really good. I got to be real close to him this morning when he did it, and it's thrilling sound, thrilling watching him.
And,
it really is.
And finally, Rick, if you had a dream scenario of how the race unfolds from gate 1, what is it?
To end up in front. You know, I'll let Edgar, the arch rider, and the horse, watch yourself. Irad knows this horse well, and both of them are so determined to win. So when they hook up, man, I got complete confidence that they will get this job done if anyone can.
Best of luck.
Thank you, Paul.
So what then, circumstantially, is potentially standing in their way if Dutrow is so confident from a class perspective, Laffit?
He's not worried about the rail. He's not worried about the competition, but I think he probably should be in terms of all those horses to his outside that could make things that much more difficult in Irad Ortiz trying to establish position. And then when you think about this, Rick Dutrow, 2 days after last year's Saudi Cup, had his license reinstated following that 10-year suspension. Here he is tonight with the Breeders' Cup Classic winner and the favorite in a $20 million horse race.
And the point about a $20 million horse race is not only do you get the finest thoroughbreds in the world, you get the finest jockeys as well. Irad Ortiz, the most decorated jockey currently in the United States. What about Christophe Lemaire, who's taken Japan by storm since moving there 2 decades ago? He rides Demain Sotogake, who was second to White Obaiyah in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Let's find out a bit more about what really motivates this brilliant French-born rider.
My name is Christophe Lemaire. I'm a GRA jockey.
敵はいない。先頭7番イクイノックス連覇でゴールイン。
競馬を始めた人でも知ってる名前が今まではやっぱ武豊、それが武豊とルメール。
Maxi wins the Guineas in the hands of Christophe Lemaire. Dooded in and Red Cano, they hit the line up, photo finish. Christophe Lemaire, he has won the Melbourne Cup.
もう知らない人がいないっていうぐらいやっぱりすごい本当有名なジョッキーやね。ね。
Good morning, gentlemen. You waiting for me? Yes. Good morning. Thank you for
I didn't consider that it was a gamble to move to Japan because I knew the country very well. I knew that my family and myself would feel comfortable here. There's two achievements that I'm quite proud of. It is, of course, the most victory in 1 year, beating Yuta Katake's record. When you know what is Yuta Katake in Japan, that's a true performance. He's such a legend here that beating his winning records in 1 year is very special to me. And also what we call here is the big 8 wins.
12番のペプチドウヘッドが抜けたか、内からは谷線ジャッキ、しかし12番のペプチドウヘッドゴール。
Only 2 jockeys before myself achieved that performance.
どんなルメールさんってどんな馬が印象に？もちろん。イクイノックスでしょ。イクイノックス。
差を詰めてこようとするスラントドーディエス。先頭はイクイノックスゴールイン。
In terms of performance, I think the Japan Cup was definitely his best achievement. The feeling I had on his back was the best of all his career. In terms of emotion, winning the Tenno show in front of the Emperor was something very special to me. In Japan, it's a big symbol. And to have him on the race course on the day Equinox won, one of the best horses in Japanese history, for me it meant a lot. And to bow in front of him, in front of that big Tokyo stand, was something I will never forget.
Dancing Prince for the first time, brought under pressure, but can now coast home to give Christophe Lemaire an unforgettable 4-timer on the night, and Japan continue to fly.
That was a great experience because the Saudi Cup meeting was quite new. This meeting will get bigger and bigger. All the best horses and the best trainers and jockeys want to be part of this event. This year I will be on board Derma Sotogake. He performed very well in Dubai last year in the UAE Derby. And then great performance in the Breeders' Cup Classic, finishing second. He was beaten by White Abario. We will be probably the favorite in the Saudi Cup. He was beaten just by a length. This year as a 4-year-old, I think he will be tougher, more mature, and he will have a big chance in the big one in Saudi.
See you on Saturday.
Christophe Lemaire, quite a brilliant rider, but a class act in the saddle and out of it. Supreme stylist Lemaire against ruthless Irad Ortiz. Can Lemaire get him back today?
I mean, I didn't, it's not Lemaire, right? I didn't use Derma Sotogake, but if you're just going off rider skill alone, obviously it's a yes, resoundingly.
In the world now, Laffit, which riders do you admire the most?
We're seeing several of them tonight. You're learning more about Christophe Lemaire. Irad Ortiz, to me, pound for pound, the most talented rider in North America. Ryan Moore, what he just did in the Neom Turf Cup earlier, the Red Sea Turf Handicap, the best turf rider, one of the best turf riders I've ever seen.
You just go back to his win on Warm Heart on the Pegasus Filly and Mare Turf, on the Pegasus Turf, and then the Breeders' Cup with August Rodin. I mean, these are rides that people are going to be talking about. They are difference-making rides. It's one thing to pilot a horse. It's another thing to make the difference on the horse.
Christophe Lemaire referencing Frankie Dettori, the ultimate stylist. He's not here today, riding in California. James McDonald, a great New Zealand-born, Australian-based rider. You'd put him up there as well.
You know what? As far as U.S.-based riders are going, you can't count out Flavien Prat. He has shown that he can be so dominant on both coasts, on every surface. He rides a 10-claimer as well as he can ride a Grade 1 race. He is always a smart and savvy rider.
And there he is in the aquamarine and pink silks, Flavien Prat riding National Treasure, the Preakness and Pegasus winner. This would be quite a hat trick if he were to add to the Saudi Cup. Still a rather unheralded horse, Laffit.
And National Treasure, though, a Preakness winner, and it was still kind of a, yeah, but he's not really that good. He has really found his best, that Pegasus World Cup win, and showing us a new dimension that he can pass a horse. He doesn't have to be in front. That makes Flavien Prat's assignment that much easier, gives him that many more options.
There is Christophe Lemaire, and Flavien Prat rides the horse that used to be ridden by John Velasquez, who today will be riding Hoist the Gold, possibly an early contender to put his rivals to the sword. Velasquez has won more Group 4 Grade 1s than any other rider in this field. Back with the best jockeys, the best horses for the biggest prize in the world of thoroughbred horse racing in just a few precious moments.
Run over 1,800 meters.
على مسافة 1800 متر.
Worth $20 million.
بجائزة وقدرها $20 مليون.
The Saudi Cup.
كأس السعودية.
Not long now then until the 2024 Saudi Cup. $20 million, and the runners now leaving the parade ring, making their way out onto this track here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The race will be described by Richard Hoyles.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, $20 million, the most valuable horse race on the planet. And this is the field that line up trying to win that prize. Number 1 is the locally trained Carmel Road for Camilo Espina, 2 Crown Pride. The first, the Japanese runners, João Moreira. 3 is Defunded for Luis Saez, representing Saudi Arabia, and 4, Dermas Sotogake for Christophe Lemaire, and as you've seen, representing Japan. 5 is Hoist the Gold, John Velasquez, starting a few USA runners. Number 6 is Isolate for the UAE, and Joel Rosario riding for Doug Watson. 7, Lemon Pop, Reisi Sakai, riding for Japan in the Godolphin colours. 8, Non-Runner. 9, National Treasure, Flavien Prat for the USA. 10, Power in Numbers, Adel Alforedi, locally trained. Number 11, Saudi Crown, despite the name, is representing the US, and that is a colour change from a few of the publications in the Commissioner King colours, the Saudi Derby winner of last year. 12 is Senor Buscador for Junior Alvarado for the US, Ushba Tesoro, another hope for Japan, Yuga Kawada. 14, White Abario for Irad Artis, and 15, the promoted reserve, locally trained Scotland Yard, giving 4 Saudi runners in a race, of course, they won a couple of years ago. Luis Morales is the recipient of the ride.
This is the second time today that Obaiyah has had a taste of the dirt here at King Abdulaziz, because he breezed this morning under his work rider Emily, and she was pretty happy with that, Michelle.
Yeah, she was happy with it. This is something that they have done regularly with him. They brought him out the morning of Breeders' Cup and just blew him out a quarter. It's kind of an old school training tactic that Rick Dutrow decided to utilize on Obaiyah. Emily says he's so easy to ride in the morning that even I could ride him unless there's another horse around. And you saw right here when Irad turned him loose without a pony, a horse came up on the inside and Obaiyah took the bit and he wanted to go. Now Irad's trying to get him to calm back down, and as long as he's alone, it's okay, but watch that ear as another horse comes inside. He's very aware of other horses.
He's just a natural forward-going enthusiast, Obaiyah. The horse that he beat in the Breeders' Cup Classic, who was third in the Saudi Derby here last year on this day, is the mount of Christophe Lemaire, Derma Sotogake. Do you think he's the best of the Japanese, Laffit?
I think that pound for pound, Lemon Pop might be the best of the Japanese, but distance is a question. Derma Sotogake did something last year that I don't think we'll ever see again and haven't seen prior. He ran in the Kentucky Derby. He was off for 6 months. He was supposed to have a prep race for the Breeders' Cup Classic. He hurt his foot. Everybody figured, all right, well, the Breeders' Cup Classic's out. They pushed on. He ran in the Classic off 6 months break, finishes second to Obaiyah. How much closer is that race had he had that scheduled prep and not missed it?
The one thing you would say about Derma Sotogake is that he's a very, very laid-back horse.
Certainly, when he's been around here, and when I saw him at Breeders' Cup, he was very well behaved. I watched him school in the gate this week, and he was good. But he does have his own issues flying over here. He got into a little bit of a horse fight with another horse and got his halter taken off, hurt his eye a little bit, but they checked him all out. I saw his eye this week, and it looked fine, but it was a big talking point of contention.
Likes to fight guy. Likes to fight guy. We like that in our star athletes, right?
All right, let's take a look at Ushba Tesoro, whose campaign last year, Laffit, was blemish-free bar the Breeders' Cup Classic. Was that a true reflection of his ability?
Aside from that Breeders' Cup Classic, all he does is win. The Dubai World Cup winner, he makes his best run late. The table will be set. The pace should be fast. Look out for Ushba Tesoro in the lane from far back.
That's who I used on my Crown Jewels racing team. You didn't. You went Derma Sotogake. I preferred Ushba Tesoro just because he didn't run great in the Breeders' Cup. It's not like he was beaten 20. Going into that race, he had been running really well. His dirt record is impeccable. I just think that this horse is so good, and he's going to have the pace. And we've seen all night, Nick, off the pace runners have been doing well on the main.
Yuga Kawada is the man who will be riding him, and Yuga Kawada is one of the most successful jockeys in Japan. 38 years old, and he's already won tonight on Remake, the dirt sprint. Look at Derma Sotogake there in the pale blue and yellow colors. Christophe Lemaire riding, as I said. This is exactly what you'd expect. He's a pretty chilled customer.
Laid back Michelle should find himself in a stalking pace off of the very quick Hoist the Gold. Lemon Pop should be there stalking as well. National Treasure will be in the mix. And of course, Saudi Crown as well, very fast getting out of the gate.
Hoist the Gold ought to lead here in the hands of John Velasquez. He's running for trainer Dallas Stewart. His owners are now with Ollie Bell.
Well, I'm joined by 2 owners with a runner in this race, Kostas Hadjikatelis and Jim Culver, part of the Dream Team 1 racing stable. You are here with Hoist the Gold. There are viewers all over the world watching this, wanting to know what it feels like before the race for an owner competing for a $10 million first prize. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know that we can be more nervous and excited at the same time. To just grow out of our skin. It's so super honored to be here and represent not only the USA, but this great sport that we're in.
Well said. Jim, how important is it with regards to your horse's chance? What happens as soon as the gates open?
Well, he's a really good horse. I have no idea how he'll do. This is a long distance for him. He did qualify and get invited, and we're just an honor. It's just an honor for us to be a part of this, and whatever he does, we'll be proud of him.
You've got to be in it to win it, and there's a lot at stake. I can feel the nerves when I speak to you, but it's also excitement. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little Lemon Pop. The horse who's moving up from Japan. You raised a question about the distance, Laffit?
Look, So much talent. Only the 4th horse ever to sweep both of Japan's Group 1 dirt races. I don't know that 1 1/8 is his best. He's won at the highest level at the distance, but if he's going to beat Waidabario and company, he has to do what he does best and better than he's ever done it before.
He was the 2023 dirt champion in Japan, and that is the first horse to ever win from the 15 hole when he took the Champions Cup last time out. But this is a big undertaking for him, and like you mentioned, distance might not exactly suit.
Big flag bearer for his young trainer, Hiroyasu Tanaka's given him both his Grade 1 wins so far. His Isolate, fly in the ointment potential, do you think?
I think this horse is so intriguing. If he's a 1-star rating horse, I'm totally going to be looking at him every way that I can. I thought he looked sensational winning the Maktoum Mile. That was off of a layoff there. Tyler Gaffalione had ridden him, and he gave him a big pat after, and he told his connections, no problem for this horse to stretch out, knowing that they wanted to go ahead and progress on the Saudi. Tyler not able to ride today because he had other commitments stateside, so they tabbed Joel Rosario. I think that is nothing wrong in tabbing Joel Rosario. He is a difference-making rider.
You confident he can win without the lead if denied the lead, Isolate?
Yes, I think so. He has looked so good here this week training. I just can't get over how fantastic he looks.
I've got no idea what to expect from the local horses. Emblem Road sprung a surprise 2 years ago. What about Carmel Road under 8-time champion Saudi jockey Camilo Ospina?
It would be that kind of upset if Carmel Road were able to pull this off. If this was a somehow lackluster $20 million race, maybe you make a case for it, but not against the superstars in this field.
You know, he's a son of Quality Road, just like Emblem Road was. If you're looking at quality horses, Tom Ryan picked him out. He picked out National Treasure too.
Right, National Treasure won the Pegasus. Senor Buscador was a narrow second. If there is a meltdown here and they go too fast, could Senor Buscador, the big hope for New Mexico, for trainer Todd Fincher, could he come to the fore?
He's never been better. Very good second in the Pegasus World Cup in his last start. He continues to improve, and again, like Ushba Tesoro, he'll be running late, and that pace is going to be nuclear. It should be. On paper, it should be.
What a race in prospect. Just put a button on it for us, Michelle.
Waidabario right there, your Breeders' Cup Classic winner, moving into line. Rick Dutcher absolutely thrilled with this horse. Maybe it was all about the feet, because that's the only thing that he said that he's changed. This horse has been prepping at Santa Anita. His last work was by far and away his best. I was doubtful on his fitness. I had no doubts after that half-a-mile move.
Genuine, real depth of talent and serious resumes from the United States. Some of the very best dirt horses in Japan, and horses who have already plied their trade in the biggest races around the world. We're nearly ready for the Saudi Cup of 2024. $20 million here at King Abdulaziz's racetrack in Riyadh. Richard Hoyles, let East meet West.
And bang in the middle, it's the 4 Saudi horses that are yet to load. Defunded in company with Scotland Yard, Carmel Road and Power in Numbers will be the last 4 to set forward. 1,800 metres, a long run to the solitary turn. And that pace that we were looking for, the likes of Hoist the Gold, and maybe National Treasure. Defunded, who's got warm. Defunded moving forward is in, and that will leave us with certainly 2 more, Scotland Yard and also Power in Numbers. Power in Numbers moving forward for local rider Adel El Foureidi. Waidabario with someone in just to assist. And they're just about all set then. $20 million Saudi Cup 2024. Ushba Tesoro didn't jump the best and also pushed forward early on is Saudi Crown as they race through the first 200 metres. And on the outside, also moving forward, is Power in Numbers in company with Carmel Road. Hoist the Gold is also racing in a handy position as they settle down. And the pace is being contested here by Saudi Crown, who has the early lead. National Treasure has moved forward to stalk them, with Isolate also racing in a handy position. Hoist the Gold is prominent but not leading. Waidabario races in 5th place. Then Power in Numbers, who's drifted back to midfield. Defunded is also there in company with Lemon Pop. And at this stage, Ushba Tesoro is an absolute mile behind. He's about 5 to 6 lengths behind in company with Scotland Yard, who's also struggling to keep up. So early on, it's the grey Saudi Crown who'll lead them towards the turn. Has the advantage narrowly from National Treasure in 2nd. Isolate pushed up the fence with Waidabario getting a nice track in. Carmel Road is very wide. Also there is Crown Pride as they begin to make the turn. Defunded has made some ground. Power in Numbers is going backwards. Hoist the Gold has quite a lot to do from there. One that is making ground is Lemon Pop up the inside. So out in the lead, the grey Saudi Crown will lead the turn for home. In second place, pushed along, National Treasure a length down. Derma Sotogake in the light blue is on the outside now of the pushed along Isolate. Carmel Road comes next. Several are flat here with Defunded. Ushba Tesoro is making quite a lot of ground, but it's Saudi Crown who has the advantage from National Treasure. Ushba Tesoro from a mile back continues to stay on. Also staying on strongly is Senor Buscador. Out in front, Saudi Crown with 150 metres to last. Still has the lead, National Treasure. Ushba Tesoro late on the scene and right down the outside. Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Ushba Tesoro, but right on the line. Senor Buscador might have tipped him out. Certainly the rider thinks so. Senor Buscador and Ushba Tesoro over the top of Saudi Crown and National Treasure. And those were clear from Derma Sotogake. Crown Pride was next. Ushba Tesoro may have led for a stride, but it's Senor Buscador's Saudi Cup for Todd Fincher and Alvarado, and the rider's just been put up. Junior Alvarado has got there. Ushba Tesoro briefly had the prize in his grasp, but it looks as if in those final bounds, it has gone the way of Senor Buscador, the rider celebrating. And that is the call. By a head, Senor Buscador has won the Saudi Cup. Ushba Tesoro, who was a mile behind with Senor Buscador early. As the pace collapsed, Saudi Crown no closer than third. National Treasure in fourth.
Hoist the bunting in New Mexico. Senor Buscador in the shadow of the post. Junior Alvarado has won the Saudi Cup on one of the most likable horses anywhere on the planet. You could not find a more popular result. Joey Peacock and his family have been breeding horses for generations. This is the culmination of lifelong endeavour, lifelong passion. He has stayed loyal to his trainer, Todd Fincher, and Fincher now has his moments in the limelight, and he is with Tom Stanley. What a result.
Yeah. Well, Todd is with me. I'll be honest, I can't hear much. My goodness, how do you feel?
I'm about to cry. It's amazing. Amazing.
That's this horse, right? That's what he does to you, the way he does it.
Yeah, and he's never got the credit he's deserved, and he finally got to show it today, so I'm just proud for the horse.
Did you believe the whole way coming into this week?
No, because something always happens to him about every race, so he always runs good. He always runs hard, but he always has 10 or 11 horses to weave in and out of, and pace and all that, so we knew he was going to run good. We just had to hope for the right setup, and we got it.
How big is this for you, Todd?
This is awesome.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, they deserve to enjoy every moment of this. Two horses who were nowhere early took advantage of the pace collapsing, and Senor Buscador, the last challenge, was the most deadly. Ushba Tesoro, a wonderful run in second.
Ushba Tesoro had I don't want to say a nightmare of a trip, but he came from ages back there. And Senor Buscador, he always comes from the clouds. That was quite the run. You mentioned the family's been breeding horses for a long time. They started off with quarter horses. They've got this one mare, Rose's Desert. She's thrown them a stakes winner every single year as they've improved who she's gotten bred to. 6 years ago, they bred her to Mineshaft, and now they get a horse that won a $20 million race. It's a long way from New Mexico to the Saudi desert. This horse began his career at Remington Park, of all places, but he gets the job done here on racing's biggest stage. Kudos to the Peacocks, and I bet you Rose Desert is going to be very, very happy.
This has been a night for what can happen in horse racing, but doesn't often. A horse like Anaaf cost $16,000, has come and won the best part of $2.5 million tonight. This horse, from a family that's been breeding at a lowly level for a long time, getting his chance to shine because of the owner's loyalty and faith and devotion. And what about the toughness of this horse, Laffit, seen in that battle for the Pegasus World Cup just 3 weeks ago?
You touched on the highlights of the evening, the epitome of everything's right with thoroughbred racing. And for Junior Alvarado, that emotion at the wire. Senor Buscador, Ushba Tesoro looked like he was home. It looked like another frustrating second-place finish for Senor Buscador. Refused to lose in the end.
Junior Alvarado, the winning rider with Ollie Bell.
Junior, what a moment. Put that into words for us.
Yes, I mean, just unbelievable. You just got to thank God to make me be here, give me the opportunity to be here healthy. And it's all to God and, you know, like the owners, the trainers. Thanks for the great opportunity. It's an unbelievable feeling.
How much heart did that horse show there today?
It was unbelievable because, you know, the horse that finished second passed me by the 5-16 pole, and I thought he couldn't keep up with them. So I was like, well, maybe, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, in the 8 pole, you can feel it, how he's going after the horse. I was like, come on, boy, keep going, keep going, keep going. And I mean, he just, like you say, he just all hard going down to the wire.
There is so much emotion winning a race of this magnitude. What does it mean to you?
I don't think right now I have the right words to really express it. You know, I'm just very, very happy. And like I said, there is no word really can express what I really feel inside right now.
Well done.
Thank you.
We were just hoping to get the invitation.
Joe Peacock is with me. Joe, you and your dad, you bred a Saudi Cup winner.
Yeah, it's the last horse we bred together, so it's pretty special. You know, we've always been really proud of the horse. He had a lot of trouble early in his career, but Todd Fincher gets all the credit. He was real patient with his horse, worked on him, got him back to peak performance. We always knew he could put it together. We never thought it'd be the Saudi Cup, but we'll damn sure take it. We're thrilled. We're so excited.
How did you feel as he started his run?
Okay.
Listen, I tell you what, I want you to go and enjoy it. Well done, Joe. All the best.
Thank you.
Joey Peacock, he wore a brave face in Florida at Gulfstream Park after the Pegasus, but you sensed that he thought that day, yeah, that was my chance to win a big one.
The last horse he bred with his father. This is the stuff scripts are made of. Joey Peacock, the celebration, Senor Buscador, Junior Alvarado, who spent last year riding the Horse of the Year, and Cody's Wish, unleashing that furious late rally to pick off Ushba Tesoro in a race that was built up with so much hype. Often these races don't live up to the hype. That one did.
Funny how Cody's Wish, his presence is felt still and everywhere, but it was Senor Buscador that warmed our hearts today. More reflection from here in Riyadh in just a little while.
$600,000 $650 is spin, ladies and gentlemen.
It is 19 years since this man, Junior Alvarado, rose his first winner in Caracas. Fast forward to 2024, and here he is winning the world's richest horse race. Nearly 1,500 successes in the saddle, but none will mean more to him than that, nor to this man by the looks of it. He obviously knew that the Saudis had bought a stake in this horse earlier this week.
Maybe Senor Buscador was his team captain in the fantasy game.
Nice job, Laffit. Good out.
Senor Buscador. They mentioned the patience. He was on the Kentucky Derby trail as a 3-year-old. He had a minor injury. He was healing up. He was ready to return to the track. They showed up at the barn one morning, Todd Fincher did, and he was absolutely lame. They don't know how he did it. He injured himself in his stall. He wound up missing more than a year of training. He didn't come back until he was 5 years old. Now, Senor Buscador is a 6-year-old, finally fulfilling that potential that we expected as a very good 3-year-old prior to injury.
And I said, it's fair to say that with all his exploits on Cody's Wish, and with this result today for a very likable group of people, Junior Alvarado has provided us with the most heartwarming moments in the sport in the last 12 months. A day to savor for him, for us, for everybody. We'll be right back with you. Saudi Cup won by Senor Buscador for Todd Fincher and Junior Alvarado. In the last gasp, beats Japanese hopeful Ushba Tesoro. Saudi Crown ran a fine race on the front end under Florent Giroux in 3rd place. And this is how it all unfolded, and Saudi Crown did win the battle for the lead. The grey in the silver colours, the other grey, the whiter grey, is White Obaiyah, upon whom much of our attention was focused. What's the verdict on White Obaiyah, Michelle?
Yeah, White Obaiyah was a little bit close to this hot pace, and Irad said when he asked him, he just really didn't have anything to answer with. We were concerned about a lot of things with White Obaiyah coming into here.
Breaking news, there is a possible objection.
Is it from the beginning? There is a
possible objection to the Saudi Cup 2024. We have no more information than that at the moment. We'll send our team out. This is a long time after the race, but it's not the first time it's happened this evening. There is a possible objection we're hearing. Keep your eyes peeled as we talk you through what else has happened here. National Treasure was never comfortable. White Obaiyah angling out. The winner and the runner-up are miles back, and we're riding with Ushba Tesoro now.
Yeah, riding with Ushba Tesoro right here, and you can see he was so far behind. He didn't break very good at all, and he was just tailing this field. Right here, he has so much momentum. He runs up on heels. Excellent job there by the rider to get him moved out without stopping him too much. You have to keep that forward momentum, especially at this track. He's out in this good part of the track where we've seen winners come from left, right, and center. Here he goes with this furious rally.
We're hearing it's not an objection from the runner-up to the winner. Ushba Tesoro connections are telling us. We're surmising this may be an objection from the stewards. But again, we need this confirmed. Nothing obvious to our eye as Senor Buscador makes his run down the outside here under Junior Alvarado.
I don't see any scenario whatsoever that it would involve the winner, Senor Buscador. It looked like Obaiyah when he was trying to make his move around the far turn. Crown Pride kind of kept him in, but nothing that jumped out as a potential infraction.
The only thing that I saw was right before the gap, there was a little bit of shifting going on, maybe with Saudi Crown.
So, we believe, as things stand, that Senor Buscador is the winner of the Saudi Cup. That last note introduced just a few moments ago. It was, whatever the ultimate outcome, the most thrilling of horse races. Senor Buscador, Ushba Tesoro, East met West, and America came out on top. And if you remain with us here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, behind us, in the Saudi Cup liveried rug, is the winner, Senor Buscador.
Is he going to join us on set?
We're going to interview him.
With some of the new Saudi connections who bought into a piece of this horse. And the way their body language is, doesn't suggest to us that there are any issues here with the winner. But as I say, this is not confirmed. And here is the royal party, the presentation party. The Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman leading the presentation party to present the Saudi Cup to the winning connection. So I think it is safe to say, and you're never quite safe to say anything here, but it is safe to say that with Junior Alvarado standing by to receive his trophy, winner all right.
Results like that, races like that, stories like that will remind you why you fell in love with this sport to begin with. Senor Buscador, as you said, from Remington to Riyadh, and the winner of the world's richest horse race, this $20 million Saudi Cup.
Now, what next for winner and runner-up? Well, it's a pretty straightforward call for Ushba Tesoro. He's off to Dubai.
Round 2 Dubai World Cup.
You should send Senor Buscador also. The mile and a quarter is going to suit him. Now, to be fair, this track is obviously very, very closer friendly. We know that, right? But with Ushba winning the Dubai World Cup last year, I'm not going to say that Meydan isn't similar. It would be unlike Senor Buscador to put together back-to-back wins, but it's not impossible for him.
Hearing we've got the all clear. Not entirely sure what happened there, but we have got the all clear. The result stands. Always expect the unexpected.
Objection in the first race, which seems like a month ago. Took about 20 minutes, thankfully. That one didn't take quite
They got us back
long.
on time, all right?
Extraordinary. We had a half-hour delay to an earlier race, yet we got the Saudi Cup off pretty much exactly the time.
Well worth the wait. And the race living up to all the hype.
So what do you think 2024 will hold for Senor Buscador back home?
Well, anytime we send a horse over to the Middle East, when they come back, they generally get a break, right? You have to have a break, especially looking at his campaign. If he goes to Dubai especially, he's gone Pegasus World Cup, Saudi Cup, Dubai, which is what the inventors of the Saudi Cup kind of intended, right, to make this a major marking stone on the calendar, but he's going to need a break after that. Looking at the future with the Breeders' Cup being at Del Mar, I would say if you come back, you maybe give him a prep at the San Diego, which he won last year, right on the Pacific Classic, where he was 4th last year, and that carries beautifully into the Breeders' Cup.
And that might be up his street, mightn't it? Del Mar.
Absolutely.
Well, the shorter stretch there might not be, but
But that's the thing. He can't create his own luck. He's always going to be somewhat dependent on race shape. The faster the pace, the more effective he's going to be. If the pace is slow, he's a closer. So he's somewhat dependent on the other horses he's facing. But fact is, he has never been better. And that he ran down Ushba Tesoro, who I thought was home, to lengthen his stride. That grit, the determination, and to run down Ushba Tesoro, he showed me a lot tonight.
what if Todd says, this horse came out of this so great, we're going to go to the Dubai World Cup, and we're not going to take a break. We're going to go right home and back into training.
That's what he said after the Pegasus. He was going to see how he looked.
Yeah.
They got the invitation. He hadn't heard from the authorities here about an invitation for the Saudi Cup. Like 10 minutes after the Pegasus World Cup, the phone rings. Do you want to come out? He says, I'll see how he looks in the morning. And there he is rolling around in his pen, bouncing around. That race took nothing out of him, clearly.
He's a throwback, this horse.
Yeah.
He's a throwback to the old days where you could keep running him and they'd keep delivering. And you didn't expect them to win every time, but it didn't matter if they didn't win every time because there was always next time.
And that patience.
Yeah, he's 6 years old, full horse.
All that time missed with injury and taking their time, not forcing the issue, waiting until he was right, and how that's paid off in the end.
Part of that is because of the relationship between the Peacocks and Todd Fincher. And Todd Fincher, I feel like a lot of people don't know how good he is. If you go to, the Midwest, they're like, yes, he's the Bob Baffert of that area, but a lot of people think, oh, he can't have a good horse, and it's just not true. Todd Fincher is a very, very good trainer, and he finally got a horse to show how good of a trainer he can be.
The relationship is rare. You don't see this kind of loyalty in racing. Peacock is asked, like, why do you keep your horses in New Mexico? Right? He's like, because my trainer's there, because Todd Fincher is there. Maybe I'll leave at some point if Fincher goes elsewhere.
Fun fact, Senor Buscador means Mr. Prospector in Spanish.
And a wonderful nod to one of the great creators, shapers of the breed. And as I say, there has been something of the throwback feel today, the 7-year-old Spirit Dancer, the 6-year-old Senor Buscador. If ever there was a night for staying long and staying strong and staying loyal and staying true to this great sport, it's been this. This was the night that we said, si, senor. Bye from all of us.
Another way.
Interviews.
A thrilling night of top-tier racing featured 14 elite male and female jockeys competing in the International Jockeys Challenge.
As they race towards the lane, Neom rides the winner. Refontaine coming fast, but it's South Africa home in front. Cliffs of Fury for Rachel Benneker has won.
The 5th Saudi Cup, the world's richest horse race.
I'm running.
Here we go. Are you asking me a question or am I going straight?
No, you're going straight in.
Enjoy the pictures today, brought to you by the Cine Hold camera, and it will be providing the cinematic images that you see at the biggest and best sporting events from around the world.
they're off and racing.
من المسار الخارجي مع الجماني.
It's going all the way to the line, but it will go to Al Jamani. It is the big three, but it is Asfan Al Khaladia going clear here in the Obaiyah.
إذا دفاع موفقة سيداتي أنساتي سادتي.
And at the line it is King Shala.
But King Shala, really important win for Ballet Guggenheim. Will we, in a few moments' time, be hailing a potential superstar?
So we are all set at the 1600 metres Saudi Derby. Forever Young, just nudged along early, is going to have to do it the hard way here. He's got 3 lengths still to find, 300 metres to do it as Buckham Dano moves through to lead. Buckham Dano all out, Forever Young dives and may have got it in the final bound.
For the second year in succession, the Saudi Derby has given us an international thriller. Group 3 Sports Boulevard, Riyadh Dirt Sprint. It'll take a little under 70 seconds to run this.
Skelly from Jasper Crone. Remake continues to close off strongly. Out in front, it's Skelly. Remake down the outside. Once again, Japan after the USA. And once again, it will go to Japan. Remake.
$1,351 meters. This will be fast and furious.
فتحت البوابات بوابات للتاريخ.
Anaaf burrowing under the rail. It is Anaaf. What a ride from Rossa Ryan. Has got up the rail and another international success for Mick Appleby.
Laffit, fancy a go at that?
Absolutely.
أيضا انتفاع موفقة.
Luxembourg on the outside, being sent forward by Ryan Moore, and he's going to get a piece of the lead at this rate. Spirit Dancer, however, is coming strongly on the outside. Luxembourg Spirit Dancer for Richard Fahy and Ushinor have swept past Luxembourg, and it's going to be another international success for Spirit Dancer. So Alex Ferguson, another success on the international stage, and what a big night for Ushinor.
Group 3, Longines, Red Sea Turf Handicap, the longest race of the night, 3,000 metres to run.
Ryan Moore quickly up the rail, purple colours moves to the fence. Enemy right from the back of the pack, Giavolotto as well, now Tower of London, Giavolotto times in. Tower of London getting to enemy, Tower of London in the final bound, got out of jail I think.
A languid glance across to his rival.
I mean, what a chilling move that was.
$20 million Saudi Cup 2024. Ushba Tesoro late on the scene and right down the outside. Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Ushba Tesoro, but right on the line. Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Hoist the bunting in New Mexico. Senor Buscador in the shadow of the post. Junior Alvarado has won the Saudi Cup.